Yep, we're on. We're on.
Yeah. Cool.
Hello, everyone in the chat. Well, it's Doommonger at the moment, but hello, everyone else who's sitting there waiting for it.
Oh. Okay, we're in.
Yeah, we're in, but it's not showing up on you. Ah, there we go. It's just gone live now.
It's weird, isn't it? Everything's a little bit sort of like...
It's normally 7 seconds, but that was like nearer 20.
Oh,
Very weird. There's a big lag on it. Oi, Robbie's in the chat. Fucking hell. You're meant to be off having a naughty night with your missus, mate. Bugger off.
What a wanker. I don't know.
Hello, probes. That's all right. They're all popping up now. Oh, fucking 11 watching. Excellent. There you go.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Told you it'd be worth it. If you
start a conga in a minute.
If you run it, they will come.
If you rub it.
Yeah. Yeah, Kevin Costner never said that, did he? If you rub it, they will come.
Yeah.
Some fucker's drawn all over me, look. Cunt.
I don't know.
What ho, homegrown?
Do you know what? I'm going to have to change this wallpaper.
Wallpaper on?
The Mac Mini.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I can't show anybody the wallpaper I've got because it's all pictures of Hayley in various styles of
okay.
undress. Probes. Was wondering when a pub would come on. Oh, well, there you go, you see. You've got to talk to the right people.
Yeah. You must be missing the... Are you missing the daytime ones?
Probably, I would think.
That's when all the really, really interesting stuff goes.
Yeah, when you were standing there shouting at a 106 or a fucking memory mode or something.
Well, I tell you what, I admit this. I'm not proud of it, but I will admit it. I sat down with a PB12 this morning because I'm going, do you know what? Fuck it, I'm not working today. Bollocks to them. And I turned on the studio, turned on the PB12 and go, right, okay, I'm going to write a sequence in and then play with it and then play with that and everything like that and get something going, yeah?
Ken Pierce is asking for the join link because he needs help.
Okay, I thought it went in.
I can't see it.
Hang on then, let me put it in. If it tells me, oh, you can't put this link in, I'll be fucking... Right, does it go in? No, it doesn't. YouTube rejected your comment. This is fairly common when sharing a link. No, it isn't. It's my own channel, you dozy fucking software. Can you do it, Fred?
I'll try. Hang on.
See if it allows you to put it in.
No, it won't do it. Won't do it. You may need to share the link another way. Right. The only
How about if I put it on my Facebook page?
Well, that was what I was going to suggest, is putting it on. I could do it on mine as well. Hang on.
Yes, YouTube is being cunty again.
Right. So that's that then, right? Okay, well, let me just...
All right, let's try putting...
I'll put it on my Facebook page, guys, and then if you want to join, you're more than welcome.
I don't know why it's... I've never had a problem with this before.
Post. Right, it's up on my Facebook. If you're on there, people.
Oh, it wants to be a twat here as well now. There we go.
Right,
Are you going to be a twat here as well?
Rob's about to burst. He's had a fuck ton of Lebanese food and he's about to die of baklava poisoning. Self-inflicted, you dodgy fucker.
Well, this is what happens when you eat headgear. I'll do it on here. I'll do it on my trusty pad. He said. Yeah, if I Studio. Is it Enter Studio? I can't remember. Yeah, it's Enter Studio. I mean, I go in.
Right, hang on. Actually, you coming in.
Oh, hang on. And he fucks off.
It's all got a bit dub.
Yeah, man.
Whammed it.
Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yes, then. Do it that way then.
Andy Synthetic's got it in the chat.
Oh, he has?
He's managed to post it. Not entirely sure how he's done that, but...
Yeah. Because the normal procedure is you set up
hang on. Robbie's sat across from an incredible pair of tits right now. He must be looking in a mirror.
Who's with him?
I'm hoping Jackie.
Unless he's seen double.
There we go.
Here he is.
Right,
Here he is.
Let's bring him in.
Let the boy in.
There we go.
You bastards.
You've gone all roboty. What's going on? Where's your mush?
Who did?
You did.
I did?
Yeah, all I can see is gear. Where are you?
I'm over here somewhere. Hold on.
Oh, he's in the top corner. Look, there he is.
I thought
There
he was
I am.
bigger. There he is.
I thought he was bigger.
I need help.
Come on, boy. What's up?
His name, Dalton.
Look at this shit.
And there's me moaning about that. That's all I've got.
Hold on.
Fucking hell.
I gotta shut the damn YouTube stream off. It's messing me up.
Black
There it
nails.
is.
Oh, hello.
Lovely looking nails there, Jack.
Obviously not as much as you like that.
I feel like we're getting a show.
Yeah, but somehow. It's a wonder he goes to work in the morning.
He bounced.
Yeah.
I gotta see if I can't show some light on this thing.
Guten Tag, sir.
Hey, he needs help. We all need help. What the fuck?
Yeah.
The world is burning.
Okay, right. What I would suggest there is nip down to the gas station, get a gallon.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Just pour liberally. So I'm intrigued to see what your problem is. Right. Okay.
So, I decided after NAM, I was like, you know what? I need a better workflow. My main modular setup over here is not ergonomic and not fun anymore. It's just gotten to be out of control. So then I sat for like 3 or 4 days just staring at it like, well, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? And I came up with nothing. So the other day I took all the cables out of it. I disconnected all the patch cables. And then I sat down and I looked at it and I came up with nothing. And then today I walked down here and I said, well, it's Valentine's Day. Instead of being a good husband, how about I work on this? So I just started taking modules out of the rack just randomly. And I have no plan and I don't know what the hell I'm doing. So like this rack over here was originally like all like modular drum machine stuff.
Right.
And now I'm trying to get rid of, because I don't really need as many Eurorack drums as I have. So I was like, okay, let me use, like I used the Modbap Trinity, which has, 3 drums in it, and you can do 12 drum sounds with it. But that and the quad drum. And I'm like, that's pretty much all I need for drums. But it's, as you can see, it's a hot mess. And there's all these extra modules and shit. So I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. And it's not going well.
How about having a popularity contest where you go through the modules and you go, yeah, love that one.
I try to, but you know what the problem is?
And then try and have a rack that has all your faves in.
I don't think there's such a thing, though. Because it's like, because there's so many like different things that do different things in different ways. And even if I take like 2 really similar modules, like the big rack right here in the front, I have it kind of organized by like oscillators, filters, voices, effects. Like I try to do it in rows like that, and even that's like falling to shreds. Like it's a hot mess. So I think what needs to happen is I need a gallon of petrol.
Yeah.
I need to just
Or
burn
buy
it
a
all down.
Tesla and just leave it in there charging.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm really like I'm stressed out by it. Like I just want to have an ergonomic workflow again.
Yeah.
And like I bought this big ass table to put it on, and I was like, that's gonna help. That just made things worse.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's any consolation, although you got a shit ton of stuff there, I've got 3 or 4 keyboards in comparison, and I can never ever get it set up the way that seems to work ergonomically best, no matter what, because it changes from track to track.
Just to give perspective of why I feel the way I feel, right?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can't show. So, all right. So this is the modular table, right?
Yeah.
So, and it's got some non-modular stuff there, like steam pipe and whatnot. I've never even used this damn, ARP thing. Like I've never.
Yeah. Welcome to my world.
Never turned it. Well, it was a gift from a good friend, but like. I'll be honest with you, a certain brand, like every time I touch their stuff, like I feel a little bit disgusted.
I wonder who that could possibly be.
The big red one, I at least had a hand in working on that. So
yeah,
I can say things, but that thing's actually pretty fucking cool. So,
yeah.
But I still feel disgusted whenever I reach for any of that gear, just because of things that I know.
Just have a shower when you're done with it, and you're okay.
So yeah, I wish.
Wear gloves.
But like, so the issue here is this, right? This is like the modular area, and I usually when I'm using the modular area, I will compose on it, and then I sample my compositions into other pieces of gear. Then from there, then you go to like I've got keyboards on the wall. That's Jupiter 6 underneath it here. Kojimi. Hydrosynth Explorer there, and then it rotates over to this rack here, which is like Omega 8 and some effects up top from Erica Synths, and my Isanine 8 voice is supposed to be down there, but it's not. That's a whole other story. And then down here, if I can move this thing around, it doesn't like me very much.
Fucking desktop, my God.
Angry. Hold on. Oh God, it's like Inception right now. Hold on. So here we go.
Hey, your icons look like my icons.
So then, yeah. So if I can, okay. So then Leviathan here, and then moving over
you
this
bastard!
Way, it's the S2400 side over here, which is like my turntables and all that stuff. Some modded gear. Another Leviathan, and then behind that is I don't know if you can see it or not. There's a Iridium behind that. And then the Rhodes and some more synthesizers up on the wall. Emax, SQ80, and a few other things. And then like drums and stuff in the corner, but it's a hot mess. So I show you all that just to say it's just out of hand bullshit that's like kind of driving me insane right now. And I've been trying to get back into a music mode because for the past I don't know, multiple years now, it's been just focused on getting Leviathan done. Focus on that. So I haven't really had much time for music or enjoyment of what we're making, that kind of thing. And now I'm like, I want to get back to making some music. But in order to do that, I got to have an ergonomic workflow, and I do not. It's driving me mad. So, commiserate with me.
Oh, man, no problem there. I can commiserate, absolutely. As to a solution, don't know.
Do you have a smaller case at hand? Like a
yes.
travel?
Well, and that's the thing is like even next to like that S2400 side, like I've got a small case of Eurorack next to it. I've got a suitcase of Eurorack underneath the table here. I've got another case that's filled with Eurorack underneath of there. I know like a lot of people will be like, oh, well, just like sell stuff, but like you got to understand, I use a lot of this stuff for work. Like,
Yeah.
a lot of this stuff is what helps me create other things, and you know what I mean.
I
Like,
never sell anything, so I know the problem. But
yeah.
I would put it all in a small travel case and restrict that for a while and get used to that. And then you have a limitation, and then you have fun with it, and no clutter.
So this case right here, like in the very front, is actually three separate cases in the front. There's one row. So these are actually like rack brute prototypes, but so like there's this one row right here with this Isn't voice, which is kind of like one of the main things that I want to use right now because it sounds amazing. And then there's two more rows here. That's another case. This is like the kind of, if you were to say travel case, this is the travel case here because it has like a really awesome sequencer in it. It's got the ER301, which is basically like a modular inside of a module. Like you can kind of do anything with it. And then I've got another like weird gate sequencer thing in here over here. And then this thing is basically like a controller for this guy here, which I'm moving my hand all weird because it's hard to do. But like, so yeah, that is like that compact thing that I can kind of just take and do stuff with. But it's just, oh my God, like just trying to get into, and the other thing is like, so that big case right there, when this was done, I worked with a company called Ethereal Sun, and I had it designed to the throw of my arm. So like, if I'm in front of it, like I wouldn't have to reach for anything because it's like, it's the angle that my arm moves at, right? But the problem is, now I have these other cases in front, so it's pushed it back further. And that's just dumb. Like now my back is starting to arch and hurt and all that stuff. So
You're not Reed Richards. You can't stretch.
I wish. Yeah. I do have a Reed Richards over here though. I collect Marvel Legends figures. So I have like this is one of the where's it at? This is one of the Doom heads for the Galactus. But yeah. I'm a big comic book nerd, so deal with that.
It's
I
funny.
mean, I restrict all my
Musicians
stuff to
tend to have
2.7U
these
cases
type of things.
from IntelliGel for EMOM stuff in San Francisco. So I forced myself to put everything else in other weird cases.
Does it have the one you row in it too?
Exactly, yeah. And I
Yeah,
have
that's a
some great
really
1U
nice case.
tiles. Yeah, it's some great 1U modules.
I've
Like,
been heavily considering grabbing a pair of those cases.
They're great.
Because they really are great for traveling and for
And get that depth for connection module with the RJ45s. And when you have it all pre-patched, it's really easy to take apart. And
I actually have multiple of a similar module. It's not the dope for one, but I have so I have one from Evaton Modular, which is it uses a HDMI cable. So then you get a whole crap ton of. So basically, I have that connects to this case to that case over there, and then I also have one in my case on the other side of the wall, so that it's just HDMI that will send a whole bunch of cables all across my studio.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, baby.
They're super useful, and I tell you what, man, I cannot speak highly enough about the Oxy One MK2.
I need to get one.
I use that as my main sequencer now, and it has like a little satellite module that you can use HDMI on it to have all the connections for it up in the rack. And I just run one HDMI cable to it, and it's great. Like, I absolutely love that. Definitely the way to go is, like, for routing large cases is to have modules like that can kind of chain things.
It's like the one the guy built for the Arturia key step with the breakouts.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and I recently moved over. I have the new key step, the key step MK2, and I use that as the key bed for the Oxy One until they hopefully will integrate Poly Aftertouch into the Oxy One. That's like my big ask. I talked to him at Buchla & Friends about that as well. I was like, please. Yeah, like that's, oh man, it's such a ergonomics in the studio. it's such a like gluttonous thing to even be talking about of like, oh, I got too much gear
First
to be
world problem.
comfortable with. Yeah, right. But it's really annoying, and it's really like
No, it's a real problem. I mean,
it's completely killing my workflow right now.
yeah.
And it
Well,
sucks.
it's like I'm saying to Fiona all the time. Like we have more stuff than house. Seriously.
Yeah, and my family is honestly like we're pack rats. Like my whole family is like this, so it's not a good thing.
You know, when you go to the freezer and you have to remove a Mustang bonnet first before we can get to the frozen peas.
Dude, my freezer is filled with like 3D printing crap all over it. So, which also let me show you something cool. I will show you this. So as I was saying, like I've gotten nothing done. I did get one cool thing done. Let me see if I can't. Can I connect my phone to it? I don't know. So like I don't know if you could see it, but do you see the MRCC up top here, right there? So that's the MRCC is stuck to the case. But what I did was I 3D printed a custom bracket so that I could stick that MRCC MIDI device on top of my Eurorack case and have it like hold it at a specific angle. So all my MIDI cables are out of the way. I did that today. So I got something done. And then I ripped out all these modules.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I'm trying to improve my life, man. Trying to, but it's not working well.
Yeah, but it was like when I gutted this place out and I go, right, from scratch, start again. And then anything that I found that I wasn't really using, not bring in. And very, very slowly over time, I've gone, oh, I do need that. And I go into the office and grab it and then set it all up. And I go, oh, I need that thing as well. And everything's back in here again.
Yes, exactly.
You know?
That's 100% it. It's like you take everything out and then you're like, oh, I need this. And it's like, do I really? Well, I need it for like, 1 week. And then it ends up staying there. So, I don't know.
Or I set it up temporary, so I just run cables to it willy-nilly, because it's only going to be there temporary. The next thing I've got is just millions of cables lying over the top of everything again.
So why don't you have a case of all the one-offs you're talking about? So you just go to that case when you need those. And then put the essentials and start building those in another case.
Well, and see, that's kind of part of the problem is like...
You can't decide.
Yeah, like, so like, I want to have a workflow, though. So it's like, if I, for instance, right, I was just thinking, well, like, what if I start moving my filters into the far rack, right, and do all voices, just voices in this rack, right? So, and what I mean by voices is, like, I have the Delta Sep A, that is a complete synth.
Yeah.
Isanine voice is a complete synth. Neutron is a complete synth. That's not going to go into the main rack. It's just not going to happen. But I have like certain oscillators and whatnot that I've paired into voices over time, and I like that. The mutable elements, the Pittsburgh Lifeforms double helix, stuff like that could be just voices in there, and then maybe use these other racks as just like the experimentation area. But the problem with that is like then I start experimenting a lot, and then I'm like, God damn it, this workflow is terrible. Like I have to move things around and blah blah blah, and I've got cables strewn all about the place. One thing that I did was, and you can I put these out there for free. So let me see if I can't. I put this stuff out there for free. So if you have a Bamboo Labs printer, you can do it. And I should probably put it up on my website too. But I make like these little Eurorack clips. So basically you put the screw into the bottom here, and it screws in how your module screws in.
Cable
and
man. Yeah.
So your cables just go right into it, right? And I do that all over my rack so that my cabling can be like nice and out of the way. Like I don't like cables covering up all of my modules and all that stuff. Like I try to keep them out of the way. But if you start moving the voices and the filter, like filters are here, oscillators are here, logic is over here, whatever. Next thing you know, I've got all this crisscrossing wires, and it's really difficult to like trace out what's going to what, and it just becomes a a problem. So I'm trying to stop being a problem. But let me tell you, the biggest problem in this studio sits in this chair.
Of course. Yeah.
Same here, mate. You could always go the Lester Barnes route. He just built this enormous fuck-off case that was just the whole length of the wall.
Yeah, I've tried similar things.
It.
It's super not ergonomic. It's really unfun to use cases like that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Junkie XL did the same thing. He has to walk along to patch everything, and
I hate it.
Well, this is it. Because like with these, when you're trying to do these kind of solutions, you cure one problem, create another.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
exactly.
And you have these long cable runs, so you don't get rid of that problem. So
no, that's true.
Exactly that, and see, that's the other thing is like when I like my main big case, like that nice bamboo one that I have here. When I originally designed it, the whole point of it was I didn't want a cable past a certain length. And of course, like that lasted all of a year, and then you know, it's like once you build one case that's a certain size, and you're like, oh, this case will be big enough. It's like
I even tried to color code by length, but I had to buy more cables. I couldn't find the right color, so now I'm like, that doesn't work anymore.
Well, what Lester did was every so modules along, he had a whole line of multiples. So the cables, you know, so you set your cable to that, you know, you pick a particular length.
Sure.
When you go from the furthest point to the end of the cable, he would put in the bank of multiples.
Then you're back to the tracing problem he mentioned, where good luck with tracing that shit.
Yeah, and I mean, I have I have those HDMI cable modules that basically, if there's anything that has to go too far, I plug into that, and then that routes me back out to the other side of the system. So that's usually not too much of an issue, but it's just like if you're trying to think about your sound design or something, like if I'm creating a song, or even if I'm testing a voicing or something like that, because I'll use it for testing a voicing too, of like, hey, how does this oscillator sound with this type of filter, and you know, XYZ. When you start going back and forth on it, it just becomes like a nightmare, and you don't end up enjoying that. So
well, like that Defra connection module I talked about. So just two 7U cases, and tracing something that goes wrong when I'm using that is also a goddamn nightmare. And that's just a simple system. So
and I do try to do a little bit of color coding. Like I do a little bit of color coding, but that only gets you so far before you start.
Well, I know it isn't a lot of help, but you know, normalizing is the future.
I don't know how Travarsi does like all red cables or something like that. That would drive me nuts.
Sean is crazy as hell. Like she's also doing a lot of practicing. And it's like
how do you trace that shit? It's all the same. So.
I think mostly in that case she's not tracing it. It's
she pre-patched everything and just
she knows. She knows what the voicing setup is, and it's like she doesn't have to trace it because she knows like, okay, well this input is this output, like, you know what I mean? So in that kind of regard, and that's one of the things that I'm trying to do here is like I'm trying to get to a point where like I can, because I had it the same way, like I had it in a position where I could do that kind of thing, but that was, you know, 2 years ago before like I really went headfirst back into Leviathan, and if you're not using it daily, then that becomes a problem, right? Like you need to be using your modules, and it gives the same thing with anything. Like if you have guitar pedals that have a lot of deep functionality, if you stop using them for 6 months and then come back to them, it's like, wait, how did I do this shift function or whatever? Like I hate that. Like I try to get rid of
cheat sheets for everything.
Yeah, I do too. Like check this out.
Electronic can't do without cheat sheets.
How the hell do you cope, Keith?
With
all that gear.
Cheat sheets. So this is just one of my effects modules, and you know, need to know what effect is on what, and then I laminate them because otherwise they'll get all beat up. So, and Modbap puts out like baseball cards for their modules, which are really cool, so that you can kind of quickly see what's what on there. That's super useful. In fact, I also use a label maker a lot. So I'll put labels stuff on like in close by areas or whatever that I try to keep inconspicuous. so that if I want to see like, oh, okay, well, like, what's the secondary function of this knob, I can usually look in that area and see something. Because, you know, after a while, it's just trying to remember everything is impossible.
You know, like the rack systems where you had a little pull-out tray that had the cheat sheet on it. Remember those?
Yes.
Need that for every module. Little pull-out tray that comes out.
I need to stick them to the ceiling because nobody can ever see the ceiling, so I just look up. And that's the way to do it.
Like, what am I doing?
That would be the move, man. I don't know.
Mm.
So what all did you guys do for Valentine's Day?
You're looking at it.
Yeah. Fiona ate. She got up this morning, started eating, and she's still eating now. So that's about all she's doing today. So
when my wife gets home, I have to run out and go get some flowers and some vegan food for her. So she's vegan, so I always have to like find special treats.
I was, and I enjoy it still. Vegan food can be excellent. So
it can be, but it's usually expensive and difficult to find where I live. So I don't live in LA, so it's like when I'm in LA, it's like, dude, I can find that stuff no problem. But she never goes to the West Coast with me because.
Do you guys have a Whole Foods where you are?
We do. Yeah.
Okay, that helps.
Yeah, that helps a bit. But like, I mean, if I'm trying to get her like vegan donuts and stuff, it's like I got to go to Philly. Like,
yeah, sure.
I mean, it's like a 30-minute drive, 35-minute drive, but still, like.
Check out this. There's a local guy in Vallejo. I found it during Maker Faire. I was looking for food to eat, and I said, "Vegan food in Vallejo? There's no way." And there's a black guy runs a company called Chef Chew, CHEW. He runs a soul food vegan restaurant, and he supplies it with his own company down the street, and they sell it in the freezer section at Whole Foods. Chef Chew's. You get shrimp po' boy stuff. You can get brisket. You can get a bunch of other stuff. It's really good.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to go get her some kind of vegan brownies or something like that.
Some,
Me, I'm
THC
still
in there too.
I'm still just a hot mess. Like I eat everything, so like.
Yeah.
But she's vegan both by choice and by dietary restriction. So it kind of.
I do that also for the animal cruelty stuff, but.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's. I mean, I don't enjoy the fact of knowing that I'm contributing to deaths when I eat my food.
Yeah.
So I went back to cheese. I'm just vegetarian now, but I still love vegan food. But check out the Chef Chew stuff; it's pretty damn good. And the
definitely have to check that out.
Amy's brand stuff. Gardein and Amy's brand are all good. So.
I wonder if they have that stuff on the East Coast Whole Foods.
They should.
Or
Whole
if that's
Foods
just
is
local.
Since Whole Foods is Amazon now, they have everything the same pretty much. So the freezer section has a lot of goodies in it.
I'll check that out though, because that's always like I'm always trying to find her new and interesting.
And the jerky is a jerky company out of what is it? It's not Louisiana, but it's another southern state north of there. They have amazing vegan jerky stuff.
We actually I think we tried that recently, and it is pretty damn good.
Carolina barbecue is a Carolina barbecue, and
there's one oh god, I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, because like I had to make her like cheesesteaks and stuff with that, which is like kind of blasphemy, but at the same time, I don't care. If it tastes good, it tastes good.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Is the texture good? Is it taste good? It's never going to be the same as real meat or real cheese, but you can do it.
So basically, because I remember when vegetarianism was a thing, and it's like, yeah, you eat vegetables, don't eat meat. And you go, that seemed pretty cut and dry. But when the vegan thing really started to kick off, and it started to go, so like cheese is an issue,
dude, honey is. She won't eat honey.
Animal products, period.
Yep.
Leather shoes, belts,
Because that goes beyond.
If an animal is involved in the processing and creation of it, that's out.
Well, I tell you what, there's a burger place down the road from me here, and I think she'll be fine because whatever it is in those burgers, I don't think it came from anything that lived. Yeah. At any time, because you taste it and you go, What is this? Is it wood?
Yeah. Well, when I met my wife, she was
The Beyond Burgers, they're good.
when I met my wife, she was
Oil
vegetarian, and then we had our first son together, and to increase her protein intake at that time, she went back to being able to eat meat and everything. But then we realized many years later, like she was having all these health issues, and we weren't sure what it was, and she got diagnosed with fibromyalgia, and she's been having like a lot of pain, and it was a process of like eliminating every little thing, and literally to the point where now she's completely vegan, and we found that has genuinely helped her a lot. Like it's made a massive difference. So it's
getting
it's
herbicides,
not
pesticides, hormones, all that bullshit.
yeah, and like she has so many different triggers. It can be garlic, it can be fried food, it can be all these different things. So it's not just she's vegan, but she also has all these other things on top of that she can't eat. So it's like her dietary restrictions are pretty ridiculous.
Hey, real quick, I got to take off, but real quick before I'll leave you guys with this one. Everyone always bitches about where do you get your protein from? It's like, what the fuck do you think a cow eats? Either grass or some kind of grain. Chock full of protein, whether you like it or not.
I love me some vegan chili is amazing. Like,
exactly.
Yeah. So
anyway, thanks guys. We'll see you.
All right, see you later, babe.
See you, Andy.
I'm gonna let you guys talk. I'm gonna be hiding in the back, getting frustrated. So just know.
I'm frustrated enough knowing you got a Leviathan there. Damn you, sir.
Two of them. He's got a desktop there as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, but I don't do boxes anyway. But
don't say two of them when I have three of them sitting here. Come on,
oh man.
I'm sorry. I have like two more outside of this door too. So that's like
fucking.
He's just rubbing it in now.
yes, 100%. Happily so.
Oh man.
Man, I one of these days I hope that I don't think this would be something that we would do anytime in the like near future, but like one of these days I hope that I could convince them to allow me to do a sound demonstration of what it was before and what it became. Like,
oh yeah.
Because man, I tell you, like I know like we've told the story about how like, oh yeah, you know, we stopped production and work on it because we just didn't think that the audio quality and the fun aspect of it just wasn't there yet.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was really fleshed out at that point. Like a lot of money had been sunk into it, and it was very, very, very fleshed out at that point. But man, I tell you, when you hear the difference in audio quality of where it was and where it is now, it's like, oh, we made the right choice because it sounds so good now. And I'm like, but like one of these days, I just want to do like an audio comparison of like, you know, this is how the engine was before. Because like we had nailed down the analog filter side of it. You know, we worked with Cyril Lance, formerly a Moog, to do the analog filter on it. And that was like a really involved process of like really getting the gain staging how we wanted it. Because we had in our mind ahead of time of like exactly what we wanted to do. Like as far as like how we wanted the filter to be able to growl and how we wanted it to be clean when we wanted it to be clean, but how we wanted it to saturate when we wanted it like to do that. Because I think I think you guys were even talking about it on the show the other day when you're talking to Cherry Audio about the difference between going from like a mono voice to a poly voice and you know the gain staging that goes in with that and the cue that goes in with that. You know, the resonance differences. And that was kind of one of the things was like we wanted a polysynth that worked great as a polysynth, but if you played a mono voice, it gave you that mono voice sound too, right? Which is not an easy task, especially when you're going from one oscillator to 8. Like that's a massive dynamic range difference.
Yeah.
So that whole process was kind of like the first, like that was like the beginning was like, okay, we know that it's going to be really hard to get the filter to be exactly what we wanted it to be. So we did a ton of work on that for a long period of time. Like, yeah, we were working on the digital engine. That was a separate team doing that. But like the analog side got pretty much done. Like that was like there. There were very, very minor tweaks that happened towards the end, but it was the digital side of it was like, okay, like this is where we're at. This is what we can do. This is what we can't do. And as that progressed forward, it was like, man, this is like we know what we want to do, but we're not able to do it. And then finally it just came to a head. And then when we came back, like after we developed the whole new platform that it's on, the digital side of things,
Yeah.
it was like, ooh, like we got all this power now. So then it was like, oh, well, let's put, because we were taking stuff out left and right to try to make it fit. And then it was like, put it back in, put it back in, put it back in. Like, yes, yes, yes. So, yeah, like I would love to like as like a kind of story type thing one day, like be able to show the difference between that and this, because like
Yeah.
I still have that, and I don't want to say it too loud and then have Glenn bust down my door and be like, you gotta destroy that.
Yeah, because I must admit, because I very foolishly never properly documented it, but when with the memory mug, I had a couple of guys asking me if I could do something with the memory moog so that it could sound like a memory moog and then not sound like a memory moog if they so chose. And I said, yeah, I've been messing with something that might be able to do that for you. And so a certain person, not 1,000 miles away, threw some money at me and said, do it then. I went, okay. And what I did was I calibrated his memory mode, calibrated it to the point where when everything was at its most maximum, it would be able to fracture a cow's pelvis from about 400 meters away, right? It was like absolutely enormous. And then what I did was all of the factory presets, went through them individually and dialed everything back from what it's calibrated to where it should be. So you load the factories in and you play it. It sounds like
wouldn't know
mode.
the difference, yeah.
Then you go to the front panel. Then when you turn up things like turn the resonance up to, I wouldn't, or don't recommend you go over 9. Close the filter off and set up the EGs and everything like that. And you could play a chord, and you're in danger of losing Windows. And then when you put it into unison, you have to wear a crash helmet, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like mad, right?
Yep.
And so when he wanted to do creating sounds for soundscapes and stuff like that, this memory mode was like, it was not sounding like a memory mode anymore. And I saved the factory patches in their new format that would work on this conversion. And I've lost it.
Oh, no.
I don't know where it is. I know it's on a USB pen somewhere. It's around. It could even be in a stacker in the garage for all I know.
I gotta tell Justin about that, and because he'll wanna modify his memory mode in that way. So
yeah, because I was doing like the conventional kind of modifications, like the capture range on the auto tune on a memory mode is not very wide at all. So if one VCO is just vaguely 40, 50 cycles out, the computer goes, no, don't know what the hell that is. And so it come back and go, 5 tuned. And you play it and it goes, well, it sounds okay. But there's just one that's either a bit beaty up the top or a bit beaty down the bottom. And I put in, took out these resistor banks that are on each voice card and just, they can fuck off. And put individual resistors in of much, much higher tolerance. And then once it was all tuned, it's tuned. But the thing was, leave it off for a week, throw it in the back of an F-150, drive it across frozen tundra for 2 weeks, bring it back, put it up on the desk, turn it on, and you can play it, and it's perfectly in tune, even though you haven't pressed auto-tune yet.
Mm-hmm.
And it was me, honestly, with a sack trolley, running up and down the road out here, with a memory, rattling them fucking out of it, bringing it back, taking it into the workshop, ba-da, auto-tune, 6-tuned. Yeah, sorted. Love it.
It's funny. So I have an Omega 8 here, and right next to it is the Jupiter 6, and my Jupiter 6 is always out of tune when I turn it on, of course, right?
Yeah.
And then it uses like the way that they tune is like it just sends like a quick signal and boom, everything's in tune for
It's just bum, done. Yeah.
yeah, for like 30 minutes, and then it's out of tune again, but
Yeah.
just by a little bit more, and as it warms up, it gets more stable and all that. But the Omega 8, I still have it around here somewhere. Like I plotted every single voice card, every filter. I plotted everything on it, how like over multiple different temperatures, how far in or out of tune it would be across octaves. Like I
Yeah.
made a whole spreadsheet of this because I'm an idiot. But like I wanted to kind of like I really like how that thing sounds, and it's like it can sound really in tune without ever hitting the tuning button, right?
Yeah.
But it has just enough drift to where it still is, it's very lush and,
Still
and
warm,
analog,
yeah.
you know, and it has that kind of movement that you want from an analog synth.
Yeah.
So I plotted everything out on it at multiple temperatures across all the filter models that I have in there, or cards, I should say, that I have in there. And then, you know, across different octaves. And then I did the same plot again after hitting. So in that, you can hit tune and you can tell it to tune it to like 98% or 96%, whatever, and it'll let it have a little bit of instability. And what I found was more often than not, without hitting the tune button, it was more in tune than when I would hit the tune button.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just kind of goofy like that. Now, granted, my Omega 8's a good many years old. I mean, it's probably close to 20 years old, and it's you know, Greg over at Studio Electronics has offered to calibrate it and all, but like, you know, again, they're in California and I'm on the opposite coast. But yeah, so like that whole aspect of like the way that the tuning can be kind of off and on, but like those resistors and whatnot that they use making that thing. Again, that thing was produced like 20 years ago, which it was kind of like the new modern analog synth at the time, you know? It was like that, and I think the Andromeda, and that's just about all that there was being made at that time in a major way. And, you know, the tolerances of those resistors and whatnot are going to be much higher than what, or much tighter tolerances, I should say, than what something like the Jupiter 6 is going to have in it, you know? But man, it's really interesting when you start plotting that stuff out and seeing the variances and all. And I do, like, sometimes I'll take those variances and I'll put like kind of similar amounts into Hydrasynth or Leviasynth in the voice mod, and I'll use that as ways to push things out. But I say all that to also say this about your point about the tighter tolerance resistors. During the Leviasynth, we were kind of concerned about like, well, how much calibration should we have on the analog filters, right? Because, you know, none of us wanted it to be perfect. Like, we didn't want like it to be sterile and completely perfect, but at the same time, we don't want it to be wonky and, you know, it needs to be in tune. Like, if you want to play self-oscillating filters, you know, chromatically across keybed, it should be able to do that, you know? And we had debated on putting like higher resolution DAC and whatnot in there to, you know, how much money do you have to spend to get it to where it's going to be exactly how much tuning you want, and then also we can either artificially or naturally allow tuning to go out, you know, for the filters. And after we built a few prototypes and tried it out, we found, oh man, like, it really barely needs it at all, because it's like it's so well done, and the tolerances are already tight enough to where like I was like, honestly, like I rarely have to even hit tune on it. You do, like, you can definitely go out of tune on it if you let it go for wide temperature ranges in your studio, because it's freezing cold right now and I hate the winter. Let me just say that. I hate the winter.
You and me both, mate.
But yeah, like it can definitely get a little wonky there, but like for the most part, nah, man, those filters are like we have a calibration routine, and if you do that calibration routine, yeah, it'll be bang on. But if you don't do it, like if you forget to, it's not like, oh, it just goes completely.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world at all.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, actually, incidentally, on your Jupiter 6, have you had your filter capacitors changed out?
Say again?
Your filter capacitors on your Jupiter 6?
So I haven't, as far as I know. So I don't,
Have a butchers. If they're orange, they haven't been done.
Yeah, I really need to open it up again because I'm sure I have pictures around here, but there's actually other stuff that I need to do inside of it as well. I changed out all of the faders on it myself. I put all new faders in, and I changed one of the pots. I think it was what pot was it? I think it was. I can tell because it's much tighter than the rest. Yeah, so it's the range pot of VCO1. Yeah, range pot of VCO1 I changed. So I'll move it over here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this guy down here. That guy.
There she is.
Yeah, so the big question is, the question isn't about recapping it. The big question is, when can I get the ROM from Justin? Because Justin has the only that I know of. I heard a rumor that there's one other one out there that someone knows of, but I've yet to see it. I've only seen one in person. He has the only true Roland 8-voice Jupiter 6 that I've ever seen. And it's got the only ROM chip I've ever seen of it that is the official Roland 8-voice ROM chip, controlling chip for the Jupiter 6. And yes, I know that what's his name is developing a 8-voice control for it, and that looks fantastic. Like, I'm very interested in that. But I still want to get a copy of the original Roland 8-voice ROM for that, because that's like
it just struck me as because every time I open up a JP6, I go, why stop there?
Yeah, right.
I mean, all right, you can't call it a Jupiter 8 if you because I think that name's taken. Not quite sure. So, and you could call it
6.8 is what I think most people online would refer to it.
Yeah,
but still.
Or 6-8 or something. Just something else, All right, you can keep the Jupiter bit, but and I go, because I mean the board's there.
It's there. It's just unpopulated.
Two 4-voice boards, isn't it? It's just one's half populated. Yeah.
Yep. It's half populated, but you still need the ROM to be able to control it and do all of that. And it exists is the crazy part. Like it's a real thing. And
so it must have been something they were thinking.
It was thought of for many years to be a myth. Like people thought that was not real. And it was actually I found out from Glenn Darcy. My boss, I found out that he knew the guy who had it because Glenn used to be a Roland repair technician back in the day. Like he was actually repairing Jupiter 4s and Jupiter 6s and 8s and all that. Like he was a solder monkey doing that stuff.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, like I know who has one. And I went to Just Blaze and I was like, sir. And Justin was like, we need that now.
Yes. Can we have that bin, please?
Yeah. So and it was used on a number of public media things. Like it was used on, I believe, Star Trek, possibly Halo, and a bunch of other things. Like the guy who had it was a film and game composer. So it's been used in popular media. Yeah, let me tell you, man, that's still like, I would still have to populate the boards. Like, I don't have everything that I need to populate the boards at the moment, but that's still like.
Well, the filter's not so bad. I think it's the envelope generators now that are very, very rare all of a sudden.
Yeah, so
I'm hearing.
And the if you want the original filter chips, like, and I know that they make recreations of them now, but if you want the originals, basically the best way that I've found to kind of get them is to buy up old Boss guitar pedals and yank them out of there.
Yeah.
So that seems to be kind of the the most cost-effective way of getting them and making sure that they're not counterfeit and junk. So that's the other crazy thing is like it's such a weird thing for people to be selling counterfeit chips of like such niche things, you know?
Oh yeah, well they do it with DACs. I've
Yeah.
caught out on a few DACs for some stuff. OB8 DACs, because the DAC they put in the OB8 is in none of the previous, the OBX and the OBXA. It's a different DAC again. And there's a lot of like, oh yes, no, we have them here, and they're only $35. And you go, oh, cool, and you go, oh, China, yeah, once bitten, twice shy, I think.
Yeah. And I've gotten some. What was it that I bought? I bought some chips for something, and it was like when they arrived, you could tell that somebody took the time to rub off the previous silkscreen and put a fake stamp of the chip. And I was like, that is not what that chip looks like. But it's like, why even bother taking the time to do all that? Like, it's like, anybody who knows what this chip is going to know that that's not what that stamp looked like. So.
Yeah, you think that because people who don't know what that chip is, you go, well, what business do you have buying it then? If you don't know what the hell it is you're buying, what the hell's that all about? You know? So I don't understand. I don't get it. But,
Drives me nuts, man.
Well, I think, I hate to admit this, but I think vintage is coming to an end. It really is. There was a time it was looking quite rosy, where there was lots of like third-party companies starting to make, old versions of this, old versions of that, so you can get access to parts like sliders and stuff like that. But it's got so difficult and it's so expensive to do that a lot of people are going, do you know what? Enough of this, move on. So what used to be able to get off the shelf 2 years ago is now special order. Mm-hmm. Or you're hunting on eBay. Or you go, oh, I know what keyboard it's in. I'll buy a knackered one of them and rip it out of that kind of thing. I mean, I got a garage full of synthesizers now for that job. And what have I got to do? Start renting another garage to put more dead synthesizers in so I have parts for these things. It's not viable anymore. And to think, like, when I was talking to Dusty Miller, who's one of the main guys at Yamaha, and he goes, oh yeah, he said, I remember it to this day. He says it was 91. He said summer of 91. And there was 8 skips they brought into the car park in Milton Keynes. And they were throwing CS80 voice boards, front panels, keys, tipping out boxes of VCOs and VCS. And I'm going, oh, Dusty, don't say that, mate, please. He goes, this has got, mate, boxes of ribbon strips. I was like, oh.
Well, being out here on the East Coast, like, I don't have access to a lot of the things that West Coast guys do. The people who live out near Hollywood, I've heard stories of like just like racks of like emu samplers and stuff being discarded, after that stuff fell out of favor. And I'm like, dude, like these, like what was it, like the E6400 golds and stuff like that were insane money back in the day, and just discarding all that stuff. And I'm like, man. It breaks my heart when I hear these kinds of stories, and I'm like, I know.
Well, they've done the same thing at Roland as well.
The one manufacturer that was on the East Coast, that I'm always trying to find things at like local sales and whatnot is Ensoniq was based not far from where I live. They were based like maybe I want to say half hour, 40 minutes away, something like that, in Malvern, PA.
Yeah.
And I'm based in Delaware, so I'm always looking for like weird Ensoniq stuff in my area. Like I'm always checking like local classifieds and especially like estate sales and that sort of thing. Yeah. The other one is API, the console manufacturer was based out of Baltimore, and in fact, I went to an estate sale with a buddy of mine who's now he's like head of online sales of Chuck Levin's Washington Music Center. But at the time he was just a nerd who was in a band with me. But he was like, "Hey man, there's this estate sale, and I see that they got a Fender Rhodes," and he knew that I was into that stuff, and he was like, "Yeah, the guy's got this huge bin filled with tubes, and we're gonna go digging through the tubes and see what we can find, and blah blah blah." So we got to this place, and there was a line like wrapped around the block, and I was like, "Oh boy." So we go in there, and sure enough, there was like a big barrel filled with like mullered tubes. And it was like, so he's a guitarist, and he's digging through the tubes and hoping to get some classic Mullard tubes that are still good.
Yeah.
And I stumbled across a Rhodes MK1 that's like in perfect condition, and I'm like, oh, this is gorgeous. And I had zero money at the time. I am what's known as broke, and back then even much more so. But I had like no money, but I found these API things, and I wasn't even 100% sure what they were, but I was like, this API is old. It's all I can afford. I'm buying this, right? So I bought, I think it was 2 of them, right? And they look like, slightly 500 series-ish type size. And I'm like, I don't even really know what it is, like, because it was really odd looking. And so I was trying to find information, and I was like, okay, I figured out that they were faders to a console, but they didn't look like any API faders I had ever seen before. And I was like, I don't know what this could possibly be. I was like, I'm not going to be able to do anything with it, but it's API. I'll throw it up on eBay, see what happens, right? So I threw them up on eBay, and I got contacted by a guy who was like, how did you get this? Like, oh my God, like, where was this at? Blah, blah, blah. And the guy apparently was... and I may be wrong here. I have to go back because I'm going to have to Google the guy's name. And if anybody in the chat does it before me, you can punch his name in here maybe. But apparently the guy was like the inventor of the hydrophone microphone. And
Okay.
he hadn't passed away at when this estate sale happened. He retired to Hawaii and just wanted to get rid of all his stuff. But anyway, so the guy that contacted me was from API and was the head. He was the CEO of API. And I'm like, what? And he's like, it was from this very specific console that I've been restoring for the last 40 years. And these are like the only faders that we've ever found outside of us. And like they were still like new old stock, like still in the wrapping and everything. And basically he hit me up and was just like, yeah, what are you trying to get for these? Blah, blah, blah. I was like, well, if you're actually restoring these and you are who you say you are, like I'll give them to you for a really good deal. And I did. And yeah, that console, I forget the name of it off the top of the head. I'll have to try to find it. But they did end up like, it was for like a big API anniversary thing, but it was like one of their earliest consoles. And it was like a really like ultra boutique. And I guess this guy had been prototyping with them. And that's why he had these crazy faders that I had never seen any fader like that before. Because they look like, you know how API has those really interesting knobs? Reginald Fessenden. I don't know. I'm gonna look it up. But yeah, they almost look like how their EQs look, but they were faders, and just very, very interesting. I gotta see where that guy was living at. Reginald what? Hold on, let me see the chat. Where is it at? I want to look up see if that guy was based somewhere around Baltimore / Washington D.C. area, because that's where this house was. So, but he was not there when I did this. To be very clear, like they were already out of the house, and it was just an estate sale. Let me see, because I'm pretty sure that house was in Maryland. So, no, it wouldn't have been him, because that guy died in 1932. So that would have been a long wait for the estate sale. Maybe it was.
Hello, I know.
I know
what
he
it
had
is.
something to do with the hydrophone or water phone. It was something to do with that. I found this out after the fact, after I was already there. But
Okay.
I'll have to look that up, because I remember it was some weird, interesting story. But
I think-
yeah, and the thing is,
I think
the
he's
thing is
best.
like if you live out in like L.A. area, that kind of stuff is like Paul sounds familiar. That name, Paul Langevin, that sounds really familiar. I need to look that up. I don't know what reference, like where you got that name from, but that sounds really familiar.
Yeah, it sounds like a wallpaper paste, isn't it, Langevin?
But see, that guy died in 1946. So again, I don't think that's it.
Delaware is replete with ghosts, by the looks of it.
But yeah, like if you're out in like the LA area, there's tons of stories like that of like people going in and like these estate sales where there's like, you know,
Yeah.
really high end gear just like hiding in, well, not basements. Out here it would be basements, but out there they don't have basements in California like that. But yeah, just like hiding in people's studios and whatnot. And
Yeah,
it always
I
makes
know.
me jealous when I think of like the LA area and their music technology scene. It's always crazy.
This may be Paul Gilbert. Langevin.
Let me see something.
In the meantime, how are you, Keith? Apart from unprepared. Oh,
You're muted.
yeah, you're gone all muty for some bizarre reason.
Something to do with the yellow button on the mix.
There you go.
No, I'm all right. Just been
Good man.
keeping busy. Spicing with the weather, like everyone else, I think. Not the cold, the wet.
Right. Yeah. So, are you done with your part time now?
What, as in retired?
Yeah.
No, I've been retired since the end of November.
Oh, was it?
Mm.
Oh. I don't think it was. I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
No, take no notice of me. I can't remember my own name most mornings.
No, man of leisure.
Well, you can tell that by your screen name.
Oh dear. Is anything good going on there, buds?
Not really, just I can hear an echo. Is it me or is it?
It might be me. Let me mute.
No, it's okay. What was I going to say? You sort of asked me earlier about how do I manage here. And I don't. I clearly don't. I've got 3 keyboards stacked up to my right.
Yeah.
They've all got covers on. The 2 bottom ones are covered in wall warts and cables and things, so they're not being used. They can't reach the top one. So I'm reduced to I pulled out my V-Synth GT a few weeks back, so I have to get an X stand out, put that on to play something. Or I get my X stand out. I've got 2 floorboards here I put on top, and I've been putting various modules or some of the smaller. Got the Explorer there and the Mini Freak and things like that, or something to a controller keyboard, messing about. Done an
Right.
occasional hardware jam. Done, I think, a couple of projects using stuff. One went up on YouTube last week, which was with the Future Sound Systems trick.
Yeah.
And then I've got about 4 or 5 projects planned. One of them is the demo for Matt. And there's a couple of others and things. I'm going to get gear for that together.
Yeah.
Things.
Yeah, your mic is messing you up quite a bit there, buds.
Is that better or is that worse?
Well, it's sort of crackling, but sort of like crackling and then dropping out, and then but crackling more and distorting.
It's happened before.
Distortion comes and goes.
Yeah.
To be honest, I might quit then in that case, because
It's been a bit. Yeah, it's just been.
I don't know whether it's the mixer. simple as that. I don't know whether, I don't think it's the cable because it's literally one cable going into
Yeah.
the mixer.
Yeah, my mic's doing a weird thing, which every now and again it just dies, and if I do that, it comes back. But the cable's brand new.
Yeah, I don't know
And
why.
you wiggle it and nothing goes wrong. You know, you can waggle it about all over the place.
Yeah,
And it's fine. So I don't know.
I don't know why, because obviously I only use the microphone for pubs and
Yeah.
things. I don't use it for anything else. So,
Funnily enough, it's completely settled down now.
that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's where you
Well,
wiggled the cable.
possible, but I mean,
Oh no, it's back. Here we go. Fucking hell. Oh, I don't know.
okay. No, nor do I. I'll come out and come back in again.
All right,
All
bud.
right, buddy.
Oh, excuse moi. Yeah, so.
There's you questioning, do I put a pub on tonight? There's 37 people watching.
Yeah, well.
There you go, you see.
Well, at the same time, I don't want, you know, I put a pub on and then there's something else, you know, another event going on somewhere.
There's always going to be clashes, no matter what you do. So you just,
I suppose so. Depends on how many channels you subscribe to, I suppose.
well, it's not only that. You know, there's always going to be something going on. People will make their choices as to what they want to watch. They'll either
Yeah.
come and
But
watch
see,
this or
I
something
can
else.
see me and Ken, right, you know.
Why is Matt so quiet?
Am I quiet?
Super quiet. And Kent's not telling you because he just wants people to only hear what he has to say.
Yes, because I'm important.
How's that?
It's funny
that-
because I was hearing you fine. I don't know what it is.
Right, Prometheus says I'm very quiet there end as well. How is that doing? Is that any better?
There
Yeah?
you go.
Okay. Okay.
That's an interesting noise.
Yeah. Is that me? Hang on.
It wasn't me. I'm muting things, so I keep muting my mic because I don't want it to feedback or anything. Because I'm not putting on any headphones because I'm lazy.
Yeah, dude.
Could be my end.
Yeah, it's you, mate.
Right. Okay, well, I'll dive out. I'm going to go next door anyway, so I'll jump on the laptop next door. I will be back. Won't be long.
If you be back.
Ta-ta.
See ya.
Kent, I went upstairs to get a beer and I forgot.
You're
That's how
that
bad
age
my
now.
memory
You're
is.
that age now.
I am. I literally went upstairs to get a beer, and then I looked out the window and I saw that my wife's car was in the driveway, and I was like, "Oh, she's back." And then I said hi to her, and then I forgot what the hell I went upstairs for.
Wait, I did it this week where I was going. I just finished the. I think it was the Jupiter. I was going to wait for the guy to come back to me if he's happy with the quote for doing the Jupiter 8. I went, right, I'll go down now to the workshop and I'm going to grab this CS20. And so I go down later on in the evening, I go down to the workshop and I go, what was I picking? What was I getting? And I mean, all the cables are there and I'm looking at it. No, it wasn't that or that. And they go, oh wait, that's all of them. So it is one of these. I could not for the life of me remember. They come back indoors, sit down and go, this is a CS20, wasn't it? Let's go back down and go and grab it again.
Forget again.
Oh, I won't be far from that soon.
Yeah, that's the story of my life. I'm So I think I have an idea what I'm gonna do here. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in like the bare minimum, right? I'm gonna try to leave out a bunch of drum modules and a bunch of effects modules, and then see if that makes any kind of sense to me. Because some of the modules, primarily like the effects modules and stuff, I kind of want in the other case anyway, so I have quicker access to them.
That kind of makes sense.
Um,
Sort of like case categorization, isn't it, really?
Yeah, but that's still kind of like this whole case here, I feel like needs to be redone, but I don't want to because it's not fun. Like, and there's a couple of modules that I'm not using as much as I want to use them, just because ergonomically they're not comfortable. Like, it hurts my back to be standing there tweaking them for a long time.
Yeah. We're doing a lot of leaning forward there as well, aren't we?
Exactly, and that's kind of what I was saying before about how I originally designed the case was so that I wouldn't have to lean forward at all. And now I have these cases in front, and that's causing me to lean, which is not good for my back. Like, and I'm just old and lazy. Like I should work out to probably help with that. Not gonna do that though. So, my martial arts days and my working out days and all that, like I'll go for walks, and when it gets nice out, maybe I'll do something physical. But no, like I'm really good at being lazy, and I'm trying to stick to what I'm good at.
Oh, I'm just saying, in the winter, yeah, nothing's happening.
Exactly.
I don't mind being busy when it's like warm. But
Prometheus says that I could buy a mansion if I sold all the modular. And let me just say this. You would think that, but here's where you would be wrong. Resale value of modular is, for the most part, in the bin right now. And I would say a lot of my modules are either prototypes or early, like in some state of like non mass market situation there. Like, so they're either prototypes or one-offs or like, kind of different things like that. And I know some people aren't this way, but like you're not supposed to, and I don't sell prototypes. Like, I don't do that. I think that it's not right to do that, because it's, a lot of times it can misrepresent a company, and that's not fair. Like, if you're, whatever. But I did calculate out my modular at one point, and I had a conversation with my wife. So I really kind of like Corvettes. and I had told my wife, I was like, if I sold like this half of my studio, like, I could probably get a pretty nice Corvette. And she was like, she called my bluff. She was like, do it. And I chickened out. I did not do that.
Oh, come on. What year? Come on.
Well, dude, see, that's the thing is, like, I like quite a few different ones. Like, I'm not going to be able to get a 63 split window with that. I mean, let's be realistic.
No. Let's get realistic here.
But yeah. I genuinely, like, actually, like, I like all the modern ones up until the mid-engine. Like, I don't really care for the new mid-engine one very much. But, like, man, I really, like, honestly, like, if I had a C6, C7... I'd be a very happy man with a C7 Z06. Oh.
Yeah, no, I can see that.
I'd be and that's not an insane amount of money in the US. Like, you can get them used for, a realistic price tag, I'll just say. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of cars that I would like to own, but also I'm the kind of guy who's like, I look at like owning a sports car, and then the first thing that my mind thinks of is like, man, you know how expensive really good sports tires are? Like, yeah. And then I'm quickly like, I don't want to do that. And I don't really enjoy working on cars anymore. Like I did when I was in my teens. Like we had my buddy had an Impala SS that we restored, and that was fun because we literally put the headers on with a sledgehammer, and it was just like haphazard as hell. And you're not doing that on a C6 Corvette. Like, no, that's not happening.
No, and walk away from it. No.
So like, yeah, like I'm not gonna. I don't know. I don't see myself like monkeying around in a garage on the car. So.
See, now me, I never get bored with it. I just never get bored.
Well,
with it.
I would need a garage that's like off of my house. Like I'm literally in my garage, by the way. Like when I built this studio, I knocked down the wall in my basement. If so, right here, this was where my house ends, and into here is my garage. And yeah, so like my garage is only like half of a garage, and usually when people will say half a garage, they mean this way, but I mean like this way. So, yeah, I chose a studio over a garage.
Yeah.
So that happened, but I don't know.
No, because when I was looking at, I think it was a 69 fastback Mustang. I think it was anyway. But
and the other thing that I keep thinking about those classic cars is the minivan I had a couple years back had more horsepower than something like that. Like it's like, you know, you could buy a minivan these days with 325 horsepower, no problem.
Yeah.
And,
yeah. I mean,
and I am a minivan lover. I'll tell you right now. Anybody who like hates on minivans, you're crazy. I got a Chrysler Pacifica hybrid right now, and I love that thing. It's like I would have gotten a Toyota Sienna hybrid if I could have afforded it, but those things are like $64,000, and that's not happening. But they drive themselves, and it's like just straight up luxury. Like, oh man, I tell you what. And plus, I have a family of 5, so my oldest son is 20. Well, he just turned 26, and he's autistic, and he lives with me. So that's the other part of the house is I built a live-in apartment for him. Yeah. But I say that to say, I always have a lot of people in my car, so a minivan makes more sense to me than like a sedan. But I've tried SUVs, and they do not come close to the comfort that a minivan does. So I don't care what anybody says about minivans. I'm like, I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. I must admit, you see, me getting this Muzzy was because I'd always wanted one, and I'm going 63, going on death. If we're going to do it, let's get this done. Kind of thing. It's jumped up and bit me in the ass hugely, but yeah.
Are they expensive over there?
Well, this one was 19 grand.
And what year is it?
She's a 73 Mach 1.
Nice.
Yeah, she's got the Cleveland 351 in it.
I had this is, oh my God, I had to have been 17 at the time, and I worked at 17 or 16, somewhere around there. And I worked I worked at this gas station, and I'll never forget, a buddy of mine brought one of those over, and it had some work done to it. And that was one of the scariest rides I've ever had in my life. Yeah. The way that thing shifted, it was like you felt your spine leave your body.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, its top end isn't there, but they do...
that grunt down low.
Oh.
It's crazy.
I know.
You feel like the whole world is turning instead of the car going forward.
Yeah,
it's just like, what the hell?
It is mental, because when it's out here and I start it up, you can literally sense everybody's front room windows rattling. And but they do a fuel injection kit for it, and I was looking at that and I was going, oh yeah, that adds a bit of this, bit of that, bit on the top end. Oh yeah, go on, guys. So top speed 200 mile an hour.
Jesus.
But where would I be able to find it? I'd have to go to the Autobahn or something like that and go, right, everybody ready? Here we go.
Yeah, well, see, in my area, there's plenty of areas you could do that. So
yeah, but
in the U.S., you can find plenty of straight open road.
Well, this particular Muzzy I was after originally, they weren't a lot of money, but then what happened was I was just sort of go, right, well, I keep putting some money aside and I'll wait, because they were about 32 grand, hanging around that area. And sometimes you can pick up a one for about 25k. And so I'm putting money aside, and Fiona's going, you're fucking mad, you are. Why does an agoraphobic want a Mustang? I don't know. Because, like this, right? As you go, yeah, all right, whatever. And I got really, really close to the amount I needed. and fucking John Wick came out.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
So John Wick comes out, and there's my Muzzy, all right, done in silver and black, right? And then everybody started doing their Muzzy, this Muzzy, in the silver and the black, and suddenly they're 90k.
Yeah. Will
I
be.
go, for fuck's sake, John Wick. So that was out the window, and of course the bullet one, the 67.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 60, 70k all day long. That's like, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, the what was the other one that there was another thing that it came out that inflated the price of the Mustangs crazily. It was when it was
Not the Gone in 60 Seconds.
that might have been it. Yeah, that was one. Well, no, because that was what was it, the Charger or whatever?
That was Mustang, wasn't it?
The original was a Mac one, the original film.
Yeah, because he had the black Charger or Challenger or whatever at one point.
Because somebody did this. Where is it? This.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's my Mustang in the poster.
nice.
Somebody did that for me. Very nice. But yeah, it's.
And I always kind of like smaller sports cars too. Like the Corvette kind of stands out a little bit different for me. Like just I don't know why I like.
Yeah,
the
but a
Corvette so
60s
much.
Corvette is gonna be how much?
The 63 split window I would love. I also really kind of like the 59s where they had the dual headlights, quad headlights up front.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people say like they thought that was ugly, like they wanted it more stripped back and simplistic, but I like the brutish like extra of it all. Like
What was the Mustang that wasn't really known as a Mustang, and it had the headlights behind the grille? You know, the grille would flip up to show off the headlights. They did it in saloon and convertible. They called it it's a fire
You're not
something.
thinking of the Fox body ones, are you? Because they were.
No.
Those were
This
the 80s ones that weren't really.
no. This was a 60s, early 70s Muzzy, and it had the Muzzy lights on. You know, the slotted lights on the back and all that business. And it looked like a Mustang, and yet didn't look like a Mustang. But it had this. I can't remember what it was called. Damn
yeah.
it.
Listen, man, I grew up with a Pinto as a kid. Like so I can remember lusting more after the Firebirds because I was like,
Yeah.
I want to get out of this Ford. Oh
Yeah.
man, that Pinto was that was something else, man.
Now, I've got my eye on it's a mint green Buick Riviera boat tail.
My first car was the first car I ever personally owned that wasn't like my parents or anything before that. It was a Ford Tempo. And I remember getting it because it was like the most modern looking car that I could afford. Because like everything else was like, oh, well, you could get like a 1985 Honda Accord that looked like a box of
Yeah.
rusty nails. But and you know, this was it was like a 91 or 92 Ford Tempo, and of course I would have been, so this would have been like 1996, something like that. So it was like, yeah, like that was fairly new considering all things considered. No, it would have been 97 or 98, 97, something like that. Anyway, but point being is you know, nobody's like, hey, I really wish I had a Ford Tempo, but let me tell you, my Ford Tempo was nice up until. And I don't know what the car culture it was like around your way, but you know, in the late 90s, I was a moron. So we cut the springs to this thing to lower it.
Lower it down, yeah.
And we did nothing else to improve it. So when I would take this thing onto the highway, it would just bounce all over the place. It was so dangerous.
That was a common thing done.
Don't worry, there was plenty of us morons over here as well.
It was so dangerous. Oh, and I took the air box off of it, and I took dryer hose, and I ran dryer hose down under the car to the front grill and
get colder air in it.
Yes. So I did a ram air intake on it.
Do you know what? There's a geezer here. I got talking to him. He's got a Muzzy. He lives up in Banstead, and he was dropping off. I think it was a mini mug. And he goes, "Oh, you've got a Mustang, man." He says, "I've got a Mustang." I went, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, it's always breaking down and stuff like that. It just conks out and everything like that." And he goes, and then I found out what was doing it is because I had the ram air system fitted. And I went, "You live in Britain. You got a ram air, so the rainwater just goes straight in and straight into the carburettor. Are you insane? What were you thinking?" He says, "Well, I've taken it off now." And that's bloody right. Fucking hell. It rains every fucking hour here, and you've got a ram air system on your bonnet. It's like,
I had installed two 12-inch subs, and like I had this massive sound system in it, and I ended up blowing out the deck lid speakers at one point, and again broke. So I had somehow gotten these Blaupunked 6x9s that were in like individual boxes, right? And I just put them on the deck lid, but I didn't mount them at all. Like they were just on the deck lid in the back. So anytime I'd have somebody riding with me in the back and I hit the brakes, these 6x9s would just smack them in the back of the head. Oh my God.
oh, yeah.
Ken sounds like one of us.
It was not smart. It was very.
Oh mate, yeah.
I remember I was after I had met my wife, I still had this car, and I got onto the highway, and I think my wife and I were in the early stages of like just starting to have our first child, and we were going somewhere, and my parents were behind me for some reason. And they saw how the car was just jumping off the road. They were like, "No, we'll pay to have that fixed. Like, that's got to be fixed. That's not okay." So, yeah. And I was like, "Oh, well, it needs iBox springs." And so, yeah.
Yeah.
I had it properly lowered at that point. But it was, oh God, that car was a mess. Like,
I love seeing the ones on the YouTube where they got the sports car and they've had them lowered ridiculously, and they're trying to just get into a car park and they're leaving the whole front of the car sort of like behind it, going, "Oh, okay." Couldn't get cigarette paper under this fucking thing,
Yeah, I didn't have it that low, but I did have it. Like, I definitely lowered it a good few inches, but it was. I just remember, like, my buddy was like, "Yeah, I can lower it for you. I can lower it." And I was like, "Really?" And he was like, Yeah. Cut the springs and it'll be fine." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And, like, it was so far from fine. Like, that thing was terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, if I saw my kid do that this day, like, it would be. I can't believe how much nicer and, like, more reserved my kids are than me. Like, it blows my mind. Like, I talk to my daughter who's 19 now, and I'm like, the stuff I was doing at that age, like, and well before that, I'm like, my kids would never even consider. I'm like, thank God,
mate,
because it is a problem.
There's kids now. I mean, like the kids next door. And, I was talking to them over the fence here, and we were talking. I was talking with their mum, and we were talking about like what we were like when we were kids and stuff like that. And she goes, "Yeah." She goes, "You know what?" She goes, "I don't think either of them ever climbed a tree." Whatever. I went, no, wouldn't occur to them.
Yeah, I remember my youngest. I took him out front one day and I made him climb a tree. I was like, "Climb that tree," and he was like, "What?" I was like, "No, seriously, climb that tree. It's fun. Do it." Like, and at this point, he was probably 8, something like that, 7 or 8. I was like, "What do you mean you haven't climbed it? Get out there, climb a tree, have some fun."
when we were 8, our parents were trying to stop us from climbing the trees.
I can remember vividly. My uncle, when I was about that age, had climbed the tree, and my uncle was much younger. He was the youngest of my mom's brothers
Yeah.
by a large margin. So he was maybe 15 or something, and he climbed this tree to the point where he's just like swaying back and forth up in the wind, and I'm like, yo, he's gonna die. But I tell you what, man, my kids were like, they went up like 3 branches, and they were like, no, I'm not going any further. I was like, I'll go higher than that, and I'm like, broken and old, that stuff.
Yeah.
But I will say, I brought up to my son, and that's the other problem, is that I named my son Ollie, right, after the skateboard trick, right? So his full name is Oliver, but I named him after the skateboard trick because I was a skater growing up, and I'm wearing my buddy's. This is a good friend of mine's skate shop, and let me tell you how he has like zero interest in skateboarding, and and it breaks my heart. Like,
yeah.
I'm like, dude, we bombed a hill one time. And so we got on the board, and I was like, man, look, I was like, just go as fast as you can down this hill. And he's like, that sounds dangerous. I was like, it is. It's like, let's do this, right? So he never forgives me to this day for the fact that his pants got ripped. His pants got ripped, and it ruined him. Like, he was so mad.
My dad,
grew up
in his
different
infinite
time.
wisdom, because I said I wanted a skateboard. Skateboards were just sort of coming about. And I said, Dad, I just, love some skates, skateboard type thing. And he goes, he says, I've got some roller skates up in the attic if you want them. He says, they were mine when I was a kid.
Take them off and put them on a board.
Yeah, they were metal wheels. Metal wheels. The first thing I discovered was you could do fucking brilliant skids with these things.
Oh, hell yes.
Right? I'm going down Oriel Park Hill over in Worcester Park here. It's quite a steep hill, goes quite a long way. It's just beside the road, right? Down on the path, on these metal skates, on these metal wheel skates. And you could literally turn sideways and still be going.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure.
It didn't slow down. And the sparks that was coming off, and everybody's going, yeah, cool, like that, right? I'm hurtling down the hill, and where the park is, there's a little car park and a little coffee shop type thing. So I'm hurtling down like this, giving it some. It's all bushes this side and road this side. But there is this where you turn into the park. I'm bombing down there, and suddenly this Volvo pulls out and stops to go and checking for traffic. Wasn't checking for a fucking moron coming down the hill in fucking metal wheels, fucking things. I hit this Volvo, right? I'd never forget it. It was a big orange 244, right? I fucking hit this thing. And I think if I could have done it in slow motion, as I'm flying over the bonnet of this car, there's a woman there going, and me going, like this. Fucking, and the bruise on my leg, right, was about a foot long. Where I sort of like crack and hit this bike. I'm like fucking cartwheeling and everything like that. And what I do, get up, go up to the hill so we can do it again. Gosh, leg hurts a bit. Come on, let's do it again then.
Yeah. It drives me nuts that my kids were like, they had no interest in all of this, and I'm like, dude, yeah, I don't know what's wrong with you.
Well, we did. We grew up in a completely different fucking era, didn't we? It's so sterile now.
Well, at least it feels like it to us.
Yeah.
But I suppose things have. It's moved to different plateaus, hasn't it? I guess the introduction of internet, computer games. It sort of brings things in.
It's insulated people, isn't it?
Yeah, so they get their kicks, as it were, but it's now in this environment that doesn't damage them, at least physically.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, it's also, a lot of it has to do with like how our kids are raised, because like my nephew, So my sister's husband is very sports oriented, like really big into basketball and all that.
Yeah.
And him and his son are like really into sports, and they do a ton of that stuff. Me, big old nerd, and I like staying inside and whatnot. And so when summer does come around in my parts, I'm like, yeah, let's go outside, let's go skate. And he's just like, yeah, I'd rather not. And I'm like, I get it, but also no, man. Like we got to get outside. It's healthy to get out there and get hurt. And I say that to him, and he doesn't believe me. So, but I did actually get him recently. I said, because I really hate the winter, and I told him, I said, what do you want to do when it gets warm out? And just around fall, before it started getting really cold, I was taking them to like these. We've got lots of really beautiful nature areas around where I live. And I took him to this area that I've gone mountain biking quite a few times, and it's gorgeous mountainous range in a forest, and that's why like I like everything green, is because I love the forest. And I took him back there, and he said to me, this was just like last week. He was like, I really want to start going on more hikes back there, and I want to be able to do that on my own. And I was like, yes, we can definitely make that happen. I was like, you need to be out there. So that's kind of like my goal for this year, is to have him out there doing that. Plus, I just signed us up for Scouts. So we've been doing Scouts for like a month now, and that's going to be interesting because I'm not really that outdoorsy. I like being outdoors, but I'm not outdoorsy. So that's going to be interesting, having him go to, doing camping and all that stuff. I did Scouts when I was younger, but not a whole hell of a lot.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see how that works out. But yeah. But you got to get out there, and Plus, like I love fishing, but I'm also not a fisherman. So like I have friends who that's their hobby. Like they love doing. They don't mess with anything music related at all, but they love fishing. And I'm like, take me. Like I will go, because I absolutely love fishing, but it's not my hobby. It's not something that I'm going to dive into super deep and spend all my time researching the best lures and all that stuff. But I tell you what, I absolutely love going fly fishing and all of that. Like I love going fishing. I just don't want to do the research. I let my buddies say, okay, like this is what you need to do. And then we go out there and we do it. And I put the phone away and I'm out there fishing, and that's all I care about while I'm out there. And it's like, it totally re-energizes me to get back into the studio later. But yeah, when I get back in the studio, I have zero desire to look up how to tie lures better.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried golf when I was quite young, because my dad was well into golf.
I feel like it's expensive though.
It does. Yeah, it is. It is.
Like, I mean, I've gone a couple of times, and every time I go, it's like, oh, there's this fee and that fee, and like you got to do this and this and this, and I'm like, this is expensive for smacking a ball.
Well, I must admit, I just put this ball on the tee, and they go, yeah, right now.
4 million quid's worth of cents in a room.
Yeah. It's sort of like, but linking your hands together and everything. That, I mean, with your thumb and your finger or whatever it is, no, fuck that, it's uncomfortable. And I whacked this ball, and it just goes off at a 45-degree angle into a bush somewhere, and went, nah, it's not for me, mate. That's done. That'll do me.
Oh, and Manny says, I thought the point of fishing was an excuse to sit outside drinking beer. Absolutely, sir. Like, don't get it twisted.
But I think you'll find you can do it without a fishing rod.
Yeah, yeah. But
well, I can hear anyway.
Man, I do really thoroughly enjoy going fishing with my buddies and just doing that. But yeah, it's like they have so much knowledge of what they're doing and have grown up doing it for so long and all that. I'm just like, I'm not even gonna pretend like I'm a good fisherman, but I will go fishing. Like I'm like, just take me along for the ride, and I'll go through the paces and enjoy it. But man, like that's like a whole other like deep thing to get into, and I'm like, I have enough crap to get into as it is. So just be okay with the fact that I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Every once in a while I'm gonna have to ask a question, but like let's just go out there and do it, you know. So
Yeah.
plus I
Well, I
love
mean-
when we go camping and then we cook the steaks right out there on the fire and everything, and it's just that's the best. I can't wait.
Oh, I think you'll love my back garden then.
Oh yeah.
What you got back there?
Well, it's basically Minesweeper with dog shit.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Come on, you got what? 2 dogs?
3.
3. I'm
I got
5.
3 dogs, 8 snakes, 4 geckos, a chameleon, 2 poison dart frogs, and a bearded dragon.
They're not pets. You just left the back door open.
My wife is crazy, is what it is. It's all of that stuff is my wife's, except for the poison dart frogs are mine. But everything else, and man, I tell you what, that enclosure that I got that for Father's Day like 2 years ago, and man, let me tell you, it is so freaking cool. It's like a rainforest in my living room. It's so awesome. But yeah, my wife has like 3, I think, ball pythons, and my daughter has like 3 corn snakes, and then a hognose. Oh, and then my son has a corn snake also.
Yeah, I like snakes as well.
They're pretty cool. Like I don't mind them terribly, except for like I'll be just like hanging out watching a movie or something, and she'll think it's okay to just put them on my neck, and I'm like, don't do that.
Yeah,
Like
you go to them rather than they come to you, kind of
yeah,
thing.
and I'd rather go to them while they're in an enclosure and I don't have to deal with it. But like she loves having them around her neck all the time, and you know, and
It's like I'd love a meerkat or a raccoon.
I had
pet.
what are they called? What are those little freaking things called? I don't know. They're like this big. What the hell are they called?
Like prairie dog type thing.
No. They're like flying squirrels. What the hell is it called? I had them years ago. The fuck is it called?
Gerbils, hamsters.
Had those when I was kids, but how are they called, man? I don't know. They're like a flying squirrel, but they're not a flying squirrel. I don't know. But they're like this big.
Chipmunk.
And they made a hell of a mess when they would eat, which was annoying as hell. No,
Yeah,
they're not
sounds like a
chipmunks.
chipmunk.
They're small. Like they fit in your hand like this big, and they got a little bushy tail. How are they called?
Come on, chatties, put the words up.
Yeah, seriously, somebody has to know. How do I not even know what the hell? This is bad.
Wow. Try to think. Flying squirrel, but not a flying squirrel. Small, bushy tail.
What was it called?
Sounds like a squirrel.
Half-god chipmunk, a flying chipmunk, Kalugo.
Sugar glider. That's it. Sugar glider.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I had 2 sugar gliders for a while
Flying
in my
fox.
old studio.
Flying fox.
Flying fox. Vampire.
Which reminds me, Matt, have you seen Fucking Hall yet?
No.
Oh, mate.
Is it that good, is it?
Oh, it's it's a brilliant, brilliant film. It
What is
really is. Was that?
What is it called?
Fucking Hall.
Whoa now.
It's
It's Jimmy
It's-
Carr, isn't it?
well, Jimmy Carr's in it, but he helped write it. But he plays the vicar that keeps getting. It goes, he says, what was it? For all of you gathered here today, to witness these 2, our souls. These 2, our souls and our hearts together, and stuff like that. You know, it's all that play on word stuff. And when the inspector turns up and he goes, "I'm Inspector Edwards. I'm here about the murder." And he goes, "Oh, you're too late. We've already had one." And he invites him in and everything. And he takes off his hat, puts it on the hat stand, takes off his coat, and then takes off his huge moustache and hangs it up as well. That kind of shit, right? And it's just full of visual and audio joke. It's a brilliant little film. It really
I'll
is.
have to look that
I
up.
think it's on Amazon now.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the process of organizing distortions now. So
Good Lord.
yes, multiple forms of distortion.
You want a Keith's mic module?
Yeah. I actually have one that does a sound very, very similar to that. It's called the
Keith-
Dirt.
Keith gets it for free.
This module right here sounds just like that. It's called the Dirt filter, and it just sounds like audio being broken up and weird. Like, yeah.
It's an interesting concept with it. When you design something to work exactly how every other designer doesn't want their stuff to work.
I have a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's like early on in getting Eurorack, that was kind of like a big focus for me, was like broken sound, and like I like things that don't sound like mass produced electronics, you know, like I for the longest time, you know, nowadays you can get different effects and stuff from bigger companies, but like for the longest time you couldn't get like something that sounded broken and really weird, you know, from like a Roland or anything like that, you know. But yeah, the whole audio scene has changed so much in the last like 10-15 years as far as what you can get, just like at a Sweetwater or something like that, or a Toman or whatever. But I mean, yeah, it's, I don't know. Like I wonder whether or not I would have even gotten into Eurorack had the scene, you know, been what it's become now. You know, because really the whole reason why I got Eurorack to begin with was because I couldn't afford something like a Model D or anything, but I could get an oscillator one month, another oscillator the other month, a filter the next month, that kind of thing. And that's what I did. So like I may have a massive modular, but it took me, I've been building it since 2012. So
Right.
14 years.
Yeah, because when I really started to get into, you know, vintage synth repairs, Richard turned around to me. He says, "Oh, I've always wanted a modular," and he went for, in the end, Paul Schreiber's Motem system. Right? He bought 210 modules, all of them kits.
Good Lord.
Dumped them on my doorstep and said, "Can you build this for me?"
Oh, how many
Right.
years you got?
It was built in 3 months.
Shut up.
I built it in 3
You
months.
built 210 modules in 3 months?
Yeah.
Good
I can be
Lord.
very quick when I need to be.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Did it work?
Yeah, it did. I think there was only one module that he brought back and says, "Oh, it's not quite working right." And what it was is I connected up the wires to the pot in the wrong way. The wrong way round.
wild.
Because I'd done it with the pot facing me instead of away.
You never sat and watched Kent work.
Is that like an accurate number though? 210 of those? Because that's like, because those modules also, like, I mean, like I've got some of Paul's stuff here, and like a lot of this stuff is even kits. In fact, that filter I just showed you was a kit, and like
Yeah.
this, like I built this bass drum. Like this is a bass drum module here.
Yeah.
But I mean, like each module, I mean, there's a decent enough amount of crap going on in there. So if you're building 200 of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, when he did things like he would buy, say, 8 low pass filters. So the first one took slightly longer than the others.
Sure.
And by the time you get to the 8th one, it's sort of like done. You know, and then move on to all of it. I mean, I don't know how many VCOs he bought. So many fucking VCOs. Because I'd said to him, I said, "Mate, when you just get a polysynth,
That I was just about to say,
essentially
was
this
he
is
trying
what
to do-
you were making." Yeah.
Was he trying to do poly in a modular? Because I've done that, and that is always a bad idea.
Yeah.
And I don't care how many format fancy bull crap they try to come out with of like, oh, now you can do poly in your modular and it's not so bad. And bull crap, it's bad. Don't do it. It's a terrible idea.
It's an awful bloody idea.
It is always a bad idea. Always.
Because they
I don't
did.
care. I don't care how many funky formats they try to come up with or what kind of normalization they do. It's never fun.
Yeah. Well, he ended up, he bought, I think it's a Moog 3C. And it looked like it had spent the last 25 years underwater in a skip. And he said, "Can you restore it?" I went, yeah, okay. Once I've got all the spiders and the mice out of it, I'll start on the case first. I think, all this sort of thing. And it was in dreadful condition.
Who was this?
Richard. So we kept buying this stuff, and it was sort of like, can you get that to work, kind of thing. Where the fuck did you find that? Down the back of a settee somewhere. And all this shit that he used to keep turning up with. We get them working. But it was, for me, I was using it as, it's a good experience.
Yeah.
If a Moog 3C comes in now, I'll be able to work on it because I know exactly how it works and the components that are involved in repairing it. So, but when I went into ended up in the world of Fairlight, oi. No, wasn't prepared for that. Although I did manage to repair Coldplay's. They had a 2X, and I think it was 12 voice. If memory's serving, I think it was a 12 voice. I could be wrong, but one of the dual voice cards was like, no. But when it was in, it killed everything. Nothing worked. Pull it out, and everything fired up. But it would be 10 voice.
I've had plenty of modules do that to me.
Yeah. And I'm looking at it and go, clearly there's some sort of direct short on this card via power rails. Now, whether it's done via a chip that's, shit its pants, or something else. And of course, it's these little tantalum caps.
Right.
Right, because when an electrolytic blows, it just goes, sorry, no power coming through. But when a tout goes, it goes, let's go to deck. Yeah. So basically, you plug it in, everything just goes to earth, and go, nothing's happening. Nobody's moving, right? So I put the replacement touts in it, whacked it back in, boom, up she fires. Oh, cool.
Nice.
And they got it back. Now this has always been my beef with Coldplay, right? Because people say, oh no, Coldplay, the music's really boring, and it's sort of, this, and it's, Coldplay, Coldplay. Coldplay for me was a scourge when they would phone, get one of their techs to, or what's his name, Barryman, was it? I forget his name. Phoning me at 1:30 in the morning, right? And I told you before, 1:30 in the morning he phoned. And go, there's this horrible buzzing noise coming out of the CS80. Do you think you might be able to help us with it? I went, okay. I said, well, I'll have to do this remotely. I said, bring your phone into the studio. Let's have a look. So he turns on the back, the camera thing, and we're walking across the studio, going over to the 80, and he's got an RE201 sitting on top of the power supply. I said, take the Telco off the top of the fucking synth. He went, all right, hang on. He takes it off. Oh, the humm's gone. Yeah, you've got an electric motor over the top of the fucking voice card, you twat. No, don't do that. It's like, why don't you just spray it with liquid helium and see what happens? For fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean? It's like, don't put things on top of the 80s grills. There's a grill there for a fucking reason.
Yep.
So, I don't know. And every time it was a late night call, and Sue, my missus at the time then, she goes, oh, I bet it's Coldplay again. I go, hello? Hi there, this is Josh. I go, yeah, what have they done now? Kind of thing, do you know what I mean? Terrible. I don't know how they did it, but they managed it. They had a beautiful Mini. It wasn't an RA. It was a Musonics. Between Moog Inc. and RA were the Musonics ones, right? And they were quite tasty. They weren't quite an RA, but technically meatier than the Moog Inc. ones. I said, yeah, need your advice, really. I went, yeah. I said, the Mini Moog? I went, yeah. What's the best way to dry them out?
What?
I go, why? He goes, we might have dropped it into a swimming pool.
Oh God.
Why? Was it dusty? Or was it what he goes, oh no! He goes, we were doing a video. We were doing a video and it fell in. I go, what video's this then? It's one of those ones, whether it's Rio or something like that. But they didn't use the clip anyway in the video. But in the
Sounds more like
meantime,
a snuff film.
yeah. And they go, what do you reckon is the best thing to do? I said, well, A, don't turn it on. B, let it dry. So, yeah, just let it dry. It's a form of electromagnetic interference. Yeah. And it was quite bizarre. Every time the phone went at some godforsaken hour, it was, I bet it's Coldplay.
Fucking hell.
And so, but
Don't do that.
But I must admit, it used to be back in the good old glory
You should
days.
at least put floaties on it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Back in the good old glory days, though, I must admit, it'd be nice when the phone would go and it'd be, like when Vangelis phoned. I went, hi, hello, my little hero. How are you? Can I borrow your 80? Of course you fucking can. You know? But that time that Hans phoned me, he goes, we've just pulled that 80 out of the cupboard that you did for us. He goes, I haven't used it since Batman Begins. He says, and we're doing the new Blade Runner, and it's still perfectly in tune. And all I could do was go, well, of course it bloody is.
It's the other stories that you told me, like the way that your mum spoke to Vangelis? Oh, you're fucking responsible for him listening to that music.
No, she loved Vangelis music. She loved Vangelis. She always had since.
Yeah, but
since
it was the fact that you were listening to it.
She goes, do you realise that you are the reason my son has been broke since he left school?
I knew there was something she said to him.
Yeah. She goes, he used to hound the hell out of me about, can we go up to London? I hear there's a CS80 at Chase Music. I want to go and have a look at it. Or can we go to Argent's and have a look at the CS80s? You know.
And the other one of that particular thing she did to Richard Hilton.
Yes.
Oh, fucking hell.
That was.
She must have been something else, your mum. She must.
Oh, she was so prim and proper, and then she turned around and did something like that. Because Richard's face was sort of like. It cannot be discussed on an open channel, unfortunately.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
I remember you telling me the story, just pissing myself.
Oh, mate, yeah, I know. It's just ridiculous. But no, it was quite interesting. But it used to get, sometimes it'd be uncomfortable though when you get somebody in there saying, I'm honoured that you are restoring my CS80 for me. And it's like, whoa, dude, just a tech, back off. No, it's all right.
Yeah,
like God Himself had come down.
but
So I will restore your synthesizer.
yes, but as I've said to you before, if people know your rep, if people know the quality of your work, they're gonna go, this is the only guy to do it. That's your reputation. You are the only one. You're gonna have a CS80 done. Take it to Kent.
The cold hard truth of that is, Rob Rosen, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And the chappie that works for him, I can't remember his name, but there's a chappie who works for him, and he won't break into a sweat opening an 80 either.
Yeah, but okay. So how long has Rob Rosen been doing 80s?
Well, without sounding particularly.
What's his name from Third Wave too? He's pretty he's fairly on point. Third Wave.
Yeah. Well, I must admit, Robert phoned me and asked me for advice on how to repair 80s, but that's only because he's starting later. got nothing to
Exactly.
do with his technical
So
capabilities.
No, but you have
Yeah, but I used to phone Dusty Miller.
right. So Dusty was the governor, then you,
Yeah.
and still, and Rob Rosen is the overlap.
Yeah, well, it's definitely. I don't get 80s coming in from America anymore because Americans don't have to send them to me anymore.
Exactly.
It's
But
true
there's
enough.
a financial aspect of doing it as well.
Well, now it's just ridiculous now. But there again, I think to be honest with you, when they say about oh, Trump is making everything more difficult. I think he's making everything more difficult for the Americans more than he's making it difficult for everybody else. To be honest,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, but I still can't understand why there's so many Americans who don't realise that the reason that they're paying so much for like eggs and bread and stuff like that is because of his tariffs. They honestly thought that the other country would pay for the privilege of sending their goods to them.
I have a friend who
Yeah.
lives in
Yeah, that's I can tell you, that's there is a very pompous mentality, and
Oh.
they very much believe like you got to understand, since as long as I can remember, we were brought up in school. America is the greatest country in the world. That was beaten into our head.
Yeah.
Every single day of our lives, right?
Yeah.
And it didn't matter if there was faults, it didn't matter what there was no question that it was still the greatest country on earth, blah 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 blah, right?
Yeah.
So there is a large portion of the states that will, it doesn't matter right or wrong, they're just like, this is what it is, and that's what they will go with.
Yeah.
So, now that being said, like, I'm not trying to get into some deep political thing here, because it's not like the UK didn't have its fun time with Brexit either. So
Oh yeah, no.
I mean, this is not exclusive to America. Is all
No,
I'm
it's
saying.
absolutely not.
Oh,
Absolutely not. No,
Oh,
no,
well,
we've had our fair share of dipshits. Don't you worry.
I've got a friend who moved back to America. He's oh Christ, 5-6 years ago now. He lives in Tennessee. And
Yeah.
he bleeds MAGA. And when that poor sod got shot the other week, the guy.
Matt, you need to speak up. I barely hear you.
Oh fuck it! It's all right. I can't change it because I'm on a different.
You need to
setup, so-
scream. I want you scream.
I only do that for my wife. No.
Hey now.
When she walks on your foot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he bleeds MAGA.
Yeah. He when that poor nurse got shot, the guy the other week.
Yes. So
he said, "Oh yeah, guy pulled a gun on the fucking ice." It was like, shut up. He's one of those that will refuse to accept what is on video, what he can see.
No. In his defence, right, there was an edited video released of that had been AI generated in such a way where it looks like he pulls his gun on them.
Yes, but this particular guy had seen all the different angles, all the different videos, and still refused point blank to listen to what he would.
Well, yeah, but the whole part of this kind of thing is where you believe the one that suits your narrative. Yeah. That's and so you just go. That's the one you want to be true. So therefore, it is true. Yeah. Regardless of what is true. And that's probably one of the biggest problems we've had with AI is it's now making it very difficult to determine what is true and what isn't true.
Without doubt.
So although in fairness, I don't know whether it's just me, but I can tell an AI video from across the room.
Oh yeah.
To be honest.
If you know what you're looking at.
For now, yeah,
Give it
exactly.
Another 6 months.
Yeah. And then we're in a really, really dark place.
Yeah.
Did you see that AI video of Tom Cruise fighting Brad Pitt?
No.
Go look that up. That's
Yeah?
crazy. Yeah.
Oh, Christ.
It is wild. Like you would think that it's like a full-on movie shoot. It is wild.
Well, that's going to have an impact on like the movie industry.
Oh yeah.
It's going to have impact left, right, and centre. It's going to hit so much stuff.
All right, guys, I gotta run. I'm still gonna keep doing this. My wife is giving me the eyeball, saying you better go get your daughter something for Valentine's Day.
Oh,
So
well,
I
good
better
luck.
go
All
do
right,
that. All right. Bye.
All right, matey.
Cheers, Ken.
Cheers.
Take care, bud. Come again.
Bless him.
Mm. Yeah. I must admit, I think I could sit here with Ken and just talk for fucking hours
Yeah.
about shit, you know?
Keith, the only link we could get is in my Facebook, on my Facebook.
Yeah, we're having.
Couldn't get the link to
For
post.
some reason, I can't put my usual StreamYard link into the chat because it's going, oh no, you can't put this in.
It won't have it.
No. It's nuts. Perfectly okay yesterday. Was it? Yeah, it was yesterday, wasn't it?
Was it? Yes, yes, it was.
Yeah, I did a workshop pub yesterday.
That's right. Did you ever get that Profit 5 working?
Profit 5.
You was on Profit 5, weren't you?
Oh no, she's done. Yeah, she's done. She's at the
What
front
was
door.
the one you couldn't finish? Or was the 106?
No, I was messing with the kitten.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, I was messing with the kitten. That's been a jerk. Because it's probably one of the worst design keyboards ever by man. And there's there's a multi-mode. I've got it all finished apart from glide has stopped working or doesn't work. You didn't pay the monthly link fee. Yeah, yeah. I think I'm on YouTube Premium.
Half God's asking, are you actually logged into StreamYard? Well, you must be.
Yeah, I was because that's where I set up the
Mm.
the stream. You have to be logged in to do it. So no, it's just the usual procedure that I always do. But tonight it went. I can't put the link in. Or YouTube wouldn't allow me to put the link in.
Oh, fucking hell. No, that's no good, is it?
Well, it might work.
It didn't work. It split the link over to,
Oh, fucking hell.
fuck's sake.
But it looked like one here.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh.
How
Very
bizarre.
Peculiar. Very peculiar.
I wonder if wait a minute, I wonder
Have a go.
if there's any way of... Let me try from here. Might be different on this computer. You know, let's try it. Right, here we go. No. YouTube rejected your comment. This is fairly common when sharing a link. You may need to share the link another
Alright, hang
way.
on. Let's try again. Paste.
Scotty,
Hello.
how you
Try-
doing, darling?
How's that?
I'm
How's that?
alright.
That's come up as one. No,
Right, yeah.
2.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if they could copy it into the notepad and then add the other bit and build
Yeah,
the
but
kit.
That was all in one. That was all in one, and it's
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I know. Well, you have a limit, don't you, in how many characters you can have in a message.
Oh, Synth Addict's just done it. There you go.
Oh, look at that.
How the fuck's he pulling that off?
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
But
you
we shouldn't discuss his personal life like this. The thing is, can I now pin that message?
I don't know.
Pin
Maybe.
user put user in timeout. No, I'm not doing that. No. Oh, where's it go? Oh, we're back. There's Keith.
Keithy.
Is my audio better?
So
Yes,
far,
a
so
minute.
good.
Yeah.
That's right. I did wiggle a few wires. Didn't notice any difference.
Spiritus Santi. Dum de dum de
God,
dum.
what's your lip button stickers?
It's Jesus in the.
Oh.
Oh, he is. Oh.
So how are we all?
Oh, good. How are you?
Yeah. Good here.
Good. Right. Goodbye.
Yeah, it was nice catching up. Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take
Good to
care.
see you. Good to see you. Goodbye.
Oh,
Off you
no.
fuck, and when you get there, fuck off some more.
Yeah.
As always, Jesus nailed it. Yep.
Yeah. Jeez, down.
Fuck,
It's like-
that took me a second there, Matt. That one.
It's like all week I keep getting this little snigger in the corner of my mouth because Fiona's drinking tea all week out of this cup with Jesus holding a tube of no more nails, like that. With a thumbs up. I go, where did you get that from? She goes, I think you bought it for me. Did I?
Right, that'd be about right. Oh, fucking hell.
me. But yeah, that Falcon Hall. Highly
Yeah.
recommend. Highly recommend
Oh,
it.
fuck yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Don't make him cross.
Oh dear.
Oh, nice one, Paul. You nailed it.
Fuck. Oh.
Isn't Farkham Hall on subscription?
I think it's on Amazon, but don't quote me.
Oh,
At least at the moment.
I shall have a looky. So I was looking forward to that British humour type.
Yeah, it's absolutely
Thing.
classic. Lot of giggles in it. A lot of it's some of them, kind of obvious humour bits, but it's done well, so it doesn't matter. And some of it's just downright fun.
Come on, Jeff. How cold is it out there at the minute?
Well, at the moment, today has been amazing. It is -1.
Oh, that's not-
Absolutely balmy.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we've been having -30s and
Yeah.
nothing better than -20 for a month and a half. So,
Fuck that.
-1 is just like, oh, fuck, man.
Yeah, baby.
No, I used to work with a guy from Canada, and he was saying that they had to leave their cars on some sort of charge overnight to stop the batteries from dying overnight because of the cold. Is that true or is it untrue?
Well, it's not a charge. It's actually it's a block heater, right? So
Right.
it just warms it
Yeah.
keeps the engine warm because otherwise the oil freezes and you can't
Jesus
start your car.
Christ.
Yeah.
Well,
Wow.
but that's up
Extreme,
north. That's not
yeah.
yeah.
I could have done with one of those for my ex-wife.
I'm getting a bath here.
So yeah.
Oh, was that Lil's?
Yeah. How's your doggy doing, Scott?
He's doing well. Doing well.
He's looking a very happy, content animal.
Oh, he certainly is, yeah.
Good.
And we had him in through the week because he was getting a little bit feisty with Zach, should I say. He was, when he was younger, sort of back in November, December time, if Zach gave him a ticking off, like a telling off, if he was getting too wild and too bitey,
Yeah.
he would take the telling and he would back off. And then over the past sort of 5 weeks or so, the heckles have been going up and he's been going back for Zach. And I was like, nah. And Zach's unneutered, and so was he. So we thought, right, let's get him down to the vet and see what they suggest, because we knew he was still quite young. But the vet said, no, this is the time. But what they suggested is we do what they call a chemical castration, which is basically just like a small injection in the back of the neck.
Yeah.
And it lasts for 6 to 10 months and basically kills all his testosterone for the next 6 to 10 months. And they said the safest bet with that is if it does completely kill his nature and he's like a bit of a nervous dog after that, you can just let it ride its time
Let
and
it
it comes
ride out, yeah.
and then you don't have to leave him like that. It might just be enough to see him through his juvenile stage, Ken,
Yeah.
because he is testing Zach a lot, and Zach's got the patience of a saint, but even Zach's starting to get really angry at him now.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I
they do like
thought,
to
well,
push and find what the new boundaries
Yeah.
may be. Yeah.
and sometimes he finds that boundary and he yelps because Zach's giving him a nip or whatever. And then he's just like, no, I'm coming back for more. It's like,
Yeah,
you're a
that's
nut
the
job,
problem.
mate. Yeah.
That's the problem.
So,
What?
but apart from that, he's been brand
Fantastic.
new, learning and training wise. He's an absolute dream to train. He's very, very good. So, which is, I think that's the Malinois in him. They're really smart dogs, like so.
You done?
No, he's doing well.
Is that behaviour just in the house, or is it outside as well? As in,
It's
like walking?
mostly in the garden.
Oh yeah, on the head.
Yeah, it's mostly in the garden. In the house, he's not too bad. He's sometimes will push it in the house, but most of the time it's garden.
How's that? All right.
Wouldn't have expected that. You know, to be more outside and things, you'd have thought they'd have enough room. You know, to they're just have space.
You know,
their own space.
You know what it is. I think what it is, Keith, is he's wanting to go in and play. He doesn't know where the boundaries are when he plays, and initially he was sort of going. Zach's really long haired, so he's got a lot of fur around his neck. And Odie was going in and sort of chewing at his neck area and grabbing the hair around his chest. But because he realised that wasn't hurting Zach, he was like, well, okay, I'm just going to bite your ankles now. I was like, you little shit. So that's when Zach started sort of hiking back at him and going, right, okay, if you're going to nip my ankles, I'm going to show you exactly what a bite is, you know. So, but then he goes back, and now this is when the heckles started going up. So he's literally just had this chemical castration a week ago. And they said it'll be about a month before we'll notice him calm down a little bit. So hopefully that'll do it, and it'll just, because the two of them got on great. Apart from that, they're best of buddies. They'll sleep together and lie beside each other. It's just that little overexcitedness out in the back garden that sets him off. But he'll get there. He's young. He's very young. So,
I mean, this lot, they get a bit territorial sometimes. Like if I make a fuss of Lily, Nelly will come over and muscle in and go, yeah, excuse me, I want some of that. And then, of course, Siri will come over and she goes, right, both of you can fuck off.
Yeah, they get very jealous, eh?
It's not necessarily with any degree of aggression with each other. They just try and they jostle for position. And when it gets to that stage, I just walk away and I go, okay, well, and it's all over and done with, sort of thing. But there's a hierarchy definitely going on, and every now and again, Lily is trying to push her way.
Test to see if she can get up there. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing I'm not agreeing with is they keep picking on Charlie, who is completely not on the gaming table.
Yeah.
He's got absolutely no interest in it at all. He's not looking for any of that. And Noah's just yaps and barks at everyone because he goes, I think it's more, don't walk on me kind of thing. Because he's so tiny next to them all. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, and every now and again, Lily will give it a bit of a just to see, you know.
I think it's just the pack nature, isn't it? It's just
I just had to say that it's she's the most strong pack orientated dog. Yeah. I mean, so should Charlie be, but he's not. He's completely the opposite.
Yeah, he couldn't give a monkey's about any of it.
Yeah, she certainly is.
Yeah, well, because now she's developed this thing where she will not eat her dinner with the rest of them. So she eats her dinner on top of the big circuit board chest out on the decking. You put it up there, and she jumps up there, and she eats her dinner up there, outside. And fortunately, the others don't go out, because normally they'd have their dinner and they go out for their peas and whatever. They don't. They sit at the back door and wait until she's finished her dinner. And when she comes back in, you go, all right, everybody out for a pee, yeah.
Do you feed them in any particular order?
Yes. I feed Charlie first because he's the slowest eater. Okay. That way he's not going to get harassed. Yeah. Then it's Noah, Nelly, Siri, and then Lily. But
fair enough. I mean, if it was Lily first, then I would say, put her down the order. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. She is actually at the end. And she quite happily waits. And it's funny, she doesn't give a monkeys about food. Like if I was sitting there with a bag of Maltesers, for instance, and I went, no, Siri's here, over my shoulder. Nellie's over there staring at me. Charlie is just pacing up and down on the other side of the coffee table, dribbling all over it, going every now and again. Okay, yeah, you get one in a minute. Noah's just looking. Lily will come up, and she'll just look and everything, and curl down and go to sleep. Couldn't take the slightest bit of interest. Doesn't matter whether it's, whatever food it is. Couldn't give a shit. Very bizarre. But if she's got something that she's eating, nobody can go near her. And she's all very, don't walk past me, how dare you, kind of thing. And they seem to have picked up on that and they just leave her the fuck alone when she's eating something.
Yeah.
Great. Rather than the scraps going on,
When we first got Odie back it was late November, I think, yeah. It was the 27th of November, I think it was. But he was, the first time we tried to feed him, and Sharon, our friend, and her husband that brought him over, she said, just watch him when you're feeding him because it's like gone in a second. It's just like through the bowl, and it was fucking hell, it was unbelievable. But what was happening is, because we tend to feed them both at the same time, but we'll always put Zach's bowl down first and let him, so the older lad, the alpha male, let him start eating first. But the first thing I done, I said to Odie just to sit and wait, and then when I put his bowl down, he was not allowed to move until I said, right, go.
Yeah.
And to see how quick it slowed him down from eating, because he realised then, hang on a minute, this isn't a competition. I think it was because he'd been through a few shelters before he got here, and it was just one for all.
Yeah.
Or all for one, should I say. But
has to keep re-establishing himself wherever he goes.
Yeah, but now he will sit and he'll wait, and sometimes I'll forget because I'll be rinsing out cans and stuff, and I turn around, oh fuck, I've not told him to start eating yet, and he's sat there at the bowl, and there's just like a big pile of slavers coming out of his mouth.
For fuck's sake, Dad, say the word. Say the word.
But it's good that he's waiting. It's very good that he's waiting. And now when Zach finishes, he's not diving into Zach's bowl anymore. He'll just wander away into the kitchen and not even bother himself.
They are the kind of dogs that thrive on commands.
Yes.
And discipline, shall we say, for want of a better word. And they feel calmer
they need a job.
When if they're doing something
productive
correct.
kind of thing. Yeah. No, you can see that when we're training him. He absolutely comes in with this big smile on his face when he's finished. He's knackered, but he comes in, you can even see it in his face. He's just panting and smiling, So no, he's doing well. He's doing very well. It's just we'll have to just get him calmed down with Zach a little bit at times.
Yeah.
But
I must admit,
house-wise, there's been very excited peas on the floor, but apart from that, there's been nothing really.
Well,
what about the dog?
Yeah, but the thing is, we've got this thing now with Noah.
I just about spat my beer over my fucking console there.
Because I think with Noah now, it's getting to the point where it's like, I suppose you'd call it a sort of dementia, where he will go into the kitchen, because he has this routine where around about 10, 11 o'clock at night, he wants to go into the kitchen. He has a drink. And then he wants to go out and have a pee.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes what's happened is he's come into the kitchen, he has a drink, and then pees while he's drinking, where he's standing. And then goes out. Yeah. And then gets very frustrated with the fact he hasn't peed. This kind of thing.
Yeah.
And
confused, that's a shame.
So with these routines of, in the morning, it's the... pig in blanket treat, because they all sit in a semicircle and they have their pig in blanket. And Noah always gets his these sort of like a natural ingredient tablet that's good for muscle joints, which aids his mobility.
Is that like that U Move? It's one of those U Move tablets.
Kind really of thing, good. Little white tablet, you think, right? Yeah. And then because he can't use the cat flap anymore, so I open the door so he can go out. Sometimes I have to carry him out because he just stands there looking at an open door going, what? You? Oh, me. Right. So I put him out. As his poo comes back in, goes back to bed, sits on his bed. And then, like I say, 10, 11 o'clock at night, he wants to have a drink and then go out for a pee. And he's been known to want to go for his drink at between 10 and 11. And he's standing there, and he jumps out of the bed, then has a pee, then gets back in the bed, then 10, 20 minutes later, gets up and goes out into the kitchen to have a drink because he'd forgotten. And then wants to go out and have a pee. And then he's wandering around, cocking his leg, waiting and waiting and waiting, and nothing's happening. Because he's forgotten that he had a pee in front of the TV. And we go, look, we don't know how old he is. This is the thing.
Yeah.
You know, when you say, oh, well, you know, he's 16 now. We have no idea. He could be 73 for all we fucking know.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's just
Yeah.
no idea. So
Well, the thing was with that one up there,
yeah,
she was only 11 and a half, and the dementia rattled her in 4 months
Jesus.
from start to finish. 4
Yeah.
months.
But this is the thing though. If we're going, it's probably dementia or this kind of thing. You know, I go, yeah. Apart from the fact, he knows when to go. He knows in the mornings that he's having his treat. He knows where to be. He's always there. It's his toiletry he seems to be having problems with. Now, Fiona had
That's Becky just made a good point there, actually, Kent, because he said, could it be his prostate?
Well, he's been to the vet about this.
Right, okay.
They've gone, no, it's fine. All right.
This sounds very similar to what happened to her.
Yeah, but he's very on point with everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
That was the same with Raven.
So, and the vet suggested, and I kind of starting to concur with this, is that he said one possible thing is that the reason that his toilet is gone out the window is it's not that he's forgotten he's peed or whatever, but he wants to pee or whatever, but going there is getting very, very difficult to do.
Yeah.
And he goes, do you know what, if I just have a pee, because I'm not going to tell him off.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if I have a pee here, it'll be right. You know, silly bollocks over there will clean it up. I'll just get back in the bed, because making my way to the kitchen, I can't be asked. I really can't. So I'll just pee here, kind of thing. And I go, yeah. So Fiona had this idea. She goes, oh, I'll get him dog nappies, right? Now, to give you an idea of how fat this little bastard has got, right? The little dog nappies, for his size, do not fit. She had to get the ones for golden retrievers, right? And they're still snug, right? And so you put this nappy on him, right? I go, it's got no hole for his tail. Where's his tail? She goes, it was in there somewhere. Okay, peeing on his
somewhere.
yeah, peeing on his bleeding tail, right? He's worn one all day. He will not, for love nor money, go for a pee. You take it off him, they're all over the place. But he will not pee while he's got that thing on him.
Oh, shh.
Right? And I said, look, these things are awkward. They're fucking useless. They make him look stupid.
Yeah.
And basically, really? And she went, like that. Oh, I think you should wear them. I go, why? Why are you so insistent? She goes, well, because I bought 144 boxes of them. I went, oh, for fuck's sake, woman. What? So you can barely get into the toilet for fucking dog nappies.
Yeah, but surely it works. Why doesn't it work on the basis that you take him outside and take his nappy off, and then when he busts for pee, he's going to be out in the garden to do it.
Exactly. But these nappies,
that would
done
work. Yeah, good
because they're dog nappies, I suppose. But they're in such a way that what happens is you put them on, but when you take him out and take the nappy off, it ruins the nappy. You can't use it again.
But it still served its purpose, because he's not peed in the house. You've taken him outside and he's peed outside, so it's still kind of served its purpose, you know?
It has, but what I found that it is working now, and I wish Fiona had let me work this one all out before she decided to spend, half the national debt on fucking nappies, was all I've got to do is, when I get up in the morning, I go to where he is. He'll normally be up on the settee, curled up in a little ball somewhere. I go and get him, pick him up, take him into the kitchen, take him outside, put him out on the lawn. Yeah, it's pissing with rain or it's freezing cold or whatever. And the good thing is, if it's pissing with rain and it's freezing cold, he doesn't hang about so much. And he goes over, finds himself a place, has a pee, wanders over there, has a sniff, has a big poo, wants to come in, hobbles in. He gets his treat and his tablet, and off he goes to bed. Then between 10 and 11 o'clock at night, either me or Fiona, he will get up. He'll be active. He wants to have a drink. Pick him up, take him into the kitchen, let him have his drink, then let him waddle his way to the door, put him outside for his pee, bring him back in again, let him waddle back to bed. Job done. That's all we've got to do. We don't have to buy fucking, enough nappies to, to keep Bolivia in nappies for a year, I would have thought. It's so
I don't think the good thing for you, Kent, is you haven't got carpet.
Well, actually, we do. We've got that big rug, and he's peed on it 3 times now.
Oh, yeah.
But because the other dogs, when they're doing their zoomies in the evening, they knock this rug up the wall and stuff like that. And so when I put it flat, it's sticking up in the air a bit, and I'm tripping over it, and I've fallen arse over tit over this rug several times. So we stuck it to the floor. So now when he pees on it, you go, well, we've got to deal with that directly now. We can't wash this rug. So we've got to deal with that. So, but the thing is, we're just being more vigilant about him and working around his routine. We're not getting the peas on the floor, And it's just been.
Our oldest dog's now 16, and she's incontinent.
Yeah.
Which one good thing is, husky eating chicken and some pasta meals during the week makes their turds really dry and a little bit crumbly, so they're not wet and soaking into anywhere on the floor. We've got 2 mats down, and I've just gone and bought a pet. They call it spot cleaners, little small carpet cleaners. So you just clean the area and around
the area,
that she's weed on, sort of thing. And I like going back to what you said. Our water bowl has forever been outside the back door, unless it freezes over. But she'll go out and have a drink, and come back in and things. And she'll wander up and down the garden, but she just forgets where to go to the toilet. I'd say it's no big deal for us, to be honest, because that's the only that's the only inconvenience that she causes us, if you like.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. I mean, when he pees on the floor, I has actually pooed on the floor before now. It's not a big deal, in the grand scheme of things. I mean, the house is a shithole most of the time anyway.
Well, I always say that. I always tell people I live in a dog sty. So I mean,
yeah, but I mean, it's not great to admit, but sometimes I've gone into the kitchen. You've got the area where you prepare food. There's a big lump of dog shit on the kitchen top, and you're looking at it going, have we got a Great Dane and we don't know about it? What the fuck is going on? And of course, what it is, one of them, 9 times out of 10, Siri, they're out chasing and running around in the dark in the garden playing a game. They've walked in a dog shit somewhere, got it on his paw. She jumps up on the side to see what's up there that she can eat, and has left a bit of dog shit on the thing. So Fiona's got this, chemical wipe thing. She's forever going pss, 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 here and there, but she just does it out of habit anyway, whether the thing's clean or not. She's just always spraying this shit all over the place, And it's kind of it walks hand in hand with owning animals.
It does, 100%.
We talk about cats are much cleaner and stuff like that. 2 of the cats out of the 3 that I've had, I had them all together, and 9 dogs. And they all got on brilliantly, but one of the cats was just, I don't know, he was just a dirty little bastard. And there was always be these muddy footprints on top of everything, and we think it's mud. We got no idea what he's walking in, And he was always dirty. He was always covered in mud or dirt, and he was always soaking wet. Every time it was raining, he'd come in and he'd be absolutely bleeding drenched. And he'd go and dry himself on, somebody's coat or on the carpet or the settee or something. It was a filthiest cat I've ever known.
The thing is, I think cat shit stinks way worse than dog shit as well.
Oh, yeah.
Cat and pee as well. Cat pee. Wow. My mum and dad had a cat, and if she'd peed behind the sofa, she was terrible for it as she got older. So trying to get the smell out of this carpet, it done my old man and my mum's head in. It was just, they could not get rid of the smell.
Yeah, well, we used to have the cat tray by the back door because they stick their noses out, and if it's really cold, horrible, and wet, and they go, nah, I think we use the cat tray sort of thing. And honestly, you'd walk into the kitchen sometimes, and you go over roughly where the cat tray is, and it's like, you know, the devil himself would go, oi, fucking knock it on the head. Jesus, fuck me. You know, I thought hell stunk. Fuck me. It really horrible. But when they do that thing and go, oh, I've done my poo now, I must cover it up. And they cover it up. And the fucking litter go fucking everywhere.
Yeah, and then it's in their paws and they come out the litter tray and go.
Yeah. And one of the cats we had this black cat called Buddy. And when he done it so viciously. And he was knocking all the other cats' shit out onto the floor as well, trying to cover his. Right? So there's this cat shit. I go, what's the point of having a cat tray? There's cat shit all over the floor. You know? So I had this special Hoover. It was a Henry, a special Hoover, which was just for collecting all the fucking cat shit and stuff all over the floor every fucking day. So, why did we have cats? Why? Oh, because we have dogs. Why wouldn't we have cats? I go, yeah. Why didn't we get a pet elephant and be fucking done with it? You know. It's like, but hey, you want animals? You get shit.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just part and parcel, isn't it?
Part and parcel. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Hey, Doom.
It's like you buy synthesizers, you get indecisions.
Yeah, that's Becky saying you have to empty the shit out of the tray as soon as they've done it. It really does stink.
Yeah, but in that case, you might as well just lay down Kleenex. Just take a shit. But if you put Kleenex on the floor, go, I'm not shitting on that.
It's whether they would do the shit in the Kleenex, though. I think the litter is really there because they do, even in a garden. We used
they like to bury, don't they?
Yeah. We had this like bark stuff that was round, you know, that scattered bark
I know
in borders. Yeah. And our neighbour's cat was forever coming in and scraping this bark back, going in for a shit and then scraping the bark back over it. It was fucking stinking.
Yeah, we see the bane of my life.
Yeah, they do dig. Yeah, Becky, they do.
It's next door. I've got this tree, and it produces these reddish brownish leaves. And for some reason, I have no idea why, it sheds its leaves all spring and summer. Right? When every other tree is hanging on to every leaf for dear life, this fucker is dropping them everywhere, right? And they're exactly the same colour as the dog shit. And they're all over the lawn. It gets to the point where you go, what's a leaf and what's a dog shit? Let's play Dog Minesweeper. Right? And it's the same. And you go, so when you go out there to pick up the shit, and you go, no, that's a leaf. Oh, that's a leaf. No, it isn't. It's a dog shit. Fuck. You know? And, it's just always the same. And then when it's lost all its leaves, which is roughly about beginning of, or nearly halfway through sort of autumn, the big oak tree and all the other plants around go, oh, it's our turn. So this constantly always leaves on the lawn all year round. It's like, what did I do to deserve this? So I'm always trying to find shit. You know, I need a shit detector. You know?
Yeah, same here, Kent. When we go up to Scottyland, the bungalow event has got some huge old silver birch in the garden. And because we go up autumn and winter, the leaves are on the ground. Yeah. And so it takes me 2 to 3 days to get my eyes zoomed in on where the dogs have been to pick up, because a lot of it is the same colour as the leaves, and there's a huge spread of leaves right around what is the grass garden, and things like that. It's and like you said, it's a minefield. You might as well just stamp your feet until you think, oh, that's a lump. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's a turd.
Just scrape it off your shoes afterwards into a bag.
Yeah, exactly.
But see, the interesting thing was they used to have a regime. they had areas. So, like, Nelly poos about 6 foot away from the decking, right in the middle of the lawn. Siri always poos about 2 foot behind her. Noah would always do little ones over by the little water feature. And then when we got Charlie, nothing changed, but with Charlie, he'd be down this end of the garden and he poos in a large circle. So about 7 or 8 poos in a circle, because he won't stand still and he just walks very, very slowly in this big circle, dropping little lumps, right? So I have to...
Saturday night conversation. Talk
Listen,
I
about
know.
shit.
I'm wondering
but
how
the
many,
thing-
how many views we'd lost.
Yeah, but going around, actually I think it's gone up by 4. So I'm picking up poos in a circle, then it's Siri's,
possibly-
then it
Oh,
was...
really?
Yeah, then it was Noah's, and then it's thing. But when we got Lily, she wants to do over in that corner. And for some reason, although she has the same amount of food as the rest of the dogs, well, apart from Noah, obviously, for some reason, she's able to produce 300 to 500% more shit somehow. I don't. She's importing it. I don't know what she's doing, right? But there always seems to be more of it, right? And she likes this corner. And since she's done there, Nelly has now moved over to here. Noah doesn't go to the lawn. He shits on the decking right outside the front door.
It's shit Tetris is what it is.
And Siri goes right to the bottom of the garden, down by the path next to the workshop, and shits down there. So now I get my exercise in the morning because I have to go to the extremes of the garden, right? Charlie's decided, I'm not going to change anything. I'm going to carry on. I will always do my circle, right? To the point where, at the moment, I have 2 Mustang wings laying out there, right? So what he does, he starts off with doing one shit on the wing, because that's normally where he starts. And then he does his big circle, and then with the last poo, he has to do a jump over the wings. Because he won't poo anywhere else. That's where so I'm going, well, either you poo somewhere else, or I'm going to have to move the wings. Really? I'm going to have to move the wings? No, poo somewhere else. No, you won't do it. So we went, all right, let's see which one of us lasts the longest. I'm not moving the wings. See how long you can keep doing that for.
You do realise at some point you're going to have to dig those wings out.
Piles of shit.
But that's the thing. Every time my luck.
It's already going to be brown. So
I
You
had
fucking
both.
hammer and
Well, you've
chisel,
seen them. You've seen the photograph.
Yeah,
I've got the t-
it'll be a Mustang.
Oh,
So I've got the 2 wings laying up against the shed, right? And there was this sudden breath of wind. I don't know why, and the wing fell, right? And when I picked it up, there's this big shit squashed onto the wing. I mean, oh, for fuck's sake! I go. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll leave it there. I'll wait until it really, really dries, and it'll just pink, smack off, right? Which is exactly what it did after 3 days. Pink, and off it comes. No problem, all right? The other wing fell over, and it also fell into a shit as well. It's a big garden, but it still managed to find a great big dog shit to squash on the side of it. I can't get away from this stuff. It's fucking everywhere. When I'm bringing the CS80 up from the workshop, and you have to walk backwards with the trolley, and it's like, oh, fuck me.
Fuck.
And I've already gone round and picked up all the shit so I don't walk in any. I still managed to find one.
It's either that or the dogs come out behind you and go, right, go, go, go.
I tell you what, I wouldn't put it past Siri. Ha 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 ha.
yeah.
You know? Or the trolley wheel goes through it. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake, and I've got to bring the trolley through the house now. With this
Roz is asking a good question here.
Big turd coming round every now and again.
Roz is saying,
Kent's
why were
Yeah.
dog turds in the old days always white, but now they're
Oh,
not?
because of the
That's a
bone
good
marrow.
point. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
bone marrow in the dog food. They don't put it in the dog food anymore.
Well,
Because
Oh,
they
what
were
it is.
brilliant. Because when they really dried out, you could just kick them really hard and there's nothing
Yeah,
to pick up.
they were like stones.
Just dust.
Yeah.
Yeah, all you did then was inhale it, you know. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
but put it
Good
this
for you.
way. We feed our dogs raw chicken. So chicken wings, occasionally legs, but normally chicken can be mostly frozen, doesn't matter. And
Yeah.
they just eat that. And a couple of times a week they get a pasta meal with stuffs in it. my wife's got a cauldron and she puts various pastes and powders in it. Anyway, but because of the bone content, then our dogs usually do a mixture of brown and white turds.
Yeah.
Simple as that, because the bone in the chicken, because they just
Bone in the
crunch it
chicken.
up.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
just crunch it up and eat it. Yeah.
Yeah, because the crushing of bones into dog food was a thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely back in the day.
Well, it's a filler, isn't it? It's a very cheap
Yeah.
filler. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the dog food that we get this lot, it ain't cheap. It really is not cheap. But it's very, Fiona's insisting that it should be very organic and very healthy and blah, 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 and all the rest of it. And there he is.
Hello, Manny.
It is Manny
Hello.
Fernandez, Potato Die. How are you, darling?
Oh, I am lovely. I just figured I'd show
Sit
you
in the
guys the
garden.
weather.
Yes, look.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
we can.
looking
You
at
can
that
just
there.
fuck right off, can't you?
Yeah.
Fuck you, bitch.
Ken, kick him out. Kick him out.
It looks
Sorry.
It looks lovely.
It does.
Yep, it is. And the jacuzzi's running, so I can hit that later. We're good.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
still
rub it in.
warm enough to go
Right.
in the pool?
Yeah, I'm going to go out and lay in a puddle later.
Aye.
Anyway, too funny. The pets thing was just driving me hilarious about what's poop and what's leaves. It's like,
Yeah, it
we
is.
used to have a indoor rabbit for quite a while, and in general, it was pretty good
Yeah,
hitting the litter box, but not always. And it's like I don't look down when I walk, so sometimes when it would have issues, it's just like, oh god.
yeah,
And the sad thing is, the pellets looked a lot like the kibble for the cats.
yeah.
Is it cat food? Figuring out which was which was just like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, without getting too graphic, when this lot had stomach problems just before Christmas, the back garden looked like an explosion in a curry shop.
Oh,
It was, and they go, "There's nothing to pick up." So I just jet washed the whole bloody lawn.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all I could do. Oh, mate.
well,
Garden
the best
looked
thing
like
about
Vindel.
yeah. The best thing about fish, you don't have to step in their shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Very true.
Yeah, but you do have to clean out the tank in the end, and it's like, when you drain the tank out, it's like, ooh, that's a bit tangy. The air is
Yeah, but don't
Savoury.
drink the water.
Yeah, no, not that. That's not tea.
oh man. Oh, I don't know. Is there anything good going on, Manny?
I am enjoying a break from projects because I was terribly overloaded the last 4 months of the year. So I got a little bit of a breather, then I got some last minute shit to do before Super Booth, and I'm looking forward to being in Europe in a couple of months.
Hey,
I'm really looking forward to that.
good man.
Yep. It's gonna be
There's
good
quite
trip.
a lot of people going again this year. I see a lot of people going. I wished I could have made it this year, but I'll try again next. It always
Hey.
seems to be something happens round about Super Booth times that I can't go. It's just one of those. But the wife has said next year 100% yes. We'll just, if anything
Cool.
crops up, we'll just say no.
Not available.
Because I think Shona's
That's a-
going to come. I think Shona's going to come with me actually. So
Wow. Well, that'd be
she'll
cool.
she'll enjoy it. She will enjoy it. She's quite techie anyway. So
Well, I'll tell you what we could do if you make it, because a couple of year before last, I got to practice my dialogue recognition going out with the Barneses a couple of times. So,
yeah, Mark.
Yeah.
Hey.
yeah, we could join the four of you, and I could just really see if I can understand a damn thing, like I think I would. But it's a blast. I mean, NAMM is great because it's big and it's LA and it's all that shit. But Super Booth is just so much cooler just because it's just really synths
Yeah.
And, everybody
Yeah.
their stuff, And as long as the weather's good, that venue is pretty bonkers. Cruising around with a beer, going in the bungalows, out in the forest.
Yes, NAMM doesn't seem to be quite so synth orientated at all now. It's just
It's what 8% of the market, so it's basically
Yeah.
8% of the floor space.
yeah.
But tubas, man, you should see the tubas they're rocking for 2026.
I tell you what, some of those Yamaha cellos, I'm going, that's a sexy cello.
Oh yeah,
Although it looks like a normal cello that's rotted away, but it's done in black and everything. But it's like, man, they're not hard to carry around anymore, are they?
No. The problem with the cello is if your wife's under 5'2", you got to figure out who's who.
It's true. Yeah, but NAMM always looks like it's more space than content.
That would be somewhat accurate, which in a weird way, thank God, because they leave. They have so much opportunity for live sound. If they were any closer together, they'd either have to all be headphones or be so restrictive. I will tell you, one of the the cool things though is that the people that get through to come and play, both inside in the booths and outside on the stages, they get great talent coming in because it's a big bash. Personal highlight was when Lisa Belladonna was cranking on that Keith Emerson Moog reproduction, and they just said fuck it to the sound levels on the floor. She was just turning that thing up, and she was playing the mini up top, and then she just hit like a note in the bottom octave of the Series 3, and just like, holy fuck.
Mind you, they were really cramped into you can have this tiny spot here.
Yeah. No, we only had a little 10x10 booth, but like I said, when some of the people cranked it up when they were playing the big modular, they kind of just ignored the floor rules for the sound volume. Thank God.
Excellent.
Nice.
Cool stuff. So
Yeah.
but then I have to so then I got to dive back into some stuff, and then I am trying to figure out if I'm going to get back into the third-party sound business, because I really have a hard time finishing things without somebody pushing me on a deadline, but I'm thinking I got to support Leviathan, so I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. So we shall see. We shall see.
That's definitely a machine I'd like to have a crack on.
It's really cool in a lot of ways, I have no idea what their forward plan is for how they're going to develop it, if they're going to add stuff or just refine stuff. But as you've heard in all the presentations, they sent it back to the drawing board for new CPU stuff, so the headroom on the CPU is huge. And the important thing is, with nerds like Ken working on it and having them listening to him, they really made it sound really good. I mean, they really did. So it's a very musical synthesizer, no matter how you want.
Well, I must admit, I'm not now going to make the mistake of leaping in early. Because I think it's because I leapt in early with the Osmos is why I wasn't getting on with it. If I'd waited until, the dust had settled and there was a few more better things available to it, I think I probably would have got on with them all.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. The thing that's I am appreciating about the Osmos now is as a controller, just because I've never had the time to dive into the synth engine. I know they just started releasing some of the first skins on it.
Yeah.
But that said, on the Leviathan and some other gear that's all MPE compatible, using it to dial in that stuff really shows you can get some practical things out of the initial key position Z-axis things that are really kind of cool.
Yeah.
And so I actually am really enjoying that. I think Scotty, you've done a lot of stuff with that in Pigments, right?
No, Mark has.
Mark has.
Yeah, I've not done any Osmos things yet, I've got one, but I've not done any MPE banks yet, but it is a plan. But yeah, I think the Leviathan is definitely on my hit list. I love the Hydrosynth. I think the Hydrosynth's great.
Yeah, I love the Hydrosynth as well.
Yeah.
But I must admit, I know they say that the Harkin engine, it's really clever and it's very, but sound-wise, it's It's like when you sneeze into your hands. It's like, yeah, I don't like any of the sounds that it does do. I really don't.
So, well, it sounds like our 90s era modeling stuff Yamaha was doing, which was fine, but it's kind of fizzy, it's kind of thin, and sort of, it's like anything, right? It's like its inherent space, and the problem is that to learn how to dirty it up and make it not do that, which I'm sure it's capable of, because we found a way to weed that out eventually. You know, look, I've read the Hawken manual, can't tell you how many times. I watched 3 tutorial videos, and even I'm going, oh, fucking too old to learn this shit.
Yeah, it's like you need it's like you need a NASA degree to
get
away through it.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of shit didn't used to faze me, but now I'm just like, oh, really? You know.
Yeah.
But I'm sure it's in there. Okay. But the problem is that it's raw.
Waiting for somebody else to do it.
It's waiting for somebody else to do it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because everybody else is going, nah, not for me, mate. No.
But, you know, that's kind of the problem with something like that. It's very, very capable, very, very general purpose, but it works outside of the paradigm of sound designers. It's just basically from the engineering standpoint of acoustics and math. But that's always the issue. I mean, that's why physical modeling basically failed. You know, so things that people like now are things you just tweak a little bit, whether it's the swamp things or a steam pipe. You know, nobody wants to dig into actual math parameters to the degree that like a VP1 has or all these others. They just don't want to do it. And I get that.
It takes the musical joy out of it, doesn't it, really, at the end of the day?
Yep, a little bit. But, you know, the funny thing is that when you find that little thing, next thing you know, you're not tweaking and you're playing for an hour and a half. You go, oh, fuck, I got to finish this. So when you find it, it's just like, oh, wow, now I see why you do it.
Yeah.
You know? But, you know, like Wagyu says, there's a really cool stuff in Egan Matrix. It's just that, you know, I'm not so sure how much of the stuff we see in the really cool patches aren't just happy accidents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I found the Osmos, but when I used to work, I'd go in an hour early every day, pull a keyboard out, put it on a stand, put my headphones on, and tinkle with something. You know, just tinkle, go through the patches, tinkle. Yeah. And some days I'd put a synth on the stand, and the Osmos was one of them. I'd go, do you know, I absolutely love this, and that's just the patches. That's just the factory patches, nothing else. And I'd sit and get, you know, for what I think the best out of it. And I'd write a few patch names down and some ideas for maybe a style of a tune or something. And then other days I'd pull it out and go, I can't find anything. and it's not just the Osmos. There's probably about 3 or 4 of the synths I've got at work or had at work that some days didn't click at all. And you just sort of go, right, okay, so tomorrow I'll just pull something else out. But when something works, I'd just keep putting it back on the stand the next day and things like that, and then say.
Yeah, there's no doubt when you find one of those sounds that just responds just right, it's like the best thing ever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, because I was saying to Ty a couple of days ago, I said the mistake I made, and I admit it, it's a mistake. It was a very stupid thing to do. When I think about it now, is I approached the Osmos as if it was like an 80.
Yes, no.
And that was just the wrong thing to go, because of this thing of doing big chords on it and being able to control the little finger kept making it detune everything, and it was like, this is driving me nuts. And because that wouldn't work, instead of going, I should play this differently, I'm going, no, it's shit. And that was my mistake. And I'm paying for it now because I'm going, I wonder if I can pick up a second-hand one from somewhere.
They're not even cheap, I don't think, at the moment.
No, they haven't had an impact on them at all. Although there are plenty of second-hand ones knocking around, there's still...
Yeah, I got a good deal on mine. I bought mine from Andrew Ward.
Yeah.
Andrew, he actually shipped it up to me for 840 quid.
Nice.
Bargain.
Yeah,
bargain,
and it still had the plastic on the screen. It was absolutely mint. Yeah, so I was really chuffed with that.
Yeah.
He put a few things up. He had a real big clear out, and that was in there. And I thought this is going to be gone. And I said, "How much are you wanting for it?" And he came back with that. And I thought, right, okay, well, I'll sort out shipping. But he says, "No, I'll ship that up." it's all sorted. So no, very, very good price. So,
So
thankfully,
I was perfectly happy to not be bothered about the Osmos again, and then that fecker James Dyson and his fucking videos using the Osmos, and I went, "Oh, you bastard! You bloody bastard, James!"
He fuels a lot of gas. I gotta tell you.
God, doesn't he? God help us if he ever became a full-on distributor as well. Good Lord. God, this is the next thing I'm selling, and this is what it sounds like. And I go, I have to have one.
I've been watching his Solar 42 videos the past couple of days. It's like, oh Jesus.
The thing,
Very
you know what? The
good.
thing about James, I can't emphasize this enough. His ability to sit in front of a keyboard, or one synth, or maybe one synth and one modulating a box near it, and then he plays for 2 hours, never really going over the same thing again.
Yeah.
And it's always lush and.
Well,
I
yeah,
can't-
just if
you
it goes through,
bastard!
if it goes through
Brilliant.
presets, it just comes on a different style of music for it. It just goes, that
Yeah.
style of music, and then when he sort of rinsed that out, he goes on to the next one, and then he just you don't realise it because
Go
it's
on,
not.
I've got a question. There's two
Go for
sound
it.
designers sitting in it. How do you know when you start a sound?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know where it's going to go, and how do you know when you've finished the sound?
Need a shit.
I don't know if man is the same as me.
That sounds done. See you in a minute.
Man is the same as me, but that's all dependent on if I go in to make a sound, and I know what I'm going to make, and I've got the sound in my head, then I know exactly where it's, or roughly where it's going to end up, because that's the sound I'm trying to make. But sometimes you start off trying to make that specific sound, and you end up on a complete tangent.
But if it's a
And
new
you just-
if it's a new synth, how do you know you're going to be able to make that sound?
Well, you kind of don't. Sometimes the synth dictates where you're going to go with it.
Yeah.
The features of the synth, or lack of features in the synth. Are you the same as that, Manny? It's kind of, it's whatever features you've got available to you. You try various things out. And...
Right. I mean, I have a very repetitive method I do on everything, which is, before I get something, I've obviously read up on it or had some pre-documentation if it's something new. So I already like to know the structure. So, okay, you're doing it long enough, I kind of get what's going to happen with that. So then first thing I do, I have to make 5 or 6 classic patches of my repertoire on each new engine. And that's just to see if it's going to respond a certain way. So that's what I do at the beginning. And the second thing I do is I start now taking those, and now I start trying to find shit that I can break to see what isn't going to work the way they expected it. So extreme modulations, a modulator of a modulator of a modulator of a modulator to a blah, blah, blah. Just anything I can find that's weird. How fast can the envelopes go? How slow can the envelopes go? What happens if you have, 2 LFOs that are just off by a couple of hertz sharing a modulation destiny? Whatever. Just finding, then what's some characteristics that might be unique about it. Okay. Then I do what Scotty says. You get an idea for the sound, and hopefully by then I've got enough experience with it to say I can get there directly. And, 9 times out of 10, you do. Every now and then you'll find a surprise along the way that takes you into a different tangent. That's highly dependent on the type of synth engine you're working on, because some, like when I'm doing the Moog Muse, everything was really, really very straightforward, with except one aspect of stuff that I really enjoyed playing around with was the bidirectional FM with one of the oscillators synced, because it clears up some of the issues of keeping the tuning perfect, but you could bring in some real massive grot, and then the coolest thing that happens in an analog synth, there's no compensation in the FM for DC offsets. So as you start blending those waveform mixers, you start getting a bunch of bonkers behaviors going out. So you can take a modulation that you just take something that was a saw wave or the triangle wave, mix it into part of the saw or part of the pulse, and all of a sudden you get a whole other subharmonic structure that comes in there. And then that's kind of be like, all right, you got to dink around with a bunch of things to figure out how to leverage that. So sometimes you get these surprises that you got to dig into. So it just
it's like if you come across one of those sort of surprises, you try to capitalize on it, and it's a hard one to answer that, Matt. It's just it really depends what kind of sounds you're looking for and what it is you're aiming to do. Sometimes mine's a lot of times I do, you know what, a lot of my sounds are kind of very bread and butter and playable sounds anyway. I'm not really overly keen on sort of squeaks and buzzes, and I try to keep mine as playable as possible, but then find these little, like the form. When I started messing around with the form, some of the things you can do with that, the form, I don't know how they pronounce it in the States, but that's an amazing little synth. For a 4-voice little synth, it's got very minimal sort of modulation capabilities, but the modulation capabilities that it's got are really, really strong. Yeah. And it's an absolute bass monster as well. It's a great little synth. That's the one I'm just finishing off just now, but some of the things that I found in that, and that's basically exactly the same as what Manny's doing. I was just sort of trying a bit of FM, because it does your through zero FM with that, which is basically just your bidirectional. It's the same as your bidirectional, because a lot of FM just goes one way. So if you think your line is here and that's everything in tune, and you've got a triangle and it just goes positive all the time, then when you drive that FM into another oscillator, it makes that oscillator go out of tune. So then this is where FM starts to get quite tricky. But if you've got through zero FM, you're basically your saw wave is going up above the line, down below, and it's like this. So it actually, when you're dialing that into another oscillator, your oscillator's more or less staying in tune all the time. It'll drift a bit and it gets really wonky. But then it's the same if you do with this form. I've started messing around, which I've never really done before, with FM on the amp, like through zero amp modulation rather than frequency modulation, and wow.
Yeah,
that's stunning, Manny, isn't it? The TZ-AM, if you like.
Yeah, or the thing when you don't even have through zero, if you don't want to lose the pitch, audio rate pulse width mod.
Ah, right, okay.
So you get a whole bunch of timbral stuff going on there that's very similar to that, and you don't have to deal with the pitch centers because you're actually not dealing with pitch. So if you do that with the VCA, and do it with the pulse width, you actually get some really interesting things out of there without dealing with that. So sometimes the discoveries will send you in a direction because it's got a characteristic. You want to find a musical way, to use it. Because at the end of the day, I mean, you got to have the bulk of the patches that you do be musically useful for people. Yeah, and that's that's sometimes hard for me, but because I always want to find out what can you do if you push this fucking thing to the limit. Right. Kind of thing. But to tie into the other question, it's like, how do you know when you're done? Well, when you're done when it plays right and it sounds like you wanted it to, then you move on, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes I will get into a bad situation with deadlines that I have to set a fucking timer because I will go too far because I might take time doing something else that I shouldn't spend so much time on. So to give an example of that, it's like, when do you know it's done? I don't know if you saw the Facebook link I posted to the Leviathan piano. I posted.
I did, yeah.
So, so that one is a certain amount of work. I can tell you, since that's been done, that has been further developed, and it's actually much superior now in terms of tone. I got a much more German tone on it with some macros that can change it from a German sounding thing to a Japanese sounding thing. But that type of sound is a fucking pain in the ass. Okay. Because you have to circularly edit the phase and index of 4 or 5 oscillators, and values of 2 and 3 make actually a sonic difference. Okay?
Yeah.
So then you have to decide how much you're going to sand this thing before you spray the lacquer on it. The problem is, I'll get middle C and the octave below sounding super sweet, but then I lost the octave below it. So it's like, okay, so now how can I compromise? So then it just becomes when you literally want to throw in the towel,
Yeah.
So some sounds can be like that. Now that's an exception because that's an obsession of mine because I like to show off. But
hey, why not?
But no, there are sounds that sometimes you'll go down that rabbit hole because I know Scotty probably knows this too. It's like one of the first things you have to do is what's the native behavior of the envelopes? Because what makes it sound playable or not playable is what are the envelopes like? Can you adjust the curves? Does it have the same dynamic response in the VCA or the VCF or whatever timbral control versus volume control? Because those things matter. You know? And sometimes it's like you may spend 15 minutes deciding between this and this, as I really want for my attack and decay, because one of them sounds great and one of them's like a little clunky.
Yeah. And there's nothing worse than when you get these synths that have got that inherent click right at the start of the envelope. And the only way to remove that click is to take it up to, you're at number 4, and you can, click is just still there. And then you take it to 5, and the click's gone, but the attack's too soft.
Too slow.
It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things that's brilliant a lot, if the Hydrosynth and other synths do this too, is the fact that you've got exponential and linear curve and logarithmic curves plus the linear. Okay. I don't know about Scotty, but I like the original analog envelope contours. They're always the most musical to me. So the first thing I do when I do a Hydrosynth, I don't think any of my decay curves are anything less than 52 or 48 logarithmic. And so the linear side of that I just can't stand, especially the release time. They just aren't right. They don't sound like a prophet. They don't sound like whatever. And just those behaviors are stuck in my head. Yeah. And the other thing I do a lot of is, especially on the Hydrosynth, I often will have anywhere from 2 to 6 seconds of delay time on every fucking envelope. Because it's going to sound kind of weird, but if you want sort of like a naturalistic response of acoustic type sounds or something that feels like more like a weighted keyboard, you need that little millisecond of not quite yet.
Yeah.
And it can make a big diff. So shit like that.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's like I say, it's not often you get the opportunity where you've got 2 sound designers sitting in the place that you can ask a question of.
Yeah.
And it's interesting just to sit and pick your brains. Thank you for that.
The biggest thing, Matt, is just don't be scared to tweak. The amount of people that I've met that are just like, oh well, I've never really dived into it too much because I'm scared I'm going to break something.
Yeah.
You're never going to break anything unless you throw it out your window. These things are designed to be played with. Play with it, and you'll learn so much when you're just messing and noodling around with things. And you will come across happy accidents.
Yeah.
And you'll be like, fuck, that sounds amazing.
Yeah, I call them hackcidents.
Yeah.
you're hacking the sound and know what you're doing, and then you have one of those things coming up. But yeah, and that's the whole point, is that at the end of the day, does it play right? Does it sound right? You can, look, just talk. People say it's like the FM. At some point, the math doesn't fucking matter. It's just the experience, right? You know how to adjust a pulse width or pick a waveform to start a timbre. Great. So I know how to do that with fucking algorithms. Big deal.
Yeah.
But after that, it's all ear. It's all ear.
Yeah.
And you'll know when you're finished, Matt, because you can sit and jam on it yourself for hours on end, and it makes you happy.
Yeah. That's actually that's kind of a funny point when you're programming and you go from changing whatever. Let's just say from changing a parameter every 10 seconds to playing for 3 minutes consecutively. It's probably done.
Yeah.
Good point. Okay.
Yeah. No, I must admit, because I was doing some messing around on the M8X when I had 2 minutes to rub together last week, and I've been, because Andrew was asking me, would I perfect the brass 1 and 2 from the 80? I'm going, yeah, okay, I'll start rooting about, and I must admit I haven't gone deep into her yet, so I'm preliminarily stabbing in the dark here, right? And I go, right, well, we'll get the square wave. And I go, get the square wave. And I go, yeah, the thing is, it's a square wave. And the 80 doesn't do a square wave.
It doesn't do any shapes.
No, it shows a little square wave on the front panel. It goes, yes, there's a square. I go, yeah, but it ain't that fucking shape.
Yeah.
I was thinking, so how do I get the tops and the bottoms of the squares to go to that angle? I go, and I've got, yeah, of course, because the wave converter uses just sine wave, so it creates saw and square from the sine. I go, okay, right. And I was trying to mix these waveforms. I couldn't get it right, and I'm going, I'll look at it tomorrow, type of thing. And I walked away, and I'm starting to get somewhere with it, but So even just a basic building block, and I'm going, I've got work tomorrow. That's after. I think that's half the problem. Otherwise, I think I could. I'd like to do sound designing, but it's just I haven't got the minutes in the day. I really haven't.
Yeah, but that's sort of one of the things that ties into any synth you go to, right? Every synth engine, because of whatever quirk, has an inherent thing it does. Let's just say naturally or easily. Okay, so we talked about the Osmos before. Egan Matrix, very capable, but it kind of has an inherent thing. FM kind of has an inherent thing. Analog synths, depending on how their filters are set up, what oscillators are using, how accurate the waves are not, they have their inherent sound. You know, so it only becomes difficult when you're trying to make A sound like B, or it's going to sound weird if you have something that's actually too accurate. Right?
Yeah.
It's like the only knock I have on the Quantum and the Iridium, it's too fucking perfect. You know, I mean, it's gorgeous. It sounds great, but it's too pretty. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
But this is what always impressed me about when you guys are doing things, because I still say to this day that when I downloaded Scott's presets for this, it became a completely different synthesizer. I'm sort of like, ooh. The stuff it was doing was going, oh, this is nice, right? And it's the same with the M8X. There's sounds on here that are just like, oh, they're gorgeous, you know. But when I'm looking at the engines, I'm thinking about you, Manny, and Scott, and people like and James Dyson and stuff. How the fucking hell can they get a new synth come in and go, right, off we go, let's make some patches with this, and you come up with these banks, and they tend to, explore and accentuate whatever facilities that particular machine that's coming has. And I go, how the fucking hell do you...
That all goes down to what Manny said at the start, though, Kent, because that's you kind of feel your way around the synth first.
Yeah, but it's kind of mastering every piece of hardware that comes in its own right.
Manny does the sensible thing and reads the manuals.
Oh, good lord!
I just go like this. Right, what the fuck does this do? But one of my main things is when I buy, which is a difficult thing to do, because the first thing you want to do when you buy a synth is go and play it and run through presets and things like that. I never do. I save the banks that are in it when it comes, like the factory banks. I save all them in my computer, and then I wipe it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear what anyone else has done, because I don't want to be swayed towards somebody else's work. So I just completely start from a net patches all the time. I don't tweak someone else's work. I'll go in and just start from scratch. Yeah. And that's the way my process works. I just don't want it. Then once I've done a couple of banks, I'll then put the factory patches back in and go and listen to hear what someone else has done with it, you know. But yeah, it's I just don't want to be swayed by somebody else's tricks that they've found.
Do you find that sometimes you might be that you got to this point where like you need 50 sounds and you got 48, so you're doing sound 49 and we go, oh, that'll do.
No, see, I don't. Nah.
No.
I tend to try not to put any fillers in there. I tend to try not to put any fillers in there. Because I've bought so many banks myself in the past that I've kind of went, okay, and there's maybe out of 100 sounds that are in there, 40 usable sounds, and the rest are very clever programming, but they're not really usable.
Yeah, because I know I've had banks of sounds before now where, like sound 37 and sound 87 are the same sound, but one's got a slightly longer attack on it.
Oh, right,
I mean, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You go, well, fuck me, man. I could have done that myself. Do you know what I mean? But because I always thought, when you get a bank of sounds with a synth, I know it used to happen a lot back in the day, but there's been some synths where the sounds that they come with is just they're just sort of like they've filled the machine. So you got something, so it makes some noises when you select the numbers.
Yeah.
As opposed to like what is this machine really capable of doing? I mean, like the genius of the guy who thought that putting, I think it was choir and law presets together on the M1 to make the first combi was a fucking genius. Because when I heard that...
Is that Universe you're talking about?
Universe, that's it, yeah. It was law, I think it was, the patch was called law, which is the clicky, clunky, clunks, and a choir of some description. Put them together, and it's sort of like nice rising pad and dropping off. Is what because I played that, and I looked at the guy and I went, "How much is it again?" Okay, do you do HP? That was it. And I'm walking out of the shop with M1 under me arm.
Yeah.
From just that patch, I went, "Wow," you know.
What's
Who
interesting about
programmed
that,
Universe? Does anyone know who programmed Universe?
No
I
idea.
do not know who programmed that, although I could probably find out by making a couple of...
Now, whether it was the guy that programmed the chorus or the guy that programmed law, or it's another guy decided it'd be a great idea to put those two together.
Yeah. But, I know all the chord guys. I can shoot them an email if you really want to know, because I'm sure,
I was always
Jack or
curious who
Skippy or
actually
one of those guys
programmed
would
it,
know.
Manny. It's a cracking patch, that. It was the first time I heard it with the M1, I was just like, wow.
Yeah. So when you talk about, here's the difference between what I do and what Scotty does, okay?
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about wiping the presets because my machines don't come with any fucking sounds.
Right. That helps.
That's just you showing off now, Manny.
So your job's a lot easier.
So my job's a lot easier. So again, it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
But I will also have a project spec, right? Okay, and that project spec can be very specific. This class of sounds, X many of them. Okay, it can be literally that specific. And sometimes it'll be variations of that. Okay, on occasion I get we just need X number and do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a blend. So, that makes a little bit a difference of things how you approach it. So when you talked about, do you get to a certain point on when do you stop? Do you just mail stuff in, whatever? When you have a spec that's hard on a certain number of sounds of some type, unfortunately, those are the ones that I don't want to say will tend to be the less developed, but they usually give you that spec because they want a certain usable thing for every punter that gets it that says, okay, I can use this right away. And it's not a bunch of fancy shit I can't use. Because let's face it, Digital Native Dancer is great. Ski Jam is great. Universe is great. Okay? You're going to play it for one cue on one tune. Everyone's going to use it. And then what the fuck are you going to do it after? Nothing.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
So we call these showcase sounds. What's the purpose of a showcase sound? To have Kent put it under his arm and walk it out of the shop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And to show off the machine, saying, this is so powerful. What happens when I... Right?
Yeah.
So, there was a period of time when that was the big deal. And basically because we saw the success of what happened with Digital Native Dancer and Universe.
But yeah.
So, you'll do a little bit of that just, to show off. But I'm finding as more time goes on, the preset sets to some degree are skewed more to useful things right out of the box. Because, got to give somebody a reason to get this thing, right? And if it's a bunch of specialty sounds or soundtrack pads or what I'm guilty of, I'll give you a sound with macros. It can be 16 different sounds if you wanted it to, and you can play with it all you want, But if you don't learn the sound, I don't like this version what it defaulted up to, right?
Yeah.
Part of the challenge doing some of the smart morph sounds in the montage was related to that, which is having the default be compelling enough that I'm going to use this anyway, and then, basically freak them out when they opened up the smart morph pad and started playing with it.
Yeah.
Because it's easy to do it the other way around. Go, what the fuck's this crazy shit? I don't know how we're going to use it, and you don't know that. Oh, right over here, it's totally something more standard.
Yeah.
So that's one of those things you have to just wing it and go with the gut, or play with a spec.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what? Since we've been talking about the M8X, it just occurred to me. I've finished paying for the fucker. How much is the Leviathan again?
Well, US it's 2700. Map for the keyboard.
Yeah.
I think it's only. I think it's 18 for the desktop.
No. Got to get the keyboard.
Yeah,
think-
I know you want the ribbon.
I think it's 28 at
Yeah,
Anderton's.
Anderton's is 2799 in Anderton's.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's because I'm just an old bastard, but for me, a synthesizer has to come with a keyboard.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't. If it's a box, go yeah, but it's a box. You know, it's weird, isn't it? Except I'm fine with having a Kurzweil rack. Absolutely fine with that. But normally, rest of the time,
Which is
it's sort of-
ironic because those have very well known, very nice keyboard actions. So that's a little odd.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? But there again, once you've bought a couple of 2500s through down into the workshop, you begin to fall out of love with them because they are just so fucking heavy. Well, they made this out of sort of like the material from the centre of a black hole or something. It's fucking so heavy.
Oh, come on, Ken. Rack mount CS80.
Yeah. No, the keyboard is everything on that. Keyboard is everything
That's
on that.
That's Wagyu, Cool
Would you-
Top, and
would you not
Charlie
get a-
Bright of Korg were the ones that keep popping up related to M1 presets.
Yeah.
Jack Top and Charlie Bright. The names ring a bell with you.
It can't. Keyboard is everything on what?
On the 80.
Oh yeah, sure.
So
I'll tell you for why. I played it via my Complete Control, which has the aftertouch and that, and immediately it sounded different, even though it was the same sound. It's like, well, to my ear anyway. Okay, that sounds different. I think velocity curves or something changed or something. I don't know. Weird. But there you go. But yeah, keyboards are very important when it comes to expressions. It really is. So.
I totally agree. And my thinking of if I got the money together for a Leviasynth would be a desktop, because I'm trapped. I'm now trapped.
Yeah.
where I am. And even worse than that is I don't actually have any desk space up here either.
Yeah.
So as impractical as a desktop would be, it would be the only practical answer.
Actually, you just brought up something very, it just reminded me of something. See, that was supposed to be leaving on the 21st of March. And it isn't now.
It's not going.
No, it's delayed again.
Oh, what a shame.
End of April now. So, and because I was weaning myself off it because it's going soon, I thought I'll just wean myself off it so I'm not going to miss it so much. And that's
Getting
it.
another one though afterward. I thought you were getting another one.
Well, no, that's still up in the air.
Oh.
Yeah, and it will be the first time there hasn't been an 80 in the house for 30 something years, which will feel very weird.
Yeah, will do, mate.
Yeah. So.
But going back to the Leviasynth and the Hypersynth for that matter, the thing I would miss on a desktop is the
Strip, the ribbon strip.
Yeah, it is. It is
Yeah.
ribbon strip, absolutely, because
Oh God, yeah.
That's the thing that I would miss. As simple as that. It's I don't know. It's just one of those things that I sort of get synths or get synth out or something, start to play it and think, why hasn't it got a rubbing strip on it? I don't know. I know it's space in some cases, but it's just something that I just really like in the way of expression rather than a pedal, say.
Yeah.
Or,
Well, it's like, I mean, the ribbon strip on that. Oh, go on, Jeff.
I'm fucking off.
Oh, okay, baby.
Sorry.
All right,
Later,
mate.
Jeff.
Because
Take
I'm
it, baby.
yeah, Jeff. See, because we're not talking dog shit, he's going. Oh.
Yeah, he was enjoying the
Say-
dog shit talk. That's what it was.
Say hi to God for me.
Finish off. So
I will.
Yeah, tell Gabriel he's an arse.
Speaking of which, I'm going to get off as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to shoot as well, guys. I'm going to
right.
be like, it's like a
Fucking hell,
mass
just
exodus here.
full of lightweights around here. It really is. What's going on?
It's the Cinderella hour. The coaches have all just pulled up outside.
Pumpkin time. Yeah.
There's a
Good
free
talking
beer
to you, guys.
sign gone up somewhere.
I'll see you later.
See you later, babe.
Yeah,
See you
Matt.
later.
Take care,
Bye.
man.
Here, Scott, if you're going.
See ya.
See you, babe. So, yeah. No, I mean, I think it's on Long March. The way Van Geddes played the synths. I thought, yeah, he used the pitch initial, so he just hit the key harder to get a nice glide on it. But he doesn't do it enough. He was actually striking the rhythm strip as he's playing to give him the pitch initial instead, which is incredibly difficult, by the way. I've tried it.
Watch old Jordan Rudess videos on the Kurzweil K2600.
Yeah,
Those are wicked with the ribbon and stuff. Oh man.
yeah. Yeah, but I do remember watching Jordan demonstrating something all back in 2008 or 9 or somewhere like that. And it really did feel like he wasn't demonstrating the keyboard as more as demonstrating how many notes can you fit into a quarter of a second.
He's a shredder, so
It was very, very furious, to say the least.
he always has to show that that Juilliard thing paid off. Here I am shredding away. So
Yeah.
but if you watch old concert videos where he was playing Miami Vice stuff and all that with Jan Hammer back when he had long hair, you got to see Jordan Rudess with long hair. It's hilarious. And he was amazing on the keyboards. He was playing he was playing D50s and some other stuff in this video I watched. But
Yeah.
he was always a great player.
Oh yeah, no, there's no denying that.
He just has that whole shredding thing because of Dream Theater, that kind of
Yeah.
metal kind of shredding thing he does with the other guys in the band. So he just became his thing.
Yeah. I remember a time when I used to be able to play very fast. It was all over the shop, no problems. But I don't know. I just got lazy. I think, do you know what? I like pads.
Yeah.
I don't have to move around so much. That's cool.
10-second reverbs and
Yeah, that'll do me. I just sit here and drift away. Instead of playing, I just want it to entertain me, sort of thing instead.
yeah.
Which is a very dangerous combination.
Yeah, he and some of those old Kurzweil videos is cool too because he had all the MIDI events all set up, so it was changing patches for him as he played. So he just never took his hands off the keys and just kept jamming as it kept changing patches for him. It was really cool.
Yeah.
Don't see people doing that too much anymore.
Yeah, that's true enough. No, I don't know.
But he's made great software with his company and his connections and stuff. I mean, GeoShred is incredible.
Yeah.
With the Swam instruments and stuff, it's still a major contender for anyone who's into.
Yeah. Well, he's quite heavily involved with Omnisphere, wasn't he?
Yeah, and Rolly Seaboard.
Yes.
Seaboard Grand. He did the original Seaboard Grand videos.
Yeah, but have you ever tried playing a Seaboard Grand?
I've never seen one in person, but they look tough. So.
Oh, they are the most unforgiving of machines.
But the fact that it was
really are.
standalone is really appealing.
Yeah, I mean, because I can fly around on a rise. Beautiful, but once I get in front of the Grand, it's like.
I wish they'd made a Rise that was standalone.
Yeah.
Turn it on and play. No computer.
Yeah, but even I think even the
Bluetooth
Grand.
shit,
I think even the Grand. It's only got about. I think it's about 24 sounds in it.
No, but you could load it from the Equator, right?
Oh, true enough. Yeah, true enough.
Yeah.
You
just load the ones you use all the time and just take it somewhere and play.
Yeah, there is that. Yeah, I suppose it would have made sense actually to make a Rise 3 with enough RAM in it to just load the sound straight out of whatever, probably Equator.
Like the iPad app, just like the Seaboard app.
Yeah.
Inside
Yeah, exactly.
the keyboard.
Yeah, and just dump that in, and because that was fine on its own as well.
That was great. Yeah.
Yeah, but I've still got this problem though where it doesn't scale. The glide doesn't scale correctly with the Mac.
Really?
Works on the Mac Mini, works on the iPad, will not work on the Mac Studio. I've tried everything, and it goes no. So C to C is actually C to A in a bit.
Well, you know the history of Rolly. Did you sprinkle some cocaine on it? And that might.
Yeah. I was toying with the idea of just posting it to Antigua for 2 weeks and see what happens. But it didn't make any difference. And firmware and a new Rolly dashboard has come out. Maybe this will fix it. It goes add the new firmware. No, it still fucking does it. But it can't be anything wrong with it because it works when it's plugged into an iPad or Bluetooth to an iPad, or like I say, the Mac Mini. But the Mac Studio just won't do it anymore.
Weird. Your studio's haunted, I think. Of that Mac Studio.
It must be because
nothing but problems with that computer.
Yeah. Well, I hit up Richard Hilton. I said, "You're right." I said, "How's it doing with your Mac Studio?" He goes, "Fine."
Yeah.
Well, he said, "Oh no, it does have one problem though. There's one key that when he pushes, I think it's A sharp, it plays a B as well with it."
Oh. I've had it where a key gets stuck once in a while, but usually that's a Bluetooth problem.
Yeah. No, this is just something where it thinks B is being played when you play A sharp as well. It's weird. And he's been on to Rowley about it. He said they got back really, really quickly and basically said, read the manual.
Yeah, RTFM.
Because he goes, I've read the manual. So it wasn't doing this before. And I've never heard of it doing that as well. So, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you also get the finger pointing, right? Oh, talk to Apple. Oh, talk to Rolly.
Well, the thing is, I don't think it's the Mac Studio because I have played her perfectly okay on this Mac Studio before now. But then there was a change of operating system, there was a change of dashboard, this problem turned up, and I've not been able to get rid of it since.
Wow.
I've reported it, and I get the usual sort of like, we'll look into it.
You did percussive maintenance, right?
Yeah.
So,
and then I know it must be something to do with either their software or Apple, because the original Rise does it as well. The block doesn't.
The block doesn't. Interesting.
Yeah, the block doesn't do it, and that's exactly the same tech. And the Seaboard doesn't do it. But there was one thing I noticed where it used to be listed, and it would say Rolly Grand, and then it'd say Rolly Rise, and then I had two Rolly Rises, and it had the serial numbers there as they were showing up in the software. As two separate rises, which they were, and then the block. And then, operating system change, a new dashboard comes out, and then the Seaboard Grand was listed as a Seaboard, but not Grand. The Rise was listed as a Seaboard. The other Rise was listed as a Seaboard, and then the block as a block.
Well, technically they're all Seaboard, so it's not wrong.
Yeah. So I go, but then it says Seaboard, 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 and I'm going, okay, so which one is the Rise 2? Which one is the Rise 1? And which one is the Grand?
Yeah.
Because it didn't list the serial numbers anymore. It just said Seaboard, 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 block.
Was there any indicator when you plugged one in at a time that it had?
That's what I had to do in the end. That's what I had to do, which was just a pain in the arse.
But it had like a little identifying number or something, right?
Yeah, no, they'd taken it. They'd gone.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so it just said Seaboard, 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 Grand, block, just to make life interesting.
I thought it showed like a serial number or something as part of the name. I forgot.
Used to.
Wow.
And then
that's
this
an upgrade.
dashboard. But then this dashboard came out and it didn't, and then a new dashboard came out about 3 months later, and it was back. The serial numbers were back, but it was still listed as Seaboards. I was like,
wow.
So I don't know. But if I connected them to Cubase identified them as Rise 2s. So, I give up.
Yeah, that's messed up.
But like I say, the glide scale is still wrong.
That is strange.
And changing the resolution of the glide in the dashboard didn't improve matters.
Really?
Yeah. But if I knocked it right down to say 12, but so a 12 volt.
What if you put it in normal keyboard mode without all the goodies? Does it still track badly?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's weird. So it doesn't even appear to be an MPE issue, at least from that point of view. But I, for the life of me, can't figure out why Richard Hilton's one doesn't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, mine doesn't do it.
But there again, I'd rather have this problem than the one he's got.
Uh-oh.
Because playing A sharp and getting a B at the same time is not good, to say the least.
Well, it makes things interesting.
Yeah.
Jazzy.
It's almost like it's got... You sure your Rise hasn't got the red glue issue of the JD800 as well? Until your keys have got stuck together. What the bloody hell's going on there?
Wow. There's the red gel issue, the gel inside the...
Yeah, mate, I tell you. I've had so many of them come in this year so far, it's ridiculous.
Really?
Yeah, absolute glut of JD800s coming in with all the keys are one piece. Push one key, the whole fucking lot go up and down with it,
Wow.
So, and...
I still need to clean mine. Mine's just sitting there with the shit on it, so...
Yeah. Well, it's great because, with the solution that Fiona makes up, you just throw it in the bowl, walk away, leave it, and then go back to it 24 hours
What was
later.
it again? I forgot. I always forget. I got to write this down.
I'll tell you what, I'll get her to message you
Cool.
the recipe.
Thank you, yeah.
Yeah, because if it's too strong, it damages the plastic in some way. I think
I'm just not looking forward to taking it completely apart, because I did once take apart Korg 01W 100% because some of the keys were rubbing weirdly and stuff. And I took them apart, cleaned them, tried to find out where the rubbing was coming from, and put them back in order. It was a nightmare. Since you're not used to that, I'm sure you do it in your sleep, but I was just like,
but even then, it's a pain in the ass because of when you've removed the that white plastic strip, you take off the back, and that gives you the room so you can push the key forward and lift it up and over.
Mm-hmm.
When you're doing that full extreme, you're bending that spring quite hard, and sometimes you can go, come on, and it goes, and you literally almost fold the bloody spring in half if you're not careful.
Or the spring could take off, right?
You count them, and you go, I had more springs than this.
Bing! It takes off somewhere.
Yeah, it's got somewhere. So I must admit, I have a bag of them. Just in case, because sometimes it's just quicker to go and put another one in than try and find where the fuck it went, because they're very thin. They can go anywhere, sort of.
And I still have that SY99 key I bought for the one I bought had one bad key on it.
Yeah.
I'm scared to take that apart also.
Yeah. Give yourself at least 2 hours.
Probably double.
Take photos and.
Oh yeah, I always take a lot of photos.
And there are a couple different length screws that you don't want to mix up.
Oh boy.
But it's a drag because you got to take it. You got to take out 2 layers of boards and the display.
Yeah. That sucker's heavy too.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, then the keyboard's kind of like a stressed element in a way. So when you go to put it back, you really want to get it really aligned before you stack everything back on it.
Oh boy.
I mean, it sounds scary, but it's actually really not that big a deal. Just pay attention.
I'm just glad I'm not taking apart the D50 because I saw when they serviced my D50. It's a whole city of boards in there. That's scary to me.
But from a tech point of view, it's not the amount of boards; it's the amount of interconnecting cables.
Yeah.
Well, that and also just more things to bump or touch or if I touch it wrong with the skin, I could short
a
it.
lot of them, especially I think late 80s, early 90s, a lot of the machines, what they thought was a brilliant idea, is have all these individual wire ribbon cables.
Yeah.
And have them all white, every single one of them.
Yeah.
So where did that cable go? Because there's 3 or 4 places here that it reaches.
I would probably just put a Sharpie on each one and label them.
Yeah.
So.
So
Yeah.
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint on this when you get to 99. So, bad news, they're all white. Good news is, I am pretty positive none of them have the same number of leads.
Yeah, they have different size clips, right? Well,
Right.
yeah.
So in terms of a 99, I don't believe there's any.
I don't
ones
think
that
it's
you
a bad
take
on
apart.
that. Yeah.
So, but the problem is that there are a lot of connectors. I think you have to just connect maybe about 7 or 8.
Yeah.
2 of them are really tight because they're the smaller ones, and they use a funky. There's some standard connector model, and they use the mini version of it. So if you fuck it up, I've never been able to find a source for them. So be
Is
very
anyone
careful.
on that stupid one where you have to open it and slide that little thing into and then close it, or they just
No, they're the standard, little guy with the little tab on the side.
Yeah.
So you might want to get a little tiny screw, just a little, because if it's the first time it's been taken apart, you got to be really patient. And once you've done it once and it's kind of lost that thing, it's not so bad. But that's the biggest thing you got to be careful of. They all have a red line, so you don't really have to. But I'm pretty there might be 2 4 lead ones, but the lengths of them are such that you can't cross connect them.
Yeah.
They're keyed, right? Aren't they keyed?
Well, yeah, they
Yeah,
are.
there's two sort of like ridges, so you know which they only go in one way, kind of thing.
Yeah, they only go one way.
But when it comes to connecting cables, the king of all the bastard ones ever in the history of synthesizers is the 2 connector ribbons that go from the front panel of a up quadra into the CPU board. You cannot get at them. They're really, that thin plastic cellophane.
Yeah.
And they have 2 little slots in them, and when you close the green clasp that holds it in place, they've got to line up perfectly with these holes so that it clicks shut. Right? But the boards are, the thing's the front panel. You're holding the computer board, and you've got to get down in behind the front panel and try and slot these things in and get these clasps so you can put them together. It's a fucking nightmare. I've actually at one time, I think I spent like 2.5 hours trying to get these 2 ribbon cables back
Lined
into
up,
the
that's
CPU
right.
board. Yeah. And you're holding this thing up, and it's
Why would they do that? I mean, use like a Molex or something. Why would they use something that's so easy?
Right? And of course, eventually these weird custom clasp things fail, and the little clips that hold them down and hold the thing in place, the ends snap off, and they don't want to hold it in anymore. Right? But the design of the Quadra, full stop, is a nightmare from beginning to end. They go, let's mount alkaline batteries for the memory and hang it over the string synth board. What a brilliant idea!
Yeah, it never leaks. It's okay.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, just only every fecking where, and it's got a power supply, right? It's the size of bloody Denver.
Yeah.
It's enormous, this thing. And sometimes you'll actually have 2 separate coils because one coil is nowhere near enough power to run it.
That's why when I replaced the battery in my SX240, I put it on a little plastic tray.
Yeah.
So if it ever leaks, it leaks onto the tray. So.
Yeah. I mean, this is why I love the memory upgrade that you can get for the Prophet 5s now, because you don't have to have the battery in it anymore either.
Yeah.
Because that can go for a fucking walk. Because people tend to, when they're not using a Prophet 5, they stand them up on end. So what happens is that when the battery leaks, it runs down the entire CPU board, destroying everything in its path.
So who's the asshole who decided to solder batteries on the motherboards? What's wrong with clips?
Pass.
Because you have to replace it at some point.
Yeah.
It's not a capacitor.
I still never figured out why the memory Moog had to have a memory backup battery that looked like it's about the size of a barrel of oil. It's enormous, great big yellow battery on the CPU board. I mean, it's fucking huge.
Yeah.
It's got to be what, 1.5 inches by 3.5, 4 inches. It's a big fecking thing.
You should have seen these massive capacitors we had at the laser company for the power supplies.
Oh, I can imagine.
They look like beer cans.
Yeah.
And,
I can imagine.
every once in a while they would pop, and the whole ground floor of the building would stink.
What?
So bad.
It's like the, I think it's still out around the garage. I must get it out actually and just take some video of it because it's so weird. It's that, the Hohner drum man, the mechanical drum machine.
Yeah.
And there's no circuit boards in it. It's wires suspended in air. So, like coat hanger wires, right? And then another coat hanger wire is soldered to that coat hanger wire and goes down and connects to that valve. And then another sort of like coat hanger wire comes over and connects to that coat hanger wire. And it's just, it looks like a very, very fat spider has made a really mental web inside this big wooden case. It's mental. It really is. And then there's this big disc, and that what generates the different rhythms. And then the electric motor to run this disc. Wow. I think it's 1950 something.
So they're bare wires. There's no short protection on them of any kind.
No, it's just bare wire.
Wow.
And I was working on this thing. I lost count of how many times I electrocuted myself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was, and there's no indication of like. I wonder which one is a
This one
power?
does.
Which one is the live rail?
Imagine dropping your screwdriver and a short cast of wires.
Yeah, there's just no way. There's no color coding. Nothing. There's just these valves suspended in midair, and then just all these thick wires.
Wow.
You know, wire, not lovely flexible wire, fucking coat hangers, and it's like with just these valves mounted, and it's like, what the hell? I mean, if there was a service manual for it, it must have been hilarious. Do you know what I mean?
I was say if you have a cat, don't let your cat near there.
It was only 2 pages. A cover, don't bother.
Yeah, yeah. If broken, throw away.
Yeah. Landfill. Yeah.
Contact your Hohner dealer. But then there's that, I think it's still out there, that's Hohner as well, isn't it? The Multiman.
Kruma.
Oh, right.
It's
No.
Kruma.
It's, sorry, not Multiman, Multimonica.
Oh.
And it's a monosynth stroke harmonica synth. Straight up. So the top manual,
Okay.
little wooden keys, is this single VCO monosynth. And the bottom keyboard is a harmonica.
Wow.
And there's a little electric motor in it that blows air through the reeds, and that's your harmonica. Right? And it opens up these little channels to each key for the air, right?
Well, the
Look
power
at
goes
that.
out. You can still play unless you, except for the.
And then
air-
it's got this valve-driven monosynth on the top, right? And little.
So just for your interest, Heinbach has a video on it from June of last year.
Oh
So you
wow.
can check it out in all its glory.
Yeah,
It looks
apparently they were made
hilarious.
in the Messerschmitt factory.
Oh wow.
Well, a lot of things were made in the Messerschmitt factory after the war.
Yeah. But somebody said that goes, yes, but during the war. I mean, what? Well, he was friendly, was he? He had contacts?
Well, what's interesting is apparently it's been around long enough they actually have made it to the Multi-Monica 2.
Wow.
Bloody hell. And the thing, it's not very big. I'd say it was about that,
Yeah.
by about that, by about
Yeah,
that.
it looks like over 3. Yeah, it looks like the size of the Fender Rhodes bass.
Yeah, and you, honest to God, if I picked it up, I could walk maybe 6 foot with it before I have to put it down again. It's so heavy,
Yeah.
unbelievably
Hilarious.
heavy. So
Well,
what
it was
happened
made
was,
back when men were men, right? You gotta be.
you could see why it was in the Messerschmitt factory, because it had
Yeah.
all the equipment that was moving aircraft engines around. It's fucking ideal for moving that to put it in a little box, you know. But so what it had was, the design of it was actually incredible, because it had the electric motor. Instead of just having a fan, it had this cone-shaped impeller And what he'd done is it was done in such a way in this wooden casing, because it was all made from wood, not or plastic. There's no plastic in it. Maybe a bit of Bakelite here and there. And it would produce this perfect jet of air, so that the air reached all the reeds on the keyboard equally across, 37 little micro
That's
keys.
pretty amazing, actually. Yeah.
It was absolutely stunning design.
It's a very retro Art Deco looking piece. It looks like classic
Yeah.
Bakelite jumbo knobs. It's actually
It looks
really
like
cool.
a classic radio stroke
Yeah.
jukebox, actually, from a distance.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So that's still out in the garage. Don't know what the hell I'm going to do with that. Okay.
You
so-
probably sell it to
put
Heimbach.
it up on eBay. Malta Monica spares.
Yeah, Heimbach will buy it. If you
That
already
would be a
has one,
busy shop.
we'll put a second.
2 calls a decade. Sweet.
Yeah. You go, are they really spares? Yeah. Oh, just asking.
You could play that famous
That's one call.
Stevie Wonder harmonica thing perfectly on it. So.
Yeah. And it's funny because you had these little wooden keys, and the response on them is, let's just say, lackadaisical. It's not you wouldn't play anything fast on this. And when I say fast, I mean something that we would consider slow would be considered fast on this thing. So I got the mono synth to work briefly, and it was like
What did it sound like?
it sounded like a very ill mouse organ. Yeah, basically. The speaker in it, I mean, Jesus, it must have been something like a 4-ohm. It was
When you say mouse
quite a
organ, I
lot
think of the Monty Python sketch where he's actually hitting mice.
Hitting the mice.
With a mice.
Yeah.
On the mouse organ.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounded like a very, very, very weedy little sort of like church organ type of sound.
Wow.
It had different waveforms. There was a couple of waveforms and a couple of footage rocker switches on it. Basically, I think it just
So it was a
switched to
synth that
different-
kind of sounded like a tone wheel.
Not that complex, no.
Really?
Yeah, it was very, very, very basic. But I suppose, for 1940 something or other, I was just sort of like, wow, the future is bright,
Did Hitler have one in his bunker?
I don't know. He probably didn't shoot himself. One of these fell on him. Bloody hell. So,
He killed himself because he was tired of the sound of it. So. Yeah.
but yeah, so it was a little interesting piece of history that came through the door, I must admit. So, but it's like that Sonic 5. I don't think Moog made many Sonic 5s, did they?
No.
I was under the impression they made a few. But that was a weird thing. And that had been to some really, really expensive repair place in the States. And I think it was Soulwax had bought it. And they got delivery of it. And they said, oh, only one speaker works. And there was something else wrong with it as well. They said,
That's the
"There's only-"
suitcase synth, right?
No, it's a big... No, that's the Sonic 6.
Six.
That's a
is
six.
Right. The 5 was a big wooden version, as it were, with a proper keyboard.
I never saw a 5.
And it had these stereo speakers in the back, right? Well, I say stereo, it had 2 speakers. Whether it was stereo is debatable. And they said, oh, one of the speakers doesn't work. They think it might be the amp, and it's packed up during shipping and stuff like that. I mean, okay. And it had gone to be sorted out and restored at one of the big flashy places in the States.
Like Centaur.
Like Centaur. Tone something?
Oh, Toneworks.
Could be Toneworks. But don't take that as gospel. But it was something like that. And I'm going, Sonic 5? What the fuck? So anyway, this flight case arrives, I open it up, and there's this big wooden synth, and I'm going, oh, hello. Okay, this is new. So I start working on it anyway. And so I investigate why the speaker isn't working. And it transpires, what it is there's these 4 huge screws that come through from the back of the keyboard's
Screwed
case.
right into it.
when they put the speaker in, they put the screw through the speaker. I mean, and then put it back in, and actually found the screws and screwed it all up. But where the screw had gone through, if it'd gone through the cone, I don't think it would have affected the sound.
It would just sound weird, yeah.
That
I've heard
yeah,
broken cones before.
it might do a little bit of now and again.
Yeah.
But what they've done is they've gone through right at the centre of the cone and gone through where the wire comes out onto and is attached to the coin. Yeah, and they've gone through that. And I repaired it with, you know, that roll of sticky paper. You know, you wet it with water and then like parcel tape from the 60s. Right?
Yeah.
So I recreated the cone again, managed to solder, went back into the coil where it was broken, soldered a new bit of thin wire to it, brought it out covered in Fiona's nail polish. She was furious, and brought it out and attached it again to the cone at the actual point where the original one had connected, and turned it on. And it was stereo. I go, yay!
Did you cover up the screw hole so no one would try to use it again?
No, what I did was I actually because the screws. Get this, the screws must have been like 8 inches long.
Oh, too long. Okay.
And they needed half an inch at most. Right? So I just got a hacksaw and cut the fuckers off.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And just file off the ends a bit, you know, make it nice and easy. And just go like
It's
that.
like like caveman synth repair. What's wrong with these guys?
Well,
You know, it's one of those things that you think you got to figure when they got it. Somebody probably before them had done that, and they didn't know, since it's such an oddball synth, they're not supposed to have screws like that, because who would ever do that the first time?
Yeah,
You know
because I couldn't figure out why they had to have screws that long. And it was like, and then put the speaker
Right there.
through the screws.
It's like somebody who couldn't go to the hardware store and get the right length. He goes, well, these are good enough. Let's put these in there.
It's just,
But let me
yeah, it's
guess,
just
all 4 of them were that long, right?
all 4, yeah, all 4,
Yeah.
and for the other speaker as well.
But that one
It's like-
missed. Go
That
figure.
one I don't think they took off because it still had the sealant around the nuts. But this speaker this side didn't. But this was the one that had the damage. So whether they went, fuck, put it back in.
So
Like nobody
Robert posted in the chat. The Sonic 5 was done by Musonics before they bought Moog, but was designed
Right.
by ex-Moog engineer Gene Smechak.
Yeah,
So
yeah, because he had this very open front panel on it. There wasn't an awful lot of controls on this front panel, and they paid a fortune for this bloody thing, plus shipping it over. And I had a play on it, and
not their best
Yep.
effort, huh?
sounds like shit. I think would be
So
the
at the end
best
of the day, it
review.
wasn't really worth it, right?
Yeah, it literally
Well,
took
it's a historical
more,
piece,
well,
right? Historical.
it was taking up more space on the planet than it was entitled to. Put it that way. It was just sort of like, why? Because the other thing is, when I pulled the front panel off, literally, a small child could get in there, and you could put the front panel back on, and they'd be quite happily to go to sleep in there. There was so much empty space inside this thing. It was just all room.
Kind of interesting. It looks a little bit like an EML with the white front panel, like.
Yeah, yeah. But it was actually this one was sort of like a brushed alley finish.
Yeah.
With
Okay,
like
yeah,
a
okay,
blue
yeah.
a blue lining or a black line
Yeah, it looks like
edging,
black.
just to show how different things connected. There wasn't that many things to connect to each other, to be honest. But yeah,
Is
and
the
it
wood
didn't
like the
sound
wood on
great.
a mini Moog, or is it, what kind of wood is it?
No, it was a veneered ply.
Oh, okay.
So
It's walnut. It's walnutty looking, but yeah, it looks like it's
yeah, but it was actually not, you know. But I mean, this one was pretty good. I've got a photograph of it here somewhere, but it wasn't particularly, shall we say, earth moving.
And that's Pratt Reed key bed, is it?
I'm trying to remember now. I don't think there was anything particularly difficult about it.
What were the options back then? Was Pratt Reed pretty much the only real option, or did they have other ones that were just not so good?
Well, Pratt Reed was the popular one. I'm trying to remember because there was different ways of setting them up, wasn't there? Because the keyboard that was in the minis was similar but different. The stuff that they put in the ARP, that's the most traditional Pratt Rig keyboard I can think of, and that particular design got into a lot of sense.
Because the guy had a at the art booth at NAMM, the guy who collects all this stuff had the Blue Marvin that was like 1970 Tonus.
Yeah.
And the keyboard felt very different than the 75 2600, and as well as sounding different as well and all that stuff.
I think it's pretty much the same keyboard design though.
But
it might be the condition of the keyboard bushings that were doing it.
Right.
So because I mean you can get it's like the mini that I had come in last week. I mean you play the keyboard and it was like you get the same sound when you're sorting through a toolbox. It was a horrible clunking metal clanking going on because the bushings are gone. No, bye. But the thing is, these bushings, they're getting harder and harder to get hold of, and they're getting more and more expensive, which is always a bad sign.
Are they really hard to make?
I wouldn't have thought so. It's literally done by extrusion, and then it's cut.
Okay.
So it's just one particular form that's made, and then chopped up. But they're talking about them being about 75 to 80 cents each now. And then for me, that's 80 cents. And then the shipping, the import duty.
How many per key?
Well, a mini uses, I think it's 44. Prophet 5 uses 61, obviously. And yeah, I bought 5,000 of them back in 2019, and they're all gone.
It's just a little tube, right?
It's kind of a tube. It's got two little fluffy bits on the top and two shorter bits on the bottom at a tighter angle. So you get so you don't get when the key goes down and hits the metal rod that supports the key and holds it in place.
Oh, they're like little cones almost.
No, it's like a tube, but it's got quite a elaborate set of fins on it.
I see.
That are the cushions.
I know.
So when you press the key down, it doesn't go clunk.
Yeah.
You know, and when it comes back up, it doesn't go clunk.
All right. Gents, I gotta jump. I gotta clean up for Valentine's Day dinner.
Oh.
Thanks for letting me hang.
No, anytime.
Enjoy
mate.
the rest of the evening.
See you later.
What's
Cool.
it? Them
See you later.
man was walking. I should fix the ETI 4600 in the garage.
All right.
I would,
See you,
but I've got sanity. See you later, Manny. Take care, man.
You know what? Yeah, I'm going now as well because it's 1:45.
Oh, it's
in the
enough,
morning.
isn't it? It's enough.
Well, it
'Cause-
is enough for me, but
yeah, because I might be doing the workshop pub tomorrow because I'm going to be doing the.
great stuff, great stuff, great stuff.
I'm doing the Jupiter 8, having a deep clean and service.
Lovely. Look forward to it.
So, all right. So it's whatever time I get up tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, Keith.
Yeah.
Take care, mate.
See you again.
See you later, mate. Love yourself. Oh dear. Itchy. My hair's growing back finally.
Yeah.
Getting there. And that's why I think it's starting to itch a lot now. So,
What's the next color you're going to use?
I have no idea. Fiona was saying go red again.
Have you done green yet?
I think I did.
Do
Yeah.
green for Ken Flux Pierce.
Yeah,
Then you go Hulk smash.
I tell you what, green didn't suit me.
Yeah.
Mind you, to be honest with you, I suppose purple, red, or any other colour doesn't really suit me. To be honest,
Yeah, it's not exactly a natural color. So.
no, it's just it's just better than grey. You know,
Yeah.
just get so fed up with it. That's all. You go, are you worried about being grey? No, I started going grey when I was 18, but then it was at the sides. I looked like the bloke from that pop group M.
Oh yeah.
I got a lot of girls back then.
You should
Good
do
old
cut the hair really short and do that leopard pattern where it's blonde and it has like the
Oh god, yeah.
blotches.
Yeah. Cool, bloody hell. So, I might do it red to go with the Muzzy when she's done.
There you go.
Because she's decided she wants it in red now, with black detailing rather than black with red with silver or white detailing. I think it was. Although she hasn't completely made up her mind yet.
You could also just bleach it and make it nice Trump blonde.
Oh, do you know what? Nah.
Oh.
Nah, thanks.
And you have that combination swirl he has to keep it all together.
Oh, God. Is he dead yet or what? Come on.
Worst comb over in the world, yeah.
Yeah. Why is it all the good ones die off and the wankers stay on? What's that all about?
Life's way of keeping you down.
Yeah. Mind you, Italy let Vance know what they thought of him.
Yeah.
Didn't they? And I think they were showing a clip from, it was either CNN or Fox, one or the other. And they're going about, I wasn't expecting that kind of reaction, blah, 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 you know. And I looked at
Vance doesn't know
Fiona.
how to read a room. He's an idiot. I mean,
Yeah.
He went to a good school, and he probably can, he's playing a character for the most part.
Yeah.
Because he was calling Trump a Nazi years ago.
Well,
but he's not where the money is. So
yeah, but he's one of those people, like a lot of these sort of like higher end MAGA Republicans. It's whatever suits them at the time.
Yeah, they want the money and the fame and the power.
Yeah, yeah. But when
anyone's asked to get it,
when this reporter saying, she goes, really wasn't expecting that kind of reaction, blah 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 blah, from the Italian people, and I turned to Fiona and I said, that's because the Italian people still remember what fascism actually felt like.
They perfected it.
Yeah, and they still fucking remember what it was like.
Yeah, yeah.
And they know what they like and don't like now from that point of view.
Well, they also probably didn't like his eyeliner that he wears. So.
Yeah, well.
But I love the whole thing of he has an Indian wife, and his base hates foreigners, right?
Yeah.
That's never going to go over well. So that's always going to be a source for criticism and horrible comments and stuff. And how does he square that? It's such a weird.
Yeah, any lamppost going spare. Yeah, exactly. Oh, mate.
It's just a crazy situation.
Yeah, but it just seems so bizarre and just, when you just stop and think about it and go, how did America get to this point?
Sadly, it was always an undercurrent.
Yeah, but
and social media made it kind of bubble up to be more obvious.
Yeah, but it was
and then
something far more. Yeah,
it just empowered everybody.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of groundwork done beforehand, for sure. A
lot of it was there. A lot of it was latent. I mean, unless you had relatives like I do, who are kind of always that way.
Yeah.
Did you see the Kid Rock anti-Super Bowl halftime thing?
Yeah, he has a very unique way of singing, doesn't he?
Oh, it's just so that was actually the funny thing is people didn't know he had a duet going on. So one of the guys singing with him. Yeah, it actually wasn't lip synced, but it was pre-recorded and the sync was off.
Yeah.
So it was just a really unprofessional entire thing.
Yeah.
Considering they had time to tweak it before uploading it, it was not a live show like the Super Bowl was.
Yeah.
So it was just shitty across the board. But the guy in there singing songs about like I just want to fish. I don't want to hear about all the bad news and. Country, it's hard being country now and all this bullshit, right?
Yeah, all I want to do is drink my beer, and I saw that.
I don't want to hear about a boy that's supposed to be a girl and all this bullshit. And it's just like, it ended up being just another form of hate speech cloaked in, oh, poor me, I'm just country, right?
Yeah.
And that shit's always been there. I mean, I have relatives in Louisiana. I don't talk to them anymore because they're just dumb fucks.
Yeah.
They're nice people as long as you're white.
And
as long as you're, they're nice to me because of some relatedness and because I'm white, but they really prefer local whites to me because, those Yankees, right? Them damn Yankees, because they still have that kind of Southern mentality.
Yeah.
Where the Confederation was the shit, man. And so it's just ridiculous. That hatred is always there. It's always going to be there. And, I'm not a Bad Bunny fan, but hey, if you like him, that's great. You know,
Yeah.
certainly has some talent, and he has a lot of popularity. He has a lot of money, but
I'd never heard of him
yeah, and
right up until this whole
it's
Super
not my
Bowl
style
thing.
of music. But hey, the thing was well shot. It was a cool halftime thing.
Yeah.
But and it was a good story. He was telling a story of immigrants and
Yeah.
families and stuff like that. It wasn't like hateful like the other one was.
Yeah. Well.
And so if they want the American view to be hateful, then there you go. Go watch that piece of shit show.
Well, that seems to be the thing, though. When it comes to that kind of thing, where there's clearly one side, there's clearly another, and one's sort of like encompassing, and the other one is absolutely not.
Yeah,
it's always the one that's absolutely not that seems to have the worst entertainment.
Well, there's that, and the comedians are generally shitty. They're not even good comedians.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of these mega comedians before, and on YouTube, and they're doing bits of their stand up.
Yeah,
and because they're being comedians, but they're also at the same time pushing an agenda.
Yeah, they have to cater to their base, right?
Yeah, so there's irony. Forget it. It's not happening, right?
Or their version of it is twisted and there's no subtlety.
There's always some nasty element to it. So and then on the other side, it's just better.
But also the whole thing about people say like, well, we want to have a show with real Americans in it. It's like, motherfucker, Puerto Rico is part of America. Where have you been? Yeah. Well, Bahamas part of America. Puerto Rico is part of America. That's how it is. Do some reading maybe of something that's not just brain dead bullshit and propaganda.
Yeah, well, the thing is that a lot of the propaganda is actually taught in schools anyway.
Well, the sad thing is they're claiming that all the stuff we were taught when I was younger in school was propaganda. Even the true historic stuff about the horrible things we did to the Native Americans and to other people and to slavery, all the stuff through slavery. Suddenly, like, oh, well, it wasn't as bad as you think it was. This is why. I'm like, no, don't sugarcoat it.
Yeah,
he did some bad shit.
Yeah, but but like I said before, there was this a history book published online, and it was showing about what children were being taught. Yeah. In terms of America and all this. And it was quite bizarre when it said things like, Thomas Edison invented the light bulb.
Yeah.
America invented the railway. What?
Yeah.
Now, what the real truth of the matter is, all right, so James Watt invented the steam engine, but America made it commercially viable.
Sure.
Edison made the light bulb.
You can't have nuance. Come on.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So Edison made the light bulb commercially viable.
Sure.
That kind of thing. So that's where America was, excelling. And yet, like even Ken said earlier about it was the indoctrination of being taught that America is the greatest country in the world.
Yeah.
And at no point did anybody ask, why is it?
Yeah.
They go, oh, it just is,
Just apple pie and baseball and.
Yeah, but it's like, when you get those vacuous responses, what was it? I can't remember which film it was, where they had the student body and everything like that, and they had the various people sat up on the stage, and they're going, and the girl goes, so can you tell me what it is why America is the greatest country in the world? And no, this woman's going, freedom, freedom, and freedom. That kind of thing. It's just these vacuous answers that mean nothing and all the rest of it.
Sure.
And then matey boy losing his temper. He says, well, we only lead the world in three things: the amount of incarcerated people, infant mortality, and something else, So, yeah, was it done here? I would have to say no. I don't think it was. Not really. We were taught the bad shit as well. That we did.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
but
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I don't know about now. I don't know about
I mean,
now.
nobody's innocent, right? The imperialism was pretty bad across the board. Everyone's going around taking advantage of other countries, and with Navy technology and stuff, and
been going on before the West existed.
exactly, yeah. So
You see,
that
the one thing that they never told us at school, but we did find out obviously later on, was like when they said about we did like to push this thing about we brought an end to slavery. We went to war to end slavery and stuff like that. And I go, yeah, but we also really participated in it quite a lot as well.
Oh, of course.
But the thing they never taught us at school was that, when various cultures came to Africa, they weren't burning villages down and grabbing people and throwing them onto the ships. What they were doing, they were going to countries in Africa and buying slaves that were already slaves by other indigenous peoples.
Exactly, yeah.
In the first place. It was a marketplace. Yeah. So they go, oh, we didn't actually make them slaves in the first place. Yeah, we did commercialize it, shall we say?
Yes. We created a business for it.
Yeah. So, like for instance, when eventually told, they said, Egypt, the Great Pyramids, and blah blah blah, but built by slaves.
Yeah, everything, Great Wall, everything. Yes.
Well, these people came from feckin' somewhere.
Yeah.
They didn't go to Slaves or Us, did they?
No.
So, and so once you start looking into history closer, there's so many things that you were taught at school, and you go, well, that wasn't exactly true. What I was taught at school,
Yeah.
And what was in that book, So.
Well, that's why there's a good book out there that the MAGA people hate. It's called People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn.
Yeah.
And it's a lot more honest about the bad things we did, the good things we did. It's more of a balanced approach compared to the. I mean, we learned some pretty awful stuff. Yeah, there was sad things we learned in history class. But they whitewashed a little bit because they don't want to terrorize kids with those horrible things we did. Right. Because if you actually gave the gory details, the kids would be crying and really upset. They're like, Mommy, why did we do this?
Yeah.
So they have to whitewash it a little bit for kids at least, because it's pretty fucking horrible what we did.
Well,
continue.
Yeah. But those kind of history lessons you wouldn't be teaching to kids that would be, that emotionally sensitive in the first place.
They still cover some of those time periods that are fascinating, but still brutal.
Yeah.
Like ancient Rome was brutal as hell, right? I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
People are fascinated by it, so you have to clean it up a little bit,
Oh,
That's why Claudius was so good. It was fucking brutal, but really well acted, and and hey, the first nudity I saw on TV as a kid, that was pretty cool stuff.
Well, the thing is, I mean, you see, Roman Empire was a classic of the genre where keeping the upper echelons pure and the amounts of incest went on, and obviously,
sure,
and then the amounts of insanity.
Or Sparta, where they had like the military thing where they brought in young boys and converted them to be lovers.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what a twisted,
But
if you're gay, that's fine, but they were forced to do that. Right?
Well, once you get, the insanity gets set in, and then so you'll start getting, emperors who are uncontestable at any level, and they're just doing mental shit. And everybody's going, yeah, that's great, brilliant idea. Yeah, you want to kill me? Cool, go for it. That kind of thing. I mean, we had it in the British aristocracy as well. It was dark periods where we had some fucking mental patients in charge. Some real lunatics. And everybody going along with it.
Well, it's like the old saying, like the average person who wants to be in charge, you probably don't want to be in charge.
Yeah, well, yeah,
because they're just pieces of work, right?
Well, I must admit, sort of like, I had always found it hard to conceive how so many people in Germany fell for the whole, the Jews are responsible for everything.
Oh, sure.
That kind of thing. And, that whole thing of how people were taken in by it.
And look how Trump is talking about the Mexicans. They're rapists, they're murderers.
Yeah, exactly. So, but watching what happened in the States over the last 20 odd months or so.
Instant replay with a different group.
It's like a historical replay, and now you can see in great detail how that came about firsthand.
Yeah.
And how easily it was done.
Yep.
Just getting the few key points at the right time, and you got the country eating out of your hand. It's amazing.
Yeah, like I said before, I have friends. I still talk to some of them a little bit online and stuff, but I used to hang out with these guys. They were like well-read, educated, nice people, talk about, similar taste in movies and music and just going out, having fun and stuff like that. And then some switch goes off at some point, and then you're like, what the fuck happened to this person?
Yeah.
They just became a blind follower of a monster.
Yeah, but it's happened so many times in the past.
No, I know, but I can see it with the masses, right? That's just the way it works, sadly. But people who are supposedly better than that, is not, for lack of a better way to put it right now, but they don't have that track record of being that kind of an asshole.
Yeah,
they're empathetic and they have they're educated, they're whatever, all the stuff that leads you to not do stuff like that.
Yeah,
and suddenly they're on the train like everybody else. I'm like, what the fuck happened to you?
Yeah.
What was that always there and a switch went off, or did you suddenly get some epiphany of, why am I doing this? I should be on the other side because they get all the money and they get all the power, and I don't know what makes people do that, especially when they don't have that track record for decades.
Yeah, but the thing is that, I mean, what's going on over there with you with Trump and that. I mean, we've got the same kind of shit going on here with Farage and Reform, and I have it on good authority that Reform at the moment is running second in our constituency, and I'm going, really? Is it? Yeah. Why? How? But apparently they're running second, and that's mainly because Labour have been so absolutely fucking ineffectual, and the Conservatives are hated.
The Democrats have been milquetoast for a while. It's terrible.
Yeah. So ignorance loves to fill a void, doesn't it? So Reform are running second at the moment, and so apparently we're very Lib Dems at the moment. How long that lasts, or
there's a glimmer of hope lately with all this Epstein stuff, because a lot of the MAGA people are coming out of the woodwork and saying, well, I like all this stuff going on except for this. Like they're finding a breaking point where there's a bit of humanity in there, although they've let other horrible things continue to go on and have gone on in the past in this regime. But at least there's some humanity in there that they really answer to this thing and have somebody pay for this, even though Trump is one of the biggest offenders. Like, he needs to pay more than anybody with this stuff, and you're giving him a pass. But at least they have,
Well, when they interview these sort of like maggers on the street and stuff, and when it comes to, yes, but they say to them, yeah, grocery prices are up. You've had your Medicaid taken from you.
Yeah.
You're struggling for this, that, and the other. Besides, why does an EpiPen have to cost $700 in the first place?
Yeah.
Never mind the insurance problems. Why the price fixing?
Insulin. Insulin is the simplest protein you can make, pretty much, and it's been paid for forever. It's not a new thing.
Yeah,
it's been synthesized for decades and decades and decades. It should be one of the cheapest things on the planet.
Yeah,
and it's very expensive now.
Yeah, I mean, all our prescriptions here, I think, are capped at around £9. Doesn't matter what it is; it's £9. That's your lot. Yeah. And everything after that is taken by the National Health, and there's no proof or form filling to do for that. But anyway, so and they're interviewing this, and I go, oh, it's because of Biden. What?
Yeah.
Inflation isn't up by 3.7% because of Biden. He hasn't been in charge for fucking over a year. What is the matter with
there's
you?
always an overlap, but for them to keep blaming Obama and Biden for all this stuff going on now, it's like, can you just get on with it? And
There was a guy going on about how he says it's not the Epstein files I'm interested in. I want to know why Obama wasn't around getting things sorted out when 9/11 happened.
yeah,
What are you? Fucking, are you allowed to drive?
it's this crazy redirect and whataboutism.
Yeah.
All this stuff, anything to deflect from the actual problem, because a lot of these people aren't that stupid. They know this stuff is very damning. Evidence, I mean, it's proper evidence. But, these days people don't want to necessarily listen to evidence unless it suits them, right? They'll cherry pick their evidence. And it's really funny because some people are just panicking. I mean, if you're watching any of that Pam Bondi stuff recently, where she just has a meltdown and change the subject. Look at the Dow. Look at this. Look at that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about very specific things, and you're supposed to answer these questions as anyone who knows how the law works and how the process works. Otherwise, you have no civilization. We have no government. If you want to play along as a member of society and as of this government with these roles, or you want to be a maniac, right? Which is it?
Yeah.
And they just blindly defend some of these terrible people with these terrible deflections and distractions. When it's so clear that's what we're doing, that's what's going on. It's
you get the feeling that some of the long-lasting institutions, good or bad, good or bad, and there's probably more bad than there is good.
Yeah,
but they're running out of space and things are falling apart. The information technology has not helped, and it's like the whole planet is just waiting. Just let's have another big war.
Well, I mean, it's shaping up to be that way. The way things are being talked about lately, and all these aggressive moves of the country, not respecting international waters. Not respecting international borders, with the whole thing with Venezuela, we'll just take that guy.
Yeah.
And we'll blow up fishing boats. Oh, they're all drug boats.
No,
they're all drug boats.
Yeah.
You obliterated them.
They have narco subs for a reason. They don't go around in speedboats all the time. The thing is, like, you got it. It's almost like everybody's gearing up to kick off. And here's the horrible part. It makes economic sense to have a World War III.
Yeah.
Because that way you've got an excellent excuse for pushing the reset button.
However...
And it's good investment.
However, we'll end up having something like... You've seen Dr. Strangelove, right?
Yeah.
It's funny as hell and it's depressing as hell because that's probably what's going to happen.
But Dr. Strangelove, when it was a spoof comedy, right?
Yeah.
Now it's almost a documentary.
Yeah, it's a playbook for what's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we'll see any more spoof films for a while because there's no way they're going to be able to get as fucking crazy as reality is for quite a while. Do you know what I mean?
The current time is essentially a mixture of... Idiocracy and Dr. Strangelove.
Yeah. Because, watching Trump giving some geezer, I think it was an athlete or somebody, the finger in public, and you're going, wow.
Yeah.
Because
it's very presidential of him, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the thing. There were certain standards, no matter who you were, that just you didn't. There was lines you didn't cross.
Well, yeah, it's decorum and it's common decency.
And although George Bush, let's face it, he wasn't the smartest.
No,
he wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer. But somehow, you listen to him speaking now, and he sounds like a fucking, university lecturer in
Yeah.
comparison
He's a
to
Mensa
that,
guy compared to
that
Trump.
fucking idiot.
But
They're
somebody said the other
repeating-
day, it's like, remember Watergate? It was just a huge deal. Watergate was over something
Yeah.
fairly these days insignificant.
Yeah.
They're basically saying people now Trump's doing like a Watergate like every week or every month
Yeah.
or more. It's like Watergate's a joke. Like, who cares about Watergate with all the shit going on now? It's like
Yeah.
how the standards have changed.
And it's every day it's a new madness.
Yeah.
And the thing is that when something actually quite sinister is said or implied or put forward as possible policy, it's now been desensitized.
Yeah.
So where there would have been massive public outrage, people are going instead, compared to all the other shit. They go, whatever. I mean, go, oh, we're going to take Greenland.
Yeah.
What? I would hazard a guess, no offence, but probably about 92% of Americans don't even fucking know where it is.
No.
Never mind steal it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And it's just one of those, like, what?
Oh, yeah.
Of course, so once that's been reached, the next crazy thing might not be as crazy. So just like, yeah, that's all right. Don't worry about that one. It's not like the last one or the one that happens tomorrow,
Well, the other thing too is, obviously everybody's watching, and Putin starts watching like, oh, so you guys are okay to do that kind of stuff now when you've been telling us not to do it for so long. And Xi from China is saying the same thing, like, oh, so I really could just do a complete and utter takeover of Taiwan with you guys not able to stop me at this point if I really wanted to. Instead of loosely connecting to them, and we had this little blockade of ships we were going to put for Taiwan to protect them, right? Because we have our manufacturing interest there, chips and stuff like that. And but China's always threatening to, no, you're not going to do that. We want to basically, exert our authority over them more than ever before. And we're no, you're not going to do that. Well, if we just go ahead and do this to whatever countries you want now, who's to stop all these other guys? Well, you guys started doing it. It's this whole whataboutism thing, right? You did it, and you said we shouldn't do it, and now you're doing it, so now we're going to do it. And who's going to stop us? Because to be honest, if China got involved with us now militarily, we're kind of fucked.
Yeah.
They have nukes. They have way more manpower. You've seen those things. Remember, the great comparison was those recent rallies where they show like Tiananmen Square, and they show the tanks and the troops and the goose stepping and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then Trump wanted to have his version of it with the squeaky tanks and the guys in poor formation. And talk about making us look even worse than ever. We're trying to do this old school military rally to kind of look like China or Russia or even the Nazis.
Yeah.
And we had this really half-assed version of it with old squeaky tanks and guys who are sloppy in formation. And it's just, we're not up to par with that kind of old school kind of thing here, as much as they think we are. And China has no trouble treating their own people like shit. They'll certainly treat us like shit.
Well, the thing is, there's this sort of like deflection through outrage. Department of War, right?
Yeah. Oh, you love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a wartime president. I'm very anti-war, but we're going to call it the Department of War.
Yeah, but the stupidest thing, right, it goes from now on, it's going to be known as the Department of War.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? Everybody else is calling it the Department of Defense and still calling it a Department of Defense. Nobody's calling the Gulf of Mexico Gulf of America.
No.
It hasn't changed shape. It's still got the same amount of water in it. Still the same weather.
And then the Gulf of Mexico was named out like in 15 something or other, way before we even had a.
But the thing is, people are focusing on that, right? And then while all the other shit that's really causing damage is going on around them, they're not noticing and go, we're not calling the Gulf of Mexico Gulf of America. That is ridiculous. Everything.
Yeah.
And you think about it, you go, Well, it's in America and it's a Gulf. It's North America. It's
Yeah.
Gulf of America. It's called Gulf of
Well,
Mexico
keep
for
thinking
some other
America
reasons.
and only our America when there are several Americas, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean,
Central
like,
America. There's
when they
South
talk about
America.
taking Greenland, right?
Yeah.
And they go, well, that was a Viking fucking sales pitch. Come to Greenland, you know? And they get there and go, this ain't fucking green. What are you on about, you bastards? Stay away from Iceland. It's hot.
Well, he also keeps making all these comments about immigration, like, why don't we get people from Norway to come here? And Sweden, which means white, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, look, they're happy that if you ever looked at the poll online, some of the happiest cities in the world are in those countries.
Yeah.
So why would they come here?
Yeah.
They're happy where they are. They don't want to live in this system. They like the social system they have. And, you know, why would they come to here and have a completely awful system they don't like, you know?
Yeah.
So talk about tone deaf. He just doesn't get it.
Would you say that after the American Civil War, regardless of the fact all the North win and the South lose, it didn't matter either way, because no matter what was done, no matter what declarations were drawn up and all the rest of it, the South was still the South and the North was still the North.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a cultural divide.
Like I was saying before, that hasn't changed.
Yeah.
Like my relatives, I'm still never going to be, you know, we have shared genes, right? For better, for worse, shared heritage, all that kind of stuff. But we're never going to be on the same page about anything, whether it's, you know, daily life, politics, whatever. We're never going to be on the same page.
Yeah.
But I visited them. They're nice. They're friendly. All that kind of stuff. But then I hear them start talking about black people and this, that, and all this awful stuff, using all the slurs you can imagine.
Yeah.
And it just they love to be ignorant. They love to be the way they are, and they don't want us messing with them. You know, they don't want us, you know, polluting their minds.
Yeah.
So that will always be there. I don't know if it's still the Mason-Dixon line or whatever the fucking line it is now to separate, but there's always going to be a divide. And there are plenty of Hicks in California.
Yeah.
I knew a bunch of people up in Northern California near Sacramento and the hills and stuff who are just as rednecky as anywhere else. They might know technology. They might have fancy cars or a big house or something like that. But mentally, they're fucking rednecks.
Yeah.
Right? And, you know, listen to country music, hate immigrants, tolerate, you know, Indians and black people because they have to for work. But you talk to them off work and they're just spewing hatred left and right. Like, you can never just go with the flow and have a good day, right? They always have to talk shit about something, be angry about something.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to those issues. And forget about it with the recent, you know, stuff with more stuff with gay rights and gay marriage and trans stuff and all that stuff. They're going ballistic. You know, it's like, just who cares? You know, let people do what they want to do. They're not hurting anything. You know? But no, they have to put, and some of them aren't even biblical things. They're just assholes. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, mate.
The angry people.
Yeah.
And we, you know, we can all be like curmudgeonly bastards once in a while about whatever. But we're not
well, if not
really
one thing,
angry
another,
about
innit?
just people in general and the world in general. I mean, there's a lot of happiness and positivity out there. And they just, I don't know, they can't seem to see it, or they get stirred up by watching a program that, you know, meets with their ideology and their echo chamber.
Yeah.
And they just get all stirred up and angry. And like this whole Super Bowl thing, it's just like the dumbest thing to get mad about. You know?
Well, yeah. Well, I
Saying
mean,
these people aren't Americans. They are American citizens.
when you think about it, it's a very clever thing to get mad about, because while everybody's focusing on that, nobody's focusing on inflation going up,
or Epstein
grocery prices going up, gas prices going up.
Yeah.
Yeah. ICE storming into a hospital and arresting a surgeon mid-surgery.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Or getting that kid, that 5-year-old, and using him as bait to get his dad to come to them or something. You know, whatever the shit that's going on.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know.
There's no, as far as that kind of stuff goes, the cultural divide and stuff like that, I don't see it changing pretty much ever. You can smooth it out. You can make it work. I mean, I've had to work with people like that. I just deal with them, you know. But
I must admit, though, right, after watching various videos on YouTube of traffic stops, right, I don't know whether it's right across the board or anything, but here, as far as I know, you know, you get pulled over, and you know the copper comes up to the window and says, you know, do you know you were speeding, sir, and everything like that. You want to see your driver's license and everything like that, and they hand out the driver's license, all that sort of business. And depending on whether, you know, if it's a couple of miles over the limits or, like, you know, you get a warning and whatever. But it seems to, at least what I'm seeing, when there's a traffic stop in the States and the officer comes over to the car, taps on the window and everything, they wind the window down and goes, yes, officer, how can I help you, kind of thing. And they're saying, you know, you were speeding, license and registration, please. And they go, I don't have to give you my license and registration.
Yeah.
And all that. And you go, why the antagonising right?
Some of those are
gate?
sovereign citizens who are insane.
Oh no! I mean, if there's somebody that they go, you know, I identify as a cat.
Yeah.
Had a guy they go and say, I identify as a cat. You know, and it's like, well, under the laws of the state of Louisiana, it's illegal for a cat to drive a car, and you will now be taken to a pound until your owner comes and collects you. Yeah, that can backfire real quick.
Yeah,
but there was, you see a lot of them with it. There's this immediate animosity towards the officer coming up to the car.
Sure.
Immediately, so that it's raising tensions right out the back.
Yeah, some of these people say they back the blue, right? They did just lie, right? They say, "Oh, I back the blue. I love law enforcement," and then cop pulls them over, and they're total assholes to them, right?
Yeah, and all this, you can't touch me, don't touch me, and all this sort of thing, you know.
Yeah,
and you know, and the cop is actually trying to calm this fucking lunatic of a woman.
Oh yeah,
screaming and shouting all over the place and stuff like that. And it's like, really?
Yeah, it's bad.
But I don't know.
It's bad. I mean, but at the same time, another important thing that is obviously well known, but I've literally experienced it and paid more attention in the last 10 years than I have before. The concept of white privilege. I clearly get treated better by cops than someone who doesn't look like me. They're almost always very nice to me, even when it looks like they're kind of having a bad day. But they're civil. They often don't even bother writing me a warning or anything like that, ticket, warning, whatever. They're generally pretty good. And you know, sometimes, you know, I've done stuff that was a violation. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice that. It was my bad or whatever. And I've pretty much never, ever had a speeding ticket or a running a stoplight ticket, stop sign ticket. And a few other things, you know, just minor stuff like that. Those are generally small ticket offenses.
Yeah.
So many times I've been stopped, especially late at night when, like, who's around? A rolling stop through a stop sign. There's nobody here. It's 2 a.m. Right? But the cop will still get you sometimes. And they just, hey, man, just take it easy out there. Okay. But I guarantee you, if I were Mexican or black or something else, some hybrid of something else, I would basically be not treated very well, because I've had friends that have gone through it. I've witnessed it firsthand. And that's another really bad part of what's going on.
Yeah.
And that's never changed. That's been ever since, you know, before Civil Rights Act, you know, took effect and stuff like that. Long before that. But that, and you've heard of sundown towns, right?
Yeah. But
I mean, those are real. They're still real. They're not obviously advertised like they used to be, like, you know, blacks leave town before sundown,
Well, weirdly, I think a lot of that comes from where you have self-governing states.
Yeah.
And one state can be massively different from the one.
Well, they are.
The
That's
borders.
the thing about states' rights. They've always been pushing for states' rights.
Yeah. So
now, they didn't like it when states' rights worked in abortion's favor.
Yeah. Well, like
But-
for instance, at least I don't think we get here the same kind of problem with if you're Asian or whatever and you get pulled over, because 9 times out of 10 the cop that's pulling you over is going to be this Asian or Chinese as well, or black or whatever.
Yeah.
And I can see where some people get they're angered by quotas.
Yeah.
So because what quotas tend to or can do is, because quotas have to be met, candidates not quite of the quality they would want go through to make the quota.
Well, quotas also involve how many tickets they give a day, no matter what.
Well, a lot of the shit that America's suffering from with ICE, for instance, is because they have daily quotas to meet.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But then, so the next thing you know, you've got ICE agents who, they don't strike me as particularly well trained.
They're not qualified. They're not trained. A lot of them are former military with no civilian experience.
Yeah.
And they have a chip on their shoulder. They're angry.
But now they've got quotas to make, otherwise they're not going to get paid.
Yeah.
So they're going to pull in they're going to spray tan a guy and bring him in, you know, to make the quote.
That guy who gunned down that woman in the car who claimed she was going to run him over. You look at any law enforcement interview about the incident, and they said, "We are trained to stay out of harm's way. We're not supposed to get in front of a car no matter what."
Yeah.
Right? What if someone has a epileptic seizure and they step on the gas, right? You get out of the way. You make them known that you're there and maybe need to detain them or talk to them for a while, or do something but they're clearly out. They're aggressive. He clearly wanted to shoot that woman.
Yeah.
And shot her many times, right?
Well,
and then in the
another thing.
process, if you saw the extra footage where the car went flying as she was hitting the accelerator, she was starting to die. She crashed into that car so fast, she could have killed tons of more people. So he created a worse situation by what he thought was a good idea to shoot her.
Yeah.
Now she's a loose cannon, a vehicle out of control because she's, going through convulsions, pressing on the gas pedal. And so you're supposed to de-escalate, not hyper-escalate,
Yeah.
So they don't have the training, and they don't care anyway. They really are just angry assholes,
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like something that, as far as I know, nobody seems to have brought up yet. At least I haven't heard or read it anywhere yet. But when Trump was very upset with, I think it was the Panorama program, the way it was edited, he said made him look bad, as if
it's not hard to make him look bad. He makes himself.
That's it, as if that is what's making him look bad, right?
Exactly.
And he's going to sue the BBC for $1 billion.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he dipped into a hat. Oh, $1 billion, that kind of thing. So he's going to sue the BBC for $1 billion, right? Now, some people are saying, well, he won't be able to do that. And you go, you don't know.
Well, here's the thing. How can you sue someone in a different government?
Well, exactly.
Or different society? Lawsuits work within our own system.
The judicial system in America must be running around ragged trying to put all these fucking lawsuits together. But anyway, the thing is, what he hasn't really thought out clearly is, because he's a dumb fuck and he wouldn't know anyway. If he sues the BBC, he's suing a corporation, yes. But what he's also doing is he's directly suing me.
Yeah.
Because the BBC is publicly funded.
Right.
Right? Via the government. Which is why they have to toe the line with the government so much anyway. So if the BBC's sued, he's actually suing everybody in Britain, because we all pay TV licenses.
Yeah.
And that money, in a roundabout way, funds the BBC. But technically, it funds the BBC in much the same way road tax pays for repairs of the road. It doesn't really. Right? But on paper, That's what he's doing. So he's suing the British public, and that's not a good move.
Yeah.
In any respect. But I haven't heard anybody actually say that. I think somebody, one of the political correspondents on LBC did touch on that.
I just don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't know shit about the law. I'm not a lawyer, and didn't
Oh no,
never read that
same
much
here.
about it. But how
I
the
wouldn't
hell
have thought
do you
he could.
sue another company in another country or another country? Period. I don't think lawsuits work that way.
I don't, not in a direct way, but I'm sure there's some sort of international.
Like there's extradition stuff when you want to pull somebody from another place to another.
Yeah, but I think you can sue a company in another country, but there's a special kind of procedure that's involved. But there again, all he has to do is just sign it.
Yeah.
So, and that's the problem with, if the guy's at the top is going around suing people, everybody just has to do what he says.
Plus, any lawyer worth his salt would say, okay, you didn't like how we portrayed you here. Let me show you a bunch of stuff you did like that you proposed about yourself and appearances on other shows that you clearly approved and not try to go after anybody.
Yeah.
And see how much worse they are than what we've shown of you. I mean, that would be shut down in a second by any decent lawyer. They say, this is stuff of yourself you've approved. And it's way worse than what we've done with the editing here. So explain to me the severity of our little program versus all this other shit you've said in speeches for years and interviews you have approved and never went crazy about. And you apparently signed off on those. So explain why this one is so bad when it's so much wimpier than the other stuff you've loved.
Yeah.
It seems like it'd be thrown out in a second.
But what I'm waiting for, it's at the top of my wish list. What I'm waiting for is when he's having one of his pressers and you got all these journalists asking questions.
Yeah.
And he gives some vacuous, mundane, stupid fucking answer to a question, right?
You mean every answer?
Well, yeah, but particularly stupid, mundane answer, right? Is and it's like 98% lie, and it's a lie because his mouth is moving.
Yeah,
and it's for one day, just preferably in the Oval Office as well, to have a reporter just immediately fire back. You're such a lying fat cunt. Can you give us a fucking truthful answer for once? Or are you fucking incapable of it, you orange wanker? Please, somebody, some reporter go, do you know what? My career wasn't going that well anyway.
Well, they wouldn't even get halfway through that because he would immediately cut them off and point at somebody else and yell and yell, and they wouldn't even hear half of it because he's so thin-skinned,
yeah, but there's other reporters, and they record and go, I'm taking this with me.
Oh, of course. I mean, it would be funny to see that. You've seen when people do get in his face and immediately cuts them off, turns to somebody else, and you can hear them going like this. He's like, we're done. And he's this, and this, because he cannot handle it. If he were a tough guy like he wants to be portrayed, he would have a quip for them, something clever to say back, and something to shut them down, even if it's not true. That's what a confident person does. Whether you're right or not, or even good at it, at least you tried. But his little things he said, like, can you smile? The typical, hey, can you smile? Or what was the other one he said recently about? He called someone fatty or something. He said something.
He said something. He did these quiet piggy.
Yeah, piggy. That was it. And it's
Quiet
like, dude,
piggy.
you're a huge pig. Who are you calling piggy?
Actually, there are pigs going, I'm offended by that.
Yeah, it's like, don't put us in the same boat, you asshole.
Wow.
Yeah,
Fucking hell.
I loved when they had those nude statues of him around the U.S. Did you ever see those?
Yes, yeah.
And they were just perfect. I mean,
and somebody keeps attacking his star on the Hall of Fame, don't they?
Oh, I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, there's people sledgehammering it. Somebody took a great big shit on it.
Oh wow!
But I get the,
well,
I get the
to be
rhetoric.
honest, that whole
I feel
street
sorry
had
for the
shit
poor
on it.
bastard that had to clear it up afterwards.
That whole street, Hollywood Boulevard, is a shithole. So there is often shit there anyway.
Oh, right. Okay. It just
So-
happened to be on Trump's
It
one.
could have
yeah.
been just luckily there,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
because it's a really bad neighborhood. They don't take care of it. Right outside the Chinese theater, where all the footprints are and handprints and stuff, is okay there. But
Yeah.
if you head west of there, you're getting toward you cut over to Sunset. That's the Sunset Strip, and that goes to Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
UCLA and the Playboy Mansion, all that shit's over there, right? You head the other direction from the Chinese theater, east, and more down Hollywood Boulevard, and it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. But the stars are still there. So if you do the entire, like, oh, let's do the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and you're like, this area sucks, especially at nighttime. It's not, you don't want a bodyguard to go down there. So to have shit and other things on your star is probably not too unusual. But yeah, I'm sure somebody obviously did on purpose, but it's
But and there's all these blonde mouthpieces that they have as well, and especially that.
the press secretary.
Oh, the press secretary.
She is one of the dumbest people on the planet, and she's got that stupid smile on her face.
But it's
just unbelievable.
Yeah, but they all look like the plastic. I mean, honestly, they look like they've got more plastic in their faces than
it's like Stepford
two
wives,
lesbians
right?
on a second date.
It's like a mentally challenged Stepford wives.
Yeah, I mean, but there was one dark-haired woman. She wears a cowboy hat or something.
Oh, I don't know that one. Oh, is that Christy Nome?
Could be Christy. No, I have no
Yeah,
idea.
the one who shot her fucking dog because she didn't like its behavior.
Yeah, that sounds like her.
She is a piece of garbage, extraordinary.
And it's just sort of like, ugh. God's sake.
She claims she's an animal person, but she had a dog that she.
Yeah, I heard about
as a young animal, she didn't think it was trainable, and she just took it outside and shot it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe.
And you know what? The dog was still probably better off.
Well, she's
than having her as a no.
Spared her life
Fucking
in
hell.
hell, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, get over with it now. Fucking hell. Probably other dogs lining up beside it. Come on.
Yeah. There's just so many horrible people in that orbit. It's just like the rogues gallery of his cabinet. And and so many of them are people who just a couple years ago were completely against him, saying horrible things, and he was saying horrible things about them. And now they have this common cause to rally around, which is him. And fame and fortune and power, supposedly, if you bow down and serve him, like that famous the what's the one guy, Lindsey Graham, right? Obviously gay, representative or whatever the hell he is, obviously gay, but never admitting it, right? And living around, working around all these people who are totally anti-gay, anti-anything that's not, pure-blooded American, and people have even outed him in the press, in case you didn't already know, for some of his comments, because sometimes he doesn't toe the line, but he's always a lapdog to a certain extent. And same thing with Ted Cruz and all these other people with like no charisma whatsoever. And they're just, at one point they're being teased, another point they're being elevated. And it's just, as long as you serve him, everything works out.
Yeah.
No matter what the history was. And there was some nasty stuff going back and forth for years with these people.
But the real problem that's starting to occur now is America's becoming more mistrusted or hated.
Of course. I don't blame people for that. I mean,
well, it's going to get to the point where you get the reasonable, decent American, coming over to Europe or whatever. And there's
you're one of those guys.
Yeah, and sort of like now there's a bit of, like people don't want to serve them and stuff like that. And you go,
because I know the average.
But it's not them. Trips. It's not them.
No, I know, but
it's not them. They're in a different country for a start. The MAGAs, they don't know what exists outside their own fucking backyard. Most of them.
But a lot of Americans are rubes when they travel. They're rude and they expect a lot, and they don't know how to behave and don't bother speaking any language other than English badly and stuff. So we already have bad representation with a lot of our travelers, and it's
Yeah,
just
but you see now
worse.
there's going to be more
Yeah.
kickback with that kind of
Yeah.
behaviour now from it because the way Trump and his administration have burst into everybody's homes
Yeah.
through news and stuff like that, because every day it's another story about
Oh yeah.
something he's done, something he's said, or something his administration has done or said.
Well, what he's
And-
tweeted or
And they're bombarded with this moronic shit.
Yeah.
And people just up to here with it all, you know. And
Yeah.
I've heard there's been a couple of cases like some very serious pushback from, you know, a self-entitled America throwing his weight about and everything like that. And he was just kicked out. He said, fuck off, out you go. Smack in the mouth and invited to the pavement, you know.
So kind of like the you've probably seen pictures people put online of Tesla cars with varying stickers like fuck Elon or Elon sucks or various other things, or like I'm sorry I bought this before he went crazy. So like when we travel now, either in our passport or like a sticker we wear on a shirt, like I'm sorry, I'm from America, and I'm not part of this crazy group that's running everything. I'm actually a decent person. Please let me enter your country. You know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you got to kind of feel sorry for Tesla as well as a company because.
No, I don't feel sorry for them one bit because Tesla is all Elon Musk. The guys who created it were summarily dismissed early on. He took the reins, took credit for lots of stuff he didn't do. Because again, he's not an engineer, he's not a scientist.
Oh,
he's
no,
not a good programmer. He's a piece of shit, doesn't know anything about engineering or science. His talk about Mars is unbelievable. If you listen to anything he talks about at length about science, is fragmented and makes no sense, and clearly is cosplaying. Like he's cosplaying somebody who's actually intelligent, and you got to blame guys like Peter Thiel, who created that monster. He also created the J.D. Vance monster.
Yeah.
And he's also part of Palantir, which is spying on everybody around the world, making everything worse. And it's really, really bad. And so anything having to do with Tesla, I mean, sadly, SpaceX is a good company. And so are the satellites he's putting up there for communications.
Yeah.
And, you know, Twitter can be okay, but right now it's a dumpster fire of
God. Yeah. Well,
I used it before he took it over, and it was okay. It was not my favorite.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't fantastic. But it was deliberately bought as the mouthpiece for the Republicans.
Oh, of course.
You know,
but now we have
beforehand.
Truth Social, so now there are two of them.
Yeah.
You know, Trump's favorite Truth Social to
but
go off about.
Truth Social is just a cesspool.
It's antisocial, and it's definitely not the truth.
Yeah, well. Yeah. But you know, the other worrying thing, of course, is now the alternate truths. You know, and you can decide which one you think is true or believe in, and it's like, really?
Yeah. So anything Tesla is just I couldn't be bothered. I don't care about their robots. I don't care about their robo taxis. I'm glad Waymo has a presence here way stronger than Tesla as far as self-driving cars, because they actually work. LiDAR is a proven technology.
Yeah.
And using cameras with some stupid software is always inferior.
There's one thing that Waymo does that a lot of people didn't realise. Waymos don't wait for you.
Well, they have issues. I mean, I'm not saying they're...
Well, no. But apparently, Waymos don't wait. They take you to your destination. So if you go to a Target, and you know, I think actually the video they did, I think it was James May from Top Gear. So he's in this Waymo, and it's picked him up and it's taking him to Target, and he said, "No, this is quite pleasant." He said, "And the car isn't hanging around. It's doing a fair clip, but it's been safe, and it was definitely driving better than some of the other people that were on the road around them."
Sure.
It goes into now. This was the thing. It goes into the Target car park where the where the entrance is, right in the middle. Nobody can get by. So he gets out of the car, goes into the target, and the car eventually, after a while, drives off. And it just fucks off. He comes back out of the target. Where's the car? Goes,
Yeah, it's a
"Gone."
one-way ride. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gone. It goes, oh, they didn't say anything about once you've got there. Because a lot of these places are where you go into the car park and you go into these huge stores.
Yeah.
And even if you're just going to get one item and you go
But
straight
it's just
to
like
it.
Uber and Lyft. They're one-way rides unless you add stops.
Yeah. But he said at no point was he told that they don't wait for you.
Oh, he should have known that. That's standard for rideshare in general.
Yeah. So he didn't dwell on that. He goes, obviously, what it must be is you know, while you're in the shop, you can book another one to come and collect you, kind of thing. But he says it'd be good if it could wait. But then that means it's got to find somewhere to park, sit there and wait. And of course, later on, when there's loads of these Waymos, they all look the bleeding same.
Yeah.
Which one is the Waymo that's waiting for you when you come back out?
You have to go. Your name's on the screen when you walk up to it. So yeah.
Yeah, fair dues. But there might be 200 or 300 Waymo cars to look at to find out which one is yours. You know.
True. Yeah.
So
they need to have a thing outside to show a name or something like that.
Yeah. So, but the girl he was with, who was doing some of the filming as well, she was still in the car. It drove off with her in it, and she goes, "I don't know what to do." And this car's off. I think it's going to its next job, and she's still in the back going, because the doors won't open.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, you're
I'm
not supposed
trapped
to
in the
stay
car.
vehicle.
Yeah. And she goes, and she's trying to call him and everything like that. She goes, it's taking me, so I don't know where I'm going. She goes,
that's where there should be sensors in the seat or something like that to know that it's empty.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they don't have that. I thought it was because I someone told me in the industry who works at another company doing similar stuff, who I gave a ride to, and he said, now it may have changed in the last year or so, but as of beginning of last year, because they're custom Jaguar cars and they have 6 or 7 onboard computers, they have all these special sensors, cameras, LiDAR, everything else they put in the damn thing. Each car is $250,000. So technically, Waymo, I think, is still in the red.
Yeah.
They haven't made any money yet. It's still proof of concept, and there's still
but the thing is, they've got them on the roads now, and they obviously will. They'll be taking feedback, and they're literally, a lot of it might just be sort of like firmware update or something, but they might go, let's put sensors in the seat, so
that would be
there's somebody still in the car.
If somebody took off like that, they should put sensors in the seat.
Yeah, it should have some idea.
But it's funny you mentioned the thing about waiting around, because I did one night, or some afternoon, I think, something like that. I dropped some older lady off in downtown Palo Alto. She was very pleasant, and everything was fine. But she's a little older. Took a little time to get out of the car. She came from a old age living home. So she's independent to a point, but she's still not totally whatever. And so I dropped her off, and as I was saying thank you, have a nice day, and whatever, as she was closing the door, it sounded like she said, "Oh, so I'll be here when I'm done with my appointment." Like I was going to come back or hang out for her. I'm like, that's not how these rides work. But I didn't totally hear it clearly because she was kind of closing the door as she said it.
Yeah.
But I think she had assumed I was going to wait, and it's like that's not how the rides work.
Well, yeah.
If you didn't book a stop to make it a compound ride, then I'm not going to be there for more than the 5 minutes, even for the stop. The stop is a short stop. It's not a wait 30 minutes or an hour for your appointment and I'm still here. You can do that with cabs, I guess, but not with rideshare. That's not how rideshare works.
Well, I must admit, where these Waymos were stopping to let people out, especially with things like going to a Target or something like that, is it stopped and waited for the person to get out, and then it waited some more.
Yeah.
Now, whether it was waiting for what's my next destination going to be,
it's probably still scanning the scene if it's busy.
Yeah, but the thing is, it waited in the most awkward place in the car park. It literally stopped all the other cars being able to come in or go out.
They still have that problem. They'll stick in an intersection sometimes. They'll go down a one-way street they're not supposed to go. So they have kinks to work out. For sure.
Yeah. So But generally speaking, the system seemed to be really good, actually.
I drive by them all the time. It's just like somebody driving there, but I
Yeah.
don't have to worry about them cutting into my lane.
Yeah. And they don't cross the line randomly for no apparent reason.
No, they actually are responsible drivers. It's hilarious.
Yeah, but when the robot cars are making everybody else look bad.
Well, that's the problem, and I think they're just starting to let them go to the airports and stuff, which is always a nightmare. The crisscrossing airports.
Yeah.
And the worst driving you can see ever is always at the airports.
Yeah.
So somehow they're starting to do that now. I haven't seen them at the airports yet. They still can't do freeway driving because they're still not trusted at high speed.
Yeah.
Which is probably a good thing, but
I don't know, because there's not a lot of difference between high speed on a road with all cars roughly going at different high speeds on the same road in the same direction.
Well,
being in town with cross traffic and lights and all that. Surely that's more difficult than being on the freeway, for Christ's sake.
Well, because sometimes people cut across like 3 lanes of traffic really fast. And if it doesn't see it in time, it might overcorrect or do something and cause an accident or something. I don't know.
I tell you what, I would imagine that the Waymos would be more aware of a car doing that than somebody driving along looking at their phone to see if they're in the right lane.
Oh, for sure. I see that all the time.
So, yeah, it's a trust thing more than a logistic thing, I think. But yeah, it just seems interesting. But I don't know, mate. It was that. What was it? It'll come to me in a minute. Just remembered it, and now it's just gone again. God, I'm getting old.
It's great getting older, isn't it?
Yeah. What did I come in here for?
I'm not even that old yet. And I've got fog, so.
Oh, mate. But, no, it just seems like, it looks like a viable system.
Well, there was a previous one called Cruise that didn't make it because it actually did hurt somebody.
And
as soon as they get something like that with a lawsuit.
Yeah.
Now here's the funny thing, though. This is some special stuff I just heard like 2 nights ago.
Yeah.
Apparently, one didn't notice an ambulance coming in San Francisco a while back.
Yeah.
And because it's late at night, there's not a lot of witnesses, and it basically hit an ambulance.
Ooh.
Because, I don't know how the sensor package works. Clearly, like if a cop is there or a crossing guard with a stop sign or something, I don't know what it perceives as. Like you can't yell at it. I don't think it listens. I think it's more of a visual thing only. So I don't know how that works exactly, but clearly flashing lights should be something it could pick up on.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. It's a weird thing, but it did hit an ambulance.
Yeah.
And you didn't see that in the papers anywhere.
Yeah, but although robotics in general is making massive leaps and bounds. There's a lot of videos on YouTube showing people coming out of their houses.
Yeah.
And coming down the street is a Roomba.
Yeah.
I don't know whose house it's coming from.
Sure.
It's just working its way along. It's escaping.
Oh, yeah. But the funny thing about this thing is I didn't see a damn thing on social media, on the news, anywhere. If Waymo had a fucking ambulance, that would be big news.
Yeah.
Right? That's really bad for their press. Period. And you didn't hear a damn thing. So I think.
You reckon it was quashed?
Oh yeah, I think Google's paying a lot of money because what happened to Cruise? Cruise got killed overnight practically by one incident.
Yeah.
And so they're like, "Oh, we can't afford to do this again." It's like, how much do we have to pay? Yeah, don't tell anybody. So, it was interesting because the guy who told me is a construction worker and he witnessed it.
Ah, okay.
So,
you say about that so a robot car hits an ambulance. I saw a video where somebody cut up an ambulance, all the blues and twos going, cut this ambulance up and then brake checked it, right?
Wow.
And then ground to a halt, got out of his car and starts coming back to have a go at the ambulance driver, right, on an emergency call. And all these other cars stopped around him. They all got out of their cars and they beat the fucking shit
yeah,
out of this guy.
I'm glad to hear that. I was
Yeah.
hoping you were going to say
Yeah.
that.
They kicked his fucking ass and threw him
Where was
back in
this?
his car. No idea.
Oh,
I've seen one like that, but it definitely had it looked like Russia. You know what I mean? And they go,
Russia has some crazy videos.
yeah, but the thing is, who in their right mind cuts up and brake checks
You just said it right
fucking
there. He's not in
ambulance?
his right minds.
Jesus Christ.
But I'm glad he got beaten up.
Oh, yeah, they kicked the living crap out of this bloke. He
That's-
won't do that again.
We need more of that out there.
The ones I do like, though, was when people do it to these SUVs on the freeway.
Yeah.
And and then they brake check and everything like that, and they're driving along going, ha, ha, ha. And then the blues and twos go off inside this car.
Yeah.
It's a copper. You just brake checked the copper, you wanker.
That's great.
Yeah.
So another funny robot thing is these. You probably don't. Do you have delivery robots over there that kind of look like coolers with wheels and little fake eyes on the front? Do you guys have that over there?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So they've been around
They're not prolific here.
They've been around for at least 5 years. I've seen them a bunch.
Yeah.
They're
They're all over the place in Japan, aren't they?
Well, I mean, that's kind of where it all started. I saw a tour of a Filipino cigarette factory when I was at Youth Exchange in '87 in Japan. We saw robots taking stuff around the factory autonomously. It was pretty fucking crazy. This is '87.
Yeah.
But they're simple.
I think there was a Fiat were having their Fiat Stradas were being built by robots around then as well, weren't they?
Yeah, but this is something that's freely driving around the factory. I mean, it has a lane and it has some markings and stuff, but it's taking things from place to place with no helper. That was pretty awesome for '87, right?
Yeah.
So a much simpler, lighter, kind of whimsical version of it now is out on the streets, and especially on the Sunset Strip area of LA, delivering food. And or maybe packages. I think it's mostly food.
Yeah.
But they've got the cute little blinky eyes on the front. It's a little LCD screen.
Yes.
And they have the little. It just looks like somebody built a cooler with wheels on it.
Yeah.
Kind of springy, and they're kind of whimsical looking, and they're pretty zippy when they get a clear line of sight. They're pretty quick down the sidewalk, but then they quickly.
Are they quite sort of high center of gravity looking things?
They're about
tallish. That's 3 or 4 foot high.
They're about like 40, 45 centimeters tall. They're not that big. Maybe a little taller than that.
Right.
Equivalent of like 2 feet, 2.5 feet. And so they, but they're cruising around, and they have to navigate obviously sidewalks, bicycles, pedestrians. They have to know where the how to read the little dip in the sidewalk is. Where you so they can go down smoothly. They cross crosswalks. They do all this shit, right? And so I saw a whole ton of them on this last trip. And one night, this guy was actually fucking with it with his bike. He was like sitting in front of it, like the old saying of the Mexican standoff, right? It was like like he's like putting his wheel out, and it tries to go forward and it stops, and he puts his wheel out and goes forward and stops. So he was kind of messing with it for a while. But they're really popular, and apparently they're making money with the delivery system. They're not, they're successful enough. They're not being abused. The people are not kicking them over and doing bad things to them, from what I can tell. They're just kind of screwing with them a little bit with their bike or something like that. But that was just a funny thing. So the robots are getting more and more popular.
And Wax's saying that, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'm thinking I must be thinking of something else I've seen then.
What's that?
The shape of those delivery robots.
No, essentially they look like a modern version of like a cooler you would take on a picnic.
Gotcha.
And 4 wheels and this funny face thing on the front and little antenna with a flag on it, so you can see them from a distance, and they just drive around doing the delivery. It's pretty weird
stuff. I should knock it on. It's 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah, no, this is going forever.
Well, like I say, I'm doing a workshop pub tomorrow.
Cool.
Starting early in the morning. Well, I say early in the morning. That depends.
What are you working on now?
I will be stripping a Jupiter 8 down to its bare ass,
Oh shit!
cleaning it all up. I think she needs a few tack switches replaced and some caps, and a damn good clean. It's filthy and it's got paint all over it,
Is
all
it a
over the
shed
front
or
panel.
something?
Hmm?
In a shed, stored in a shed.
It's been stored somewhere nasty. It needs a right old clean. But there's all these paint splatters all over the front panel. So I'm
Ew.
dropping all the.
Sure, it's paint and not bukkake.
No, it's definitely paint, thank God.
It's a Japanese synth. Come on. It could be.
Yeah, well. So I've got to drop all the pot boards out and everything like that. And clean all the sliders and the rocker switches and stuff. And get the front panel nice and clean. Take the end cheeks off. Get them all sorted out as well. Get them polished. Take all the keyboard out and clean that all up properly. And make it all pretty.
Wow.
And then I will have to put a label on it because at the moment it doesn't look like the other JP8 in the front room, but when it's finished it will look like the other J. Because literally this JP8 is grey, and the one I've just done is black.
So considering how bad it looks now, you still confident you can fully bring it back with just a few replacements?
Yeah.
And but aren't the chips and stuff delicate? I mean, how does that?
No, I mean, there might be a couple of faults in it that might need repairing. Maybe
Because often you
I
get
don't
like
think so.
rusty legs on ICs and stuff, right?
Yeah, but because these aren't in sockets, they're all in mounted on the boards. It's just well built.
Yeah.
That's see Roland's. It's sort of like they really are the Rolls Royce of the sense the way they're built. They're very, very, very high quality. Well, they
Like the
actually
Colt
Roland
45.
and Yamaha.
It's the Colt 45 government model of synths where you could throw it in the mud, beat it up,
Still
clean
won't
it up real
change.
quick,
Yeah,
and it goes back
Yeah.
out ready
Yeah.
to kill. So.
exactly. Yeah, so everything's high quality materials, high quality build. Yamaha's, Roland's, always the same. Korgs, up to a point, not as much, but not far off.
So what's the difference there?
I would say there's a certain degree of if a corner can be cut here and there, they will cut it.
The components or just the overall build?
The overall build of the machine, especially cases, they, in that era, not so much today, obviously. They're all plasticky today, aren't they? But back then, so where Roland would have like aluminium, for instance, on the JPs, right, where you got lovely brushed aluminium end cheeks, which have been covered in a very strong, resilient covering to protect the aluminium from scratching and stuff like that, which eventually wears off, obviously. Korg will go for overly thick chipboard covered in a plastic fake wood finish.
What about the? I can't remember if the Juno 6 is this way, but definitely the SX240 has this fucking wood panel on the bottom of it. What the hell is that all about? Why did they do that?
What, where the base is made of wood?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the base is made of wood.
That's what I thought. Yeah, my Juno 6 has it too. Why did they do that? It's kind of chintzy.
Well,
because you don't see that. It's not like it's beautiful wood. It's just crap wood.
It's just crap wood. I think the reason for that is they saw it as like, we need to make this as light as possible.
Okay.
Because they wanted it to be a performing synth.
But why not plastic? Why wood?
Wood is technically easier to manufacture. There's no molding necessary.
Yeah.
Because it is literally a rectangle.
But it can get ruined by moisture and easier ruined by splitting, right?
Yeah. I mean, so they put the paint coating on that was supposed to sort of protect it from that particular thing. So it's painted on the outside, and then there's a stain on the inside.
It felt pretty dry though, like raw wood.
Yeah, it's ply.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's ply.
It just seems chintzy. I don't know. It's just.
Yeah, but I think that was their way of getting around the weight issue. I think when it came to molding plastics of any particular size, it was quite expensive.
Mm.
Late 70s, early 80s. Anyway, it was still an expensive process. It hadn't been widely adapted.
Hmm.
And wood was incredibly cheap back then.
Yeah.
And there was loads of places that would be able to cut out these things for you, 10 a penny. You know? Whereas, plastic needed a moulding. So you had to go to a particular place, whereas wood, I mean, anybody could cut it out for you to size.
Right. Okay.
So, because like the inch cheeks on them, it's like, again, chipboard. The chipboard was...
So is there plastic
Dirt
above
cheap.
that wood and then the circuit boards?
No, what it was is that there was these little on the Juno. You had the wood base. You had these little studs with threads that you hammered into a hole that was slightly smaller. And they had like blades on the outside, so you can like screw things like the hinges for the lid nice and tight to the base. The circuit boards were mounted where they had plastic spacers, and the screws would go straight into the wood, and that's how the whole thing was mounted.
Hmm.
So it was quite effective, and taking it a Juno 60 in just its boards and various components, the power supply and bits and pieces, and putting a Juno together. I could do that an hour.
Wow.
So from that point of view, the conveyor belt, they're just getting them out real quick. Although Junos were, I'm trying to remember, a brand new Juno 60 was, I think it was about 899, 850, 899.
What about Polybox? Is it all metal?
Polybox. No, Polybox was almost completely plastic.
Plastic. Okay.
Yeah, but there was aluminium framework inside.
Okay.
The plastic was screwed to, but the plastic was real brittle. The plastic that when you do that, it shatters rather than cracks.
Sure.
So the polyboxes were, Christ, do not drop a polybox kind of
They
thing.
also have those plastic switches too that could break.
Yeah, but you could drop a polybox, and it could actually, if you dropped it from high enough, it would shatter like glass.
Oh shit!
And then you just have this framework with circuit boards in it, going,
Yeah.
naked like this. Oh,
Wow.
I'm exposed.
I
So,
think you've seen that. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some shipping accidents because now polyboxes are really old. The plastic is even more prone to shattering if it's dropped than it was when they were brand new. There was a little bit of give when they were brand new. Now it's just like glass. You go, fuck, that's the end of that puppy.
Yeah, that's why I bought the Polybox filter for Eurorack, just so I could have some of the characters of it.
Yeah.
Without all the bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, so if plastic was introduced to greater effect, especially economic effect, if you'd made the Jupiter 4, for instance, in a more modern technique, you could cut the weight of that by 80%. You'd be able to pick up a Jupiter 4 and put it under your arm and walk away, as opposed to like needing a sack trolley. A Jupiter 4 is fucking heavy.
Really?
For its side, yeah, it's really, really, really heavy. And it's nigh on all wood. I mean, the back is wood done with Tolex.
Wow.
So the base is Tolexed. Yeah, but it's still wood. But it's quite chunky wood. It's got big end cheeks on it. It's fucking
What's the rest of the weight? Power supply or something?
Yeah, I think it uses 2 mil steel casing. So as opposed to 1 or 0.8 mil steel like they used on later since.
Yeah.
So the steel, the case itself is incredibly heavy, even with no circuit boards and power supply in it. The case is heavy.
Wow.
And because of that, the end cheeks always got damaged because the case is so heavy.
Oh wow.
And of course, being chipboard covered in a thin plastic, sticky paper, essentially plastic paper stuff. Yeah, they get chipped and banged and walloped. So finding a really beautiful condition Jupiter 4 is a rarity.
I've never seen one. Yeah.
No, so the only pretty one where we restored one where we actually made the case again, but in hardwood. But it cost so much money.
Yeah.
You know, it just wasn't viable. But it looked fucking beautiful. I must admit, it really looked good. But again, we just made it even slightly more heavier than Roland had.
Is that the one that's the Poly Pro Mars?
There's a Pro Mars, yeah, which was a cut down JP4.
Okay.
I don't think it was many as Note Polyphony either. I think that it might have even been mono. It's 2:00 in the morning.
Pro Mars is definitely. I have the.
But they were very, very sexy, very sexy looking, and they had the controls came from. All the knobs and especially the sliders anyway. The sliders were exactly the same sliders. They had the little chrome insert in the plastic slider that they have on the System 700.
Okay.
And the big silvery turny knobs that came from the System 100. The 101, 102 controls on them. Yeah, they were just elegant. They were elegant machines. They really were over-engineered and fucking heavy. Really heavy. So
you got what you paid for, right?
Yeah. Well, as we found out from that Dawlish video, with a couple of the Jupiter 4s I lent Peter for the video, they float. Because this wave from nowhere came over because he had it rested up on the beach.
Oh, I didn't know that.
For the pretty promo, and this wave came over the rocks, grabbed the Jupiter 4, and it just floated off.
Oh wow! I didn't hear about that. That's wild.
Yeah. So, but I said to him, I said, look, it's fine. I mean, these are dead units. I mean, this has already spent a year in the garden, you know.
Yeah.
So, but it's amazing how it shows the build quality. I've cleaned it up, and it looked quite good for something that'd been sitting in the rain and shit and sun.
Was
and
it
everything.
out longer than the Waldorf Wave?
Yeah, but the Waldorf Wave. Yeah, that was that's believe it or not built as well.
Yeah.
That had that the coating on the front panel of a Waldorf Wave is that it's a plastic. So it's very smooth.
Yeah.
On one side, and on the other side, it's done like fur.
Yeah.
It's fucking a weird. It's like
I
think they call it faux felt or something.
I have something like that. What is the one that's fuzzy? The JP8000 has a bit of a fuzzy feel to it.
Yeah. But on the Wave, it was quite. It wasn't far off. You could comb it. Do you know what I mean? And the glue they used, it smelt funny.
Yeah.
When you've got the front panel come off, it's like, what is that smell?
I have the Microwave XT unit, and it's got that beard where the orange changes color.
Yeah.
It gets a darker color over time.
Yeah. This is it.
They made cool looking stuff, but they didn't think much about longevity.
Well, when it came to Waldorf Waves, they did the blue one, the grey one, the red one. And they said, "Oh yeah, the red one's really rare," but it turned out
the red one,
the white one was the one that was really, really rare.
Wow.
I think there might have only been one.
That's probably Ty doesn't have it.
He does. He does have one, but I think his is red. I think he's got the red one.
He has a working Wave.
I believe it is. Well,
wow.
It's all working as long as he doesn't turn it on. Seriously, because it's like Schrodinger's cat. It's Schrodinger's synth. If you don't turn it on, it's working. That's a working synth over there. Because as soon as I turn it on and find something wrong with it, it's not working anymore.
Yeah.
You see? Or you fire it up and the display goes, and you go, fuck, it's gone. It's dead. Well, if I didn't know that, it was still working in here. So, but anyway, there you go.
Yeah, you better get your rest.
All right. So might even see it tomorrow. Yeah.
Get your nap. Get your nap in there.
Get me a nap. It's funny because normally what happens is the longest I will sleep is 3 hours, and then I wake up. and then it takes a couple of hours, and then I get maybe another 3 hours.
Yeah.
It's like that every night. It's like,
Well, it's
can I
like
just have even just 6 hours, but just as one block? That'd be nice.
I've been doing a lot of hours here and there, and I didn't see Ramsey had a video posted for today
Mm.
on the thing. So I always email him, hey, do we have a show? Because that way, if we don't, I don't get up early for nothing, or I don't stay up if I'm already up,
Yeah.
and actually get a halfway decent sleep. So I like to just know for sure if there's a show or not, so I can just sleep or
Yeah.
work or whatever I have to do. And I didn't get a hold of him, and I got a hold of Chris, Makeshifter, and I said, hey, do you know if there's a show? He goes, I haven't heard anything to the contrary, but I'm assuming so. So I'm like, all right, well, I in that case, I'll probably be late. And man, when I crashed for a nap, I like slept through my alarm. I totally missed the show today because I was so fucking tired.
Wow.
I just was gone.
But you see, when you got to catch up, you got to catch up.
Yeah, I needed the sleep, so that was good. But I really intended to at least go on for a while, and man, I just that whole morning was gone.
Yeah.
So anyway, get your rest so you don't do what I did today. So
yeah, well, we'll see how it goes anyway. But
yeah.
I'm ready. I'm ready for a little sleep. The thing is like, I'm trying to go to sleep, and I know that Siri's going to creep up the bed, creep up round onto the pillow.
Yeah.
Lay across the back of my head here. Then she settles down, and then after about literally 5-10 minutes, it's.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have to snore?
And probably some farts also. You got to have some dog farts.
No. From that point of view, she's good, but
really,
she's not old enough yet, shall we say?
Well, I had a dog who was only like 5. I was doing that a lot. So
yeah, sometimes you just get dogs that do it. So she's not one for doing it. I'll tell you who is. Lily is one for doing it. She's mind you, the things that she eats.
Sure, yeah.
Or she finds to eat anyway. So, yeah, she can get a bit guffy, but she likes to sleep with Mum.
She's very flatulent.
Yes, she has been known. Yeah. So, fortunately, Siri doesn't seem to have much in the way of much to say with her.
Something like that right by your head, that would be great.
Yeah. The only bit, sort of like I say, the only problem is the snoring. She's just so loud.
Wow.
Yeah, earplugs. Yeah, there is that. But I'd like to listen to me audiobooks to go to sleep with.
You probably heard Ramsey's dog Bonnie sometimes on the stream.
Yeah.
The background.
Yeah, or they've got their neck resting on something funny, and it just goes.
Yeah.
That is all the time. So, yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes anyway. Anyway.
Yeah. Thanks.
Anyway, see you guys tomorrow at some point. Anyway, all right,
buddy. I can't see the chat. Sorry, but
all right.
Bye-bye.
Right, take care, everyone. Look after yourselves.
See ya.
See you later.